into the action.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone at home. Oh, we're looking forward to this one. Second to last round of the championship. It's starting to come down to the end of what's been an amazing year so far. And to be honest, watching the practice this morning, I think it's just going to get better from here. Of course, damp track to start off the morning. You might have seen as well, a bit foggy when we were driving down this morning as well. So, yeah, track's still pretty cold. That's not going to help the drivers at all. It may cause a bit of carnage, but we're going to have a lot of fun. Let's see how the days goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. The weather been unseasonably warm this week, but feeling a bit more autumnal today. It's been a cool morning, and the track quite bright this morning. There is the slight possibility of rain later in the afternoon. Extremely low chance, but we have seen here before at Kimbolton that the weather gods do play their part in the meeting as the day goes on. So we've got 26 races in total. 2 heats for all groups apart from Junior Rotax, who due to the large numbers will have 3, along with the B and A finals later on today. Today is Remembrance Sunday, so in and around 45 minutes time, around 10:50, the racing will draw to a close, and there will be a 20-minute period where the drivers, officials, teams and parents will all gather around the circuit to remember the sacrifice of UK and Commonwealth military personnel across the 2 world wars and various conflicts across the years. So 2025 drawing to a close. Penultimate round of the championship here at Kimbolton, and we are starting things off in just a few moments with Junior Rotax Heat 1. I'm Chris Sora, joined by Charlie Ellis, and the action getting underway in just a few moments. So even in these closing parts of the season here, Charlie, big group of Junior Rotax, always a very busy class, and well, you can't see on the cameras, but round the paddock and the car park's absolutely rammed today.
Yeah, big a group of Junior Rotax drivers, maybe one of the biggest ones we've had so far this year. 51 drivers here this weekend, so I have to say, massive B final, that's going to be taking place as well as the A final. I have to say, first heat coming together in just a few minutes' time. On your front row here, Blake Southern, just to right-hand side of shot. What a year he's had so far. Obviously leading the championship so far in quite a close championship battle as well. That's going to go pretty much down to the wire. Archie Ray Watson alongside. Gates are opening. That can only mean one thing. We're going to get racing.
Yeah, underway. Just a few moments for the formation. There's the number 100 of Blake Southern. Junior Rotax seat number 1 getting underway. And as one of the favourites for the victory here today, he will be determined to make the most of that front grid start. Grids are shuffled during the day in the various heat races, so drivers will have the opportunity to start somewhere near the front and somewhere near the back. Here we go, looking a bit further down. So Izzy Wykes, Blake Southern, Louis Marshall, Archie Ray Watson, and Max Braskoff with Jack Corser. A little bit further back, Tobias Johns, Hazin Khan, Ryan Rapini, Jody Dufficy, Emily Johnston, Noah Moulton, Stanley Matthews and Miles Burton on row 7, Laurie McVeigh, Alex Shepherd, Joseph Berkery, Sebastian Clark on row 9, Zach Turner, Bo Winslade row 10, John Richardson and Harry Freeman on row number 11, George Cole and Christian Kahop on row number 12. And looking a little bit further down the field, rest of the group made up of Lucy Wielden and Adam Turchek on row 13, Teddy Cooper and Connor Large on row 14, Daniel Butcher and Hayden Fisher on row number 15, Jackson Heath and Alfie Irvine row number 16. Final 2 drivers, Harley King and Josh Phillips, as they make their way through, but already there has been a full start. So you'll see the run round here. And they didn't really go for the racing there, the drivers. They seemed to be very quickly aware that the start was called off, the drivers not in line correctly. I wonder if there was a bit of a tactical element to that, maybe. I think the drivers weren't too keen to get started just yet. Maybe just get another lap to get some more temperatures in there.
I think as we go into the winter periods, we're going to see a lot of this. Drivers trying to get that extra lap just to warm them tyres, because, you know, on a track like this, especially, of course, yeah, we had the first practices, but there's not been much track time out there at the moment. Of course, all the racing, all the practicing happened yesterday. So this track is still very cold, as we said earlier. So these drivers need to work these karts like hell just to get that tyre temperature in, as well as the engine temp. You know, if these karts, if these engine runs cold, that's going to affect the performance as well. But let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking then.
Here we go.
Izzy White starting from pole. Someone to watch out for. As I say, the random grids are really making up for some exciting racing, let's say. Got some drivers who are a bit further down the field, who usually will be signed up this further up. Let's get racing then. First time asking. And we're heading into turn 1. Izzy White's on the inside. A couple people looking up.
Oh,
are we going to make it through?
Tight on the first corner there as they make their way through. Everyone just about seems to get through okay. Izzy Wykes and Blake Southern controlling the grid quite well at the jump of the field, but as they come out of Stowe Corner, heading towards Derek's Corner now, it is the number 100 of Blake Southern who gets the early jump on the field and already starting to pull away slightly at the front, establishing a small gap. These kart races in the heats, fast and furious, quite often decided by less than a second, so already Blake Southern with a good start, getting the jump on the field as he makes his way down to Kimbolton Corner at the end of the first lap, and already establishing quite a good advantage.
Really good start by Blake Southern. Closely being brought in now by Ryan Rapini. Ryan Rapini, who started all the way down in 9th. He's had a great start up into 2nd place. Of course, Miles Burton as well, who recently joined a new team. He's into 3rd. He's made up 11 places at the start. So, as we said earlier, random grids really make up this different type of racing that we've not really seen for a fair few months, where we've got different category of drivers all throughout the field. So some drivers, a couple bits of action going on a bit further down at Derek's Corner. Couldn't really see what happened there. We'll have a little look on the timing screens when they come around again to see who may have dropped down the field a bit. But yeah, definitely a bit of action going on first couple of laps.
Yeah, very fast, furious start to the race. 34 drivers on the grid at the start of this first heat. And a tricky first corner. Quite a few drivers dropping position. We saw Louis Marshall and Tobias Johns dropping quite a few positions on the first lap. Jerry Dufficy, Joseph Berkery and Bo Winsley dropping right to the back of the field along with Jack Corser. They're having to fight their way back through the field. But as we say, the 3rd place, number 43, Miles Burton, who we should see just at the edge of the camera panning there as the leader goes through, jumping up 11 positions. Harry Freeman on the charge as well, up to 5th place now, and he's made up 17 positions. So these drivers with the lower grid positions at the start of this first heat really making the most of those first few corners. They started way down the grid, but drivers banging wheels on the first corner, slowing each other down, and quite a few drivers really jumping through the field. But Blake Southern getting the early drive, but Ryan Rapini, number 56, is starting to put some good lines together here. The predominantly white kart in 2nd position, number 56, Ryan Rapini, making his way up towards the race leader as they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner, taking a slightly tighter line through the long right-hander. Down the TKM straight they go. Still number 100, Blake Southern leading the way as they make their way into Kimbolton corner. Ryan Rapini, fastest lap of the race last time round, 41.81. Here they come over the line, and 41.6 for Rapini this time. And he is really starting to put the pressure on the race leader.
What a lap from Ryan Rapini there. You could see on the camera how late he was breaking into the corners. He's got so much confidence in that car, and that's only going to help him. But it's one thing to catch a driver. It's always another thing to overtake the driver. And it's someone like Blake Southern, of course, championship leader, and what could seal the deal here this weekend. If he has a really strong, dominant weekend, of course, the gap to Callum Sims wasn't that far, about 40 points. So he could be really close. Ryan Rapini, will he go for the move into the final corner? Yes, he does. Take the lead of the first heat in Junior Rotax. What a drive from Ryan Rapini with a very strong lap, but I don't think Blake Southern's done just yet. Of course, Blake Southern, we're getting the signals from the grandstand, letting him know what the situation is. He's going to know Ryan Rapini is very, very quick. Because, of course, he would have been looking behind, seeing the gap closing in. So I wonder what Blake's going to do here. Will he try and fight this one back, or will he just sit behind, sort of follow him around for a bit, try and learn his lines? But you know what, a great move by Ryan Rapini. He took it quite gently with that one. He didn't want to put too much pressure on himself too early to find a way through. You know, he's got near 4 minutes left, so he had plenty of time to make the move. That was calm and precise, really what we want to see here.
Very good driving there from him, and you can see that neither driver prepared to take any major risks as the early part of this heat race. Rapini now taking the lead. And let's have a look at Blake Southern's 2nd place now, just starting to tag on to the new race leader, Harry Freeman, incidentally. 3rd place, kart number 5, has set the fastest lap of the race, 41.45, and is now starting to close up on these two drivers at the front. So Southern just losing a little bit of ground, maybe a couple of tenths of a second, but trying to tag on to the race leader, looking at the lines that he's using on this rather slick, tricky circuit in this first heat of the day. The grip not quite at a premium. You saw when Rapini went for the pass, the kart was quite squirrely under braking. Well, he just made a small mistake there, just clipped the curb going through Kestrel Corner, hasn't lost much time, And Southern just hanging in there in second place. Number 100 in second place. Still Harry Freeman in third. Look a little bit further down your screen. You saw the number 5 there being chased by Miles Burton. Those two charging, trying to close upon the leaders in these closing stages with just under 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Harry Freeman brings the gap down to 3.2 seconds on the leader. So if these two start to fight, they could yet get involved. But Blake Southern in second place, copying the leader's lines quite well here and keeping in touch with the race leader.
Great to see Harry Freeman out there. We haven't really seen much of Harry this year. Really good year so far in the British Championships. A driver who finished 5th overall in the championship, which is very, very strong grid as well. Driver for the HKRC Sports team. Harry Freeman, who started in 22nd place, who is up into the final spot of the podium. Now there is a driver off at Derek's corner. Just have a little look. That might be, just have a look a bit further down. Could be Joseph Berkery. He might be out of the race. You can see the cart being just taken off to the side. That might actually look like Miles Burton's cart. Have a look. Yes, it is Miles Burton, who, as I said earlier, was in 3rd place, dropping down the field with a little retirement. Looked like a mechanical issue as well. You can just see the cart there off shot. So really unfortunate. That's not the way you want to start your day. And of course, this is what's going to make the race a bit different than random grids. You've got drivers who are going to have a race where they start near the front of the pack, a driver where they start near the back of the pack. So they've really got to use that front start to gain them points. But when you have issues like that, that is not going to help. And of course, you have the B final as well. He might have to sit into that B final. Of course, we'll have a little look a bit later on. But I think this whole different format is really going to shake up the racing, just because of when mechanical issues come into effect, crashes come into effect. It's going to have a lot more of an effect than it would, say, your normal quali start.
And certainly for Blake Southern here in second place, he was one of the few drivers at the front of the field at the moment who started at the front end of the grid. He was on the front row, now remains in second place. Ryan Rapini fighting through 8 positions, and further back we've got the likes of the K-plate holder Teddy Cooper now up to 7th position, having made up 20 positions. Zach Turner in 6th, making up 13, and Sebastian Clark jumping from 18th to 8th position. So quite a few drivers who started pretty far back have made the most out of what you would say is their bad grid position here, really starting to claw their way through early on into the higher positions. And they always say in terms of a championship, it's the bad races that count sometimes. So you would certainly say for the drivers a little bit further back from this battle for the lead that they really have made good opportunity in this first heat. This is, we would say, is their worst grid position so far, but they are fighting their way through to the front.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of this. Our more experienced drivers are going to have to use their racecraft now. Something that they probably weren't used to during the summer period when we had the quali. They've really got to work on getting them places done early and making up them good decisions to get them good results in the heats. Of course, with heats, depends where you start for the final, and even just being 2 spots off in the final can really affect the race. But as we come into the closing stages of this race, I'm quite surprised actually. Blake Southern has somewhat stayed here behind Rapini. Now I know he's going to be in that slipstream, but he's done very well to stay on the back of him. Of course, Blake Southern's going to be using, this is like his own data really. He's going to be watching Ryan just to see what's going on. Of course, last lap board is now out, so just 1 lap more for these drivers to go around. And what a beautiful circuit as well, Kim Bolton. In cold, damp conditions, it's a really technical circuit to get right, because you've really got to be hard and aggressive on the kart, but not too aggressive that you lose a bit, the rear end of the kart, because it can easily put you sideways or even into a spin. But Ryan Rapini, here on your screens, has done a beautiful drive at the moment. Blake Southern, I think, just sitting there comfortably. I think he's thinking more about the championship, because, the championship's more important for him in his eyes than getting this heat win. But around the final corner comes Ryan Rapini, and sort of what has been a great weekend so far takes victory in the first heat with a fastest lap to end it off as well, 41.22. Brilliant stuff by Ryan Rapini. Blake Southern came around in second place, and Harry Freeman was a brilliant drive from 22nd up into your final podium spot. So Matthew Bradscroft from Stanley Williams, Zach Turner, Teddy Cooper, who's your K-plate winner, he finished up in 7th, made up 20 places. Brilliant drive from Sebastian Clark. Lloyd McVie, Hasmain Khan, round out your top 10. For Alex Shepherd, Dan Butcher, Hayden Fisher, Conor Large, Lucy Wilden, George Cole, Adam Turek, from Noah Moulton, Alfie Irvine, Izzy White, Louis Marshall, Tobias Johns, Harley King, Christian Kelov, Jack Corser, Jackson Heath, Archway Watson, Amelia Johnson, Jerry Duffy, Josh Phillips, Joseph Berkery, and your 3 retirees were Miles Burton, Piers Winslade, and John Richardson didn't start the race.
So a very fast, furious start to this opening junior Rotax heat number 1, and we saw quite a few drivers there in the top 10 who made up some serious places from quite far down the grid, so that will stand them very well later on. Don't forget, in the later heat races, those drivers will have the advantage of starting at the front of the field in the later heat races. We're going to get underway very shortly with our second heat of the day, KZ UK. Now, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule at the moment, so the schedule in terms of the race order is for the Remembrance break to take place after this heat, but I would imagine we'll get at least 1 or 2 more heats in this morning before the racing draws to a temporary close. KZ UK getting underway. We had the fantastic championships here last time out in October, and we're going to get underway with the KZs in just a few moments. The drivers running the full length of the straight as they make their way out onto the grid now for their formation lap. We'll have a look at the grid in a few moments. So KZ UK Heat 1, race number 2, and in terms of the grid for the first heat, it'll be Bradley Calder, kart number 19, from the number 91 of Hannah Lang on second on the grid. James Harvey and Ralph Youngling on row number 2. Kai Springfield, Leo Robinson on row number 3. Jessica Edgar and Jonathan Railton on row number 4. Those are your top 8 drivers headed by the number 19 of Bradley Calder. Looking a little bit further back, the 5th row is made up of the number 9 Ryan Green from Jake Weston, number 7, Luke Fleming and George Robinson on row 6, Lucas Ellingham and Bo Phillips on row number 7. Row number 8 is Derek Morgan and Harry Walsh, and the final driver on the grid is the number 217 of Nick Aitken. That is your KZ UK heat as they make their way through. The drivers having
Bradley Calder, he's just spun it on the formation lap.
Yeah,
what on earth happened there? You can just see it there on your screens. That's one thing you don't want to do, but of course it doesn't work out too much for him because, of course, he got the standing start, so he'll get back into his grid spot. But I think this is a big reason why we let the KZ karts do 2 formation laps, just in case the tyre temperature doesn't get up. Especially in these karts, you need to have that tyre temperature and the brake temperature as well. These karts have front and rear brakes, so it takes a bit longer for them to heat up.
So there's Bradley Calder now making his way to the front of the grid. He caught him out on the Amitsu straight there, the back end stepping out, and luckily he was able to keep it running, keep on going, and just getting that final bit of temperature into the tyres. And as Charlie said, this is a standing start. Drivers having 2 formation laps, just that little bit of extra time to get the temperature into the tyres and into the brakes. And now the grid officials hard at work getting the drivers in their positions on the grid. There you'll see Bradley Calder, despite that spin, regaining his composure on pole position next to the number 91 of Hannah Lang on the right-hand side of the screen on row number 2. James Harvey, Ralph Youngling, all positioned very well. So Lucas Ellingham a little bit further back in the midfield. Derek Morgan right at the back of the field as well. So got some decent drivers at the front here, Charlie. But 1 or 2 favoured names starting right towards the back of the field.
100%. I mean, we need to watch out for Lucas Ellingham. Lucas Ellingham is the championship leader. Could round out the championship this weekend. Lights are on the board. 4 red lights are on us. And it's lights out and away we go. Let's see who gets the best start here. Couple of drivers taking a bit steady off the line. Lucas Ellingham full on the concrete as he headed down into turn 1. But a great start from the Sodi kart drivers. Derek Morgan's trying to find his way through in the mid-pack. And how on earth do they fit all these karts through in the first couple of corners? It's so impressive. But looks like Ralph Youngling takes the lead of the race. Calder back into second place. Looks like Youngling's got quite a big start already. Yeah,
Ralph Youngling with a very good start there. I noticed in the midfield there were a few drivers just starting to creep before the lights went out. So whether that's enough to warrant any steward's action, we shall wait and see. But as of yet, seen nothing on the race control. But nonetheless, from the second row of the grid, Ralph Youngling with a fantastic start. Over the line he goes, 39.6 on the first lap, looking to try and build that advantage in the opening stages. Bradley Calder showing no ill effects from that incident on the formation lap. He's still there in second place. Hannah Lang just behind there in third place, with Ryan Green having a look for third, but Lang's got the line going into the corner. Number 91, there she is, Hannah Lang, closely followed by Ryan Green, who's putting on some serious pressure in fourth. Leo Robinson with a good start as well, as James Harvey dropped a few positions. Looking a little bit further back, Derek Morgan with a very good start, up to 10th position after the poor grid position. And Lucas Ellingham just starting to pick away a few positions as well, but Ralph Youngling as he makes his way down into Stowe Corner, making his way through the Willows. Brilliant start from the second row of the grid. As I say, looking a little bit further back down towards the midfield. One or two of the drivers were starting to creep, but I can see no indication from the stewards of any sort of penalties there, so they must have decided that wasn't serious enough to warrant any action.
Yeah, it really depends on how far forward they move or if they go over that grid spot. Cool drivers like to tend to hold back a little bit from their grid spot just in case that does start to happen. But of course, we'll let the stewards decide on that one. Nicely, Luke Sellingham, Derek Morgan starting to work together a little bit here just to try and pick these drivers off one by one. Of course, Ryan Green there as well. Ryan Green, ninth in the championship, the British Championship this year. So a great year it's been for him so far. Great to see Jessica Edgar out there as well, as there's a yellow flag just at the second to last corner. We'll have a little look, see.
There is a...
it's Harry Walsh. Harry Walsh, who seems to have a bit of predicament. There he is on your screen. Oh, everyone's going off. Right. Looks like a bit of coolant that might have been dropped, and an absolute pile-up, and a big incident there. This might turn into a Battenberg, may even be a red flag. And you saw there, all the drivers having no grip as they entered into Kestrel Corner. Looks like Harry Walsh may have dropped some coolant onto the circuit. The second you hit that coolant, you are just going to go straight spinning. And
I'll tell you what, Ralph Youngling doing very Battenberg flags are out to neutralise the race. Ralph Youngling did very well there. He's effectively going into that section blind. You see several drivers, red flag is out now. So drivers appear to be okay.
I think that might be for Hannah Lang. Hannah Lang, who is still sort of sat in the cart there. And in some real discomfort there. So I really do hope we don't get this on the camera, because she does like she's in some real comfort there.
She's taken quite a knock. I think that was quite a high-speed incident where the drivers pretty much went straight on going from Kestrel Corner. So Harry Walsh hitting trouble on the Kestrel Corner. And what very quickly became apparent is that he's dropped some sort of fluid, most likely the coolant, on the circuit. Now what that means is the drivers are effectively driving on ice. They won't have seen that. There'll be no way of knowing when they go into the corner that the cart has dropped fluid. So I think with medics having to go onto the circuit to assist to Hannah Lang, who took quite a knock going into the corner. Hopefully it's nothing serious, but as always the medical crews are on site and they will deal with the injured driver very promptly on the scene. You see the ambulance there. Carts currently assembled on the start line. So as things stand with the red flag out, Jessica Edgar, I think there was a few drivers just in there as well. Ralph Youngling was the leader when the red flag came out. There's the number 217 of Aitken, who was just starting to make his way through the field as well. And Ralph Youngling then provisionally the leader from Bradley Calder, Ryan Green, Leo Robinson. Was Hannah Lang in fifth. Drivers just it will be a few minutes before this gets cleared up. So drivers taking a step out of their cars. We've got about 5 more minutes to go in this race, Charlie. So one would suspect if they can assist in getting the situation sorted out, they'll be hoping to rerun the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a 50-50 one there. They might have to just call it there, as they have done over 50% of the race. But that is every driver's worst nightmare. And I've experienced it myself. It is the worst thing you want to do when you go into a corner and there's coolant, you can't see it. You literally cannot see it, and you go straight off. It's the worst nightmare, and you're having to fight the cart. And you know what? With these KZ carts, that is one of the biggest issues.
The trouble is there as well. It's in that split second. It's not the sort of thing that the marshals would necessarily see either. No,
exactly. No one's gonna spot that. I mean, they can spot it to some extent if they've seen something maybe pop when the cart started to slow down.
You're relying on literally watching that cart drop the fluid, really.
And even then, there's not much they can do except for just put a slippery surface flag out. That's it. There's not really much the marshal can do in that situation. But glad to see. I mean, this is when we've got to thank the marshalling team, the medical crew as well, who do an exceptional job week in, week out to make sure these drivers are safe. They are the front line of our team, and we'll come on to a bit later when it comes to Remembrance, talking about the veterans who fighted for in the war. These are the veterans of motorsport. These are the guys who stand on the front line and keep these drivers safe. Now, obviously you'll be able to see it on shot. We'll try and keep away from the accident. But a couple of the marshals just laying down, I think it's some sand just to try and wash it away. What's been a quite a big accident there. But I mean, obviously that is the issue as well. A massive straight like that, you know, these KZ karts easily reach over 100 miles an hour. They've been doing some mega speeds into that corner. So when you have something like that, it can go wrong. But that's what these drivers put themselves in for. That's why they put themselves on the line. Things can happen. And unfortunately, the worst has. But we do hope all the drivers are okay. Most of the drivers seemed all right. I think we're just having a little heads up on Hannah Lang.
Yeah, concern with Hannah Lang, who was slouched in the kart for quite some time. We don't know. Sometimes when you do get hit quite hard, it will knock the wind out of you. And in those split seconds, there's not too much you can do. But the medics very quickly on the scene. I'm just looking at a shot out to the circuit infield. I think I can see Hannah Lang walking on the infield, so I think she's okay.
Amazing. Always great to see.
Hopefully it's just one of these situations. I've had it on the bikes before. When you get a big knock in for a couple of minutes, there's not too much you can do. We can't get up or move, really.
Yeah, I mean, I've had it a couple times, and to be honest, you know, the first sort of 5-10 minutes, you can't move because your body just sort of relaxes to some extent, and that's when you get the pain. But thankfully, she's walking. Maybe just a bit of wrist pain.
You might see in a moment, just to the left of the screen, there's a lot of people on the track at the moment. A lot of the pit crews and teams on the circuit. So, what will that all be about?
So that's for that will be for starting the engines back.
Yeah, I suppose they.
No clutch in these karts, so you have to push them to get going. So obviously these drivers will be allowed a helping hand because it's not the easiest to start one of these KZ karts. They've got to try and push the kart, then jump in, try and knock it into first gear, and try and get it going. You've got to be pushing it at a certain speed to get in, and you know, it's not easy for a one-man job.
So here we can see on the left-hand side of your screen, this is where the incident occurred at the end of the TKM straight. This was quite innocently caused by the number 73 of Harry Walsh. Nothing malicious, but it was just bad luck. The kart spinning out on the TKM straight going into Kestrel Corner, and did very quickly become apparent that kart losing some fluid. You can see the marshals out with the brooms getting the cement dust down to just try and sweep that fluid away. They're making, I tell you what, look at this. They're making their way quite far down the straight. So I think that kart must have started dropping fluid on the straight. No wonder that poor old Harry Walsh got it wrong and span off on Kestrel Corner, because that would have gone over the wheels and the tyres would have had no real grip there.
Yeah, that's he's gone a long way dragging that down. I mean, obviously, in that situation, that is one of the best spots to stop it. Would he have known straight away? That is another question. He might have seen the temperatures shoot through the roof.
It's one of these things in the adrenaline, the heat of the moment. You wouldn't maybe see for a few seconds that there's a problem there. The obvious one, like you say, with the coolant, as soon as that goes, the two-stroke engine, that'll just skyrocket in terms of temperature. So all drivers appear to have walked away from the actual crash that brought out the red flag. Eventually, with the medical crews on the track, the pressing issue here, though, is that the circuit needs to be made safe for racing to continue. As Charlie said, of course, huge credit and huge thank you to the marshals. It's very much a hobby and a passion in itself, the marshals, not just here at Kimbolton, but they go to various karting meetings, various motorsport meetings across the UK. Some of the, not only the headline events, such as the British Grand Prix, British Touring Cars and the like, but also at many of the clubman meetings all across the UK. And I remember speaking to one or two of the marshals over the years. One of the big annual expeditions is out to Le Mans, where you'll just as likely hear a British language speaker than a French one on the marshal points. It's one of the big highlights of the year.
God, I bet that gets a bit intense sometimes when you're trying to radio through and it's someone French on the other line.
I remember there was one marshal I knew quite well a few years ago. He was on the scene when those of you who are into Le Mans might remember the Audi driver, Mike Rockenfeller, having a huge crash in the middle of the night at the end of the Mulsanne Straight. There wasn't much on camera apart from the circuit CCTV. And it's one of these accidents where nobody really sees it, so it goes down into legend. And he said they weren't really picking the car up and recovering, aside from sweeping it up. I mean, Rockenfeller was okay, I hasten to add, but he said there was more just sweeping various bits of factory Audi off the circuit in the middle of the night.
I'd say if we were to relate Kimbolton to a car circuit, I would say Le Mans, because Le Mans has quite technical sectors, the first sector, a bit of the last sector as well, and then them really long straights, which is what you're going to have here at Kimbolton. A lot of these cars sort of gear themselves so they have that straight line speed. And you know what?
I suppose not that many left-handers either.
No, exactly that. It's all right. Good circuit as well. I mean, a lot of drivers come here as well. Of course, we've got the British Championships next year as well. Great to see them return. I mean, a few of these drivers, especially in the Rotax categories, will probably start testing now, just for that. I mean, some of these drivers put that much effort into it that the second they find out the calendar, they'll be testing at them circuits, getting all the telemetry and data that they can. Of course, they've got all the bits and bobs that they got from the years previous, but they always want to try to get that upper edge on their opposition.
So at the moment, the on-track action just drawing to close. This is the second heat of the day, KZ UK. If you're just joining us, the red flag coming out because of the carter number 73, Harry Walsh, dropping coolant on the circuit. He span off, but unsighted in very quick succession. The whole group of lead drivers went off straight off the corner, coming into one of the fastest parts of the circuit. So one or two drivers requiring medical treatment, but it doesn't appear to be any serious injuries, thankfully, which is always a fortunate thing, good to see. But the pressing issue here is that there's quite a lot of fluid on the circuit at one of the fastest parts of the circuit. The marshals appear to have cleared the course now, so it looks like they're satisfied that the track is safe to go racing. I will remind you, of course, that at 11 a.m. this morning, it's Remembrance Sunday today in the UK. So nationwide, there are various ceremonies, not the least of which the focal point being the Cenotaph in London. Here at Kimbolton, no different, where the racing will pause at 11. The meeting's starting a little bit ahead of schedule, actually, but with this red flag, it has more brought it down to the programme schedule. We are scheduled to stop racing at 10:50 this morning, so all being well, we should be able to get the final few minutes of this KZ UK heat completed. And then I would say there, Charlie, I think the racing will stop after this for the remembrance ceremonies.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we probably would have lost a bit of time with this, which is always unfortunate, but, we have got to take a lot of care. Just having a look back at the corner where they went off, that's a big hit to the barriers, because, we could see how far the barriers actually moved and separated as well. That also shows the effect that the circuit is doing to prevent injuries through crashes. I mean, obviously we saw how Hannah Lang was a bit wounded, but obviously no injuries, which is always great. But yet again, shows an amazing job that the Kimbolton crew are doing to obviously calm down sort of the big incidents with adding more barriers and making the crash zones more safe.
Because you just got to try and negate that speed when they lose control like that. So certainly good to see that there don't appear to be any serious injuries. Hopefully we'll see Hannah Lang out in the second heat later on this afternoon. The green flag is out, I can tell you, just off to the left of the screen. So it means that the circuit is clear and ready to go. You'll see the action now on the grid as they look to get these karts restarted. One would imagine they'll have at least two formation laps here, though, I would say. Yeah,
they'll definitely get 2 formation laps. Of course, all the heat that they had generated has now gone. So, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, the karts are now starting back up. So, I'm hoping we're going to get some racing going in just a couple laps' time. Obviously, they'll go around to complete another lap. Yes, they are going around.
Yeah, looking at this now, Charlie, the time is 10:43. So, racing scheduled to end momentarily at 10:50 this morning. So, all being well, we should be able to draw this race to a conclusion. The driver's not racing at the moment. You can see them jinking about on the Amitsu straight, getting that temperature back into the tyres. These karts have been stationary for several minutes. There is a Battenberg flout here, though, Charlie.
Right.
So,
I think they might be doing a lap of the Battenbergs, maybe doing a rolling start to carry on going. Obviously, we'll have a little look. We'll play it by ear and just have a little watch. Yeah, I think so.
Just to elaborate here, though, Charlie, there you can see the flag with the marshal there. The Battenberg flag gets its name. It looks like a Battenberg cake with the diagonal yellow and black situation pattern on it. It's something akin to a safety car. Although going straight, as I say, I was going to talk about Battenberg flags. You're going straight to green. So they that would have effectively neutralised the race, and drivers still racing, but under a much reduced speed. But that's immaterial now, because they very quickly bringing the green flag out. They seem happy that the track is safe and ready to go. And with just under 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this first heat, Ralph Youngling, who had a brilliant start, gets the jump on the field and continues to lead the way. But Leo Robinson has got away very well, anticipated that green flag exceptionally well, and is starting to make a challenge here.
I was just going to say, I don't think this actually has helped Ralph Youngling in any way, because he had a bit of a gap when the red flag came out. This has really bunched the rest of the pack in. Leo Robinson, who had an engine seizure in practice, had to change motors. He's looking pretty confident at the moment. Of course, it's just the first couple of laps. Tyre pressures will come into effect a bit later on in the race. Jessica Edgar's still there in third place. She could be one to watch out for closing in on these two. But I want to count out Leo Robinson just yet. I think he might be looking for a move coming up. Maybe a lap or two.
Robinson getting underway very well. He seemed to anticipate that green flag exceptionally well, and now starting to put the challenge on Youngling, who covers quite neatly going through to Kimbolton Corner, stopping that common overtaking point here. They're going to run down to Stowe Corner.
Oh, that's late.
Oh, it's a brave move there.
Makes the move done, and Ralph Youngling tries to fight back. They got side by side, but Ralph Youngling makes the move there. I was going to say, that was very late from Leo Robinson. I thought he was going to go for it the last corner there.
This is drawing Jessica Edgar into it here now, as Ralph Youngling goes full defensive. We see there that with Ralph Youngling with the switchback, Leo Robinson making that move very late, so compromising his exit speed going out to Stowe Corner. The two drivers have effectively slowed each other up. This has well and truly brought the number 17 of Jessica Edgar into the mix here. And look a little bit further behind here, we've got two big hitters in this class, Derek Morgan and Lucas Ellingham, now starting to close up on the leaders.
This is going to be exciting. Ellingham on the inside of Derek Morgan, running side by side. And Ellingham giving the pod, saying, get out of my way, I'm coming through. Into fourth place goes Ellingham, and of course he's trying to chase down these championship points. He needs any extra that he can. Robinson there on your screen, still trying to hold off Jessica Edgar. He's in the worst spot possible, because obviously he's got to try and battle against Ralph Youngling, try and get that move done, but try and hold off Jessica Edgar, who is definitely no slouch when it comes to karting. So I think Robinson's going to try and make a move now. Of course, we saw him, he's really good on the brakes down to turn one. He might have a little look again, he's just a bit further back. Ellingham going on the defensive from Derek Morgan, so thinking that fourth place will be a good result to end his first heat as they come through. Derek's going down into Derek's.
Looking at Ralph Youngling here, he is driving with a lot of confidence here. He's got a train of drivers behind him. The easiest thing to do here is to go full defensive, block those apexes, block the corners when you make their way through, but to stop the drivers from overtaking you. But that can really sacrifice your overall speed if you're taking the wrong line into the corners. But let's see if Youngling does it again. He's taking the sweeping classic racing lines into the corners, just blocking a little bit on the straight. But I would say he's being fairly open going into Stowe Corner, carrying the speed through there. And it takes some confidence to do that.
Honestly, I think anyone in the top 7 could win this at the moment, all the way down to Bea Phillips, who's in the... Oh, that's a big move to the inside. Well done, Leo Robinson. That was very, very late and a very bold move. It's never easy to make a move like that down into Dan Weldon, so that takes some gut to do. Ellingham's up into third place now. Ellingham's one to watch out for. We've seen him time and time again to turn one. Very late on them brakes. He's going to have a look for second place. Here he goes on the inside. Watch out, JDR kart, MS kart on the inside of the Sony kart. That was a brilliant move for second place, Lucas Ellingham. And now it's going to be a real tail to the end now. Can Lucas close down for Leo Robinson? These two don't have the best of history together, have come together a few times this year. Will Ellingham be able to close in now? We've got a minute just left on the clock now. We're going to get a couple of laps left of racing here. But look at Ellingham on them brakes. Superb. He's really closing in the gap now. Of course, as I said, really good at making moves into turn one. Will he go late on the brakes again? Yes, he does. Big, strong dive to the inside. Gets that move on Ellingham. Misses a gear, though. Robinson rounding outside. Takes that move back. This can be a proper ding-dong battle to the end. Robinson from Ellingham, from Ralph Youngling, Jessica Edgar's in there as well. Robinson's trying to go defensive, but Lucas will not like that at all, because that's going to bunch him back into Ralph Youngling. Ellingham's going to make this move now with 20 seconds left on the clock. He's going to go for this one very soon. Robinson makes a mistake. He runs wide, and Ellingham runs round the outside into the final corner. That was a superb move and just shows that one mistake can cost you wisely.
Yeah, it's all very tight indeed. They go over the line with 10 seconds remaining, so 2 more laps to go here. And Lucas Ellingham finds himself in the lead now. It is still the number 36 of Leah Robinson in second place, Ralph Youngling in third. This race very close indeed. There is 1 more lap to go at the end of this, so they will run for another lap. They went through just before the clock went down to 0. And Ellingham just trying to get a good lap in here, trying to break away. He's got a very small cushion here. I'd say it's about half a second, but that could be crucial as we make our way down to the final lap of the race. Last lap board goes out. 1 more lap to go in KZ UK heat number 1. Ellingham, for the first time in this race, there has been some form of cushion here. He's got half a second gap. Leah Robinson and Ralph Youngling just start to trail away now, second and third from the chasing pack. Jessica Rager, Derek Morgan, George Robinson, Bo Phillips all in there. But crucial couple of laps there for Lucas Ellingham.
Lucas Ellingham, who could seal the championship here today. All he needs to do is finish 144 points in front of the driver in second place around the final corner. This is going to be the perfect start to his weekend. Victory in Heat 1 for KZ UK. The number 99, Lucas Ellingham from Leah Robinson and Ralph Youngling. 2 drivers who came close together from Derek Morgan, George Robinson, who ran out your top 5. Bea Phillips, Jessica Edgar, Jake Weston from Kai Springfield, Bradley Calder, Luke Fleming, Nick Aitken, James Harvey, Jonathan Roughton, and we lost Ryan Green, Hannah Lang and Harry Walsh in that race. Now that was a proper KZ battle to the end. We love to see that.
Yeah, fantastic action there as the second heat draws to a close. So locally, the time, for those watching outside the UK, locally the time is coming up to 10:50 in the morning. Today is Remembrance Sunday. This is in the UK and in the Commonwealth, where the nation pauses to reflect on the servicemen, civilians who've lost their lives. It originally started after Armistice Day for the cease of hostilities in World War I, and over the years has been an annual day of remembrance in the UK and in the Commonwealth. The cadets will be coming out, I believe this will be at around 10 past 11 this morning. But very shortly we will be taking a few moments pause. Usually the drivers, the teams, marshals will stand down from their positions and listen in to the broadcast on the main Remembrance Parade at the Cenotaph. Kim Bolton here has quite a lot of military history in itself. It was originally constructed by the Royal Air Force at the beginning of World War II. When it became apparent that Germany were not going to directly invade the UK, they leased a lot of the air bases to the Americans. And then the 379th Bomb Squad moved in here. They were originally formed in Idaho. And then as the USA joined World War II, moved here, the site leased by the US Air Force here at Kimbolton. And they flew the legendary B-17 bombers. Coming into the circuit this morning, there has been a period of reflection and remembrance, as you can well imagine, in World War II. A lot of US servicemen either killed in combat, or when you look at some of the roster of the aircraft that flew from this base, a lot of aircraft and lives are lost in training incidents as well. And this morning, driving into the circuit, we'd noticed one of the industrial parks down the road here from Kimbolton, which forms some of the main one of the main service buildings for the airbase here. There's a period of gathering. There was remembrance service taking place this morning, particularly for the Americans who were stationed here at Kimbolton in World War II and lost their lives. But on a wider basis, Remembrance Sunday, everyone now leaving the circuit, and we will take a few moments pause at 11 a.m. in remembrance of the UK and Commonwealth military personnel and civilians who have lost their lives in the 2 world wars and the various conflicts over the years.
So Remembrance Sunday, and the ceremony that will be held here will be led by Andy Groom. Andy, who you may see a lot on the Post 5. Of course, we don't really speak much about the marshals himself, but Andy, who's on Post 5, he's a big fan of all war base, and has a lot of history and collection. And if you do come to the Kimbolton circuit, head into the main office and you will see And a lot of his, I won't call it artwork, but he has a lot of little mini figures of different planes, and a lot that were based around here. I know one was called Charlie. That's what I like to point out.
It's a fantastic the clubhouse here at Kimbolton. It's a fantastic nod to the venue's military history. There's a whole host of information about the 379th Bomb Group, who were based here. As we say, they were from Gowan Field, Bowes, Idaho, and decamped here to Kimbolton when the USA joined World War II. There's various artifacts from the aircraft, military uniform, and a lot of history about... Essentially, this Kimbolton circuit is one of the storage access areas from the original airbase. If you look at some of the infield here at Kimbolton, as you can see, the track itself is modern tarmac, but look off to the side of the circuit, you can see that rather weathered old concrete, and that is the original surface from when it was an airbase.
Of course, the history relies around the karting, and that is why karting was created. It was a few lads who decided that they wanted to have a bit of fun after the war. They had a bit of scrap metal together, and they built this thing. They called it a kart. They built a few of them, and they all went racing together.
There's a lot of, you may remember the history of motorsport, there were a lot of people who had a lot of skills, a lot of knowledge gained in World War II, and they all came into motorsports and found their usage there as well. I would recommend that anyone interested in that sort of thing would visit the Silverstone Museum. There's a brilliant nod to the circuit's military origins and some of the post-war pioneers of post-war motorsport as well. We're going to wrap things up here for a few minutes. The time is now 10:56. The marshals, the circuit officials, drivers, pit crews, parents, all now gathering on the circuit. The broadcast now, they're listening to the Cenotaph Parade in London, and we're going to take a pause. We should be expected to be back on track at around 11:10 this morning. The next race will be the Honda 200s, but in the meantime, we will pause to reflect on Remembrance Sunday.
you go see some birds? I'll get you some birds. Hello, sailor. Jack, you or me?
So that was your 2 minutes Remembrance Sunday completed. Great work from Andy Groom there, who presented a brilliant communication to celebrate and remember those who lost at war and fought for our country as well. Now all the drivers will get back to their karts, some back to the paddock as well, and hopefully we can get some racing soon.
Yeah, it will be a few minutes before the racing gets back underway. Our next race scheduled is the third of the day, heat number 1 for the Honda 200s. They will be underway in just a few moments, but as you will have just seen, the paddock, the officials all pausing for a few minutes for the Remembrance Sunday commemorations, the broadcast from the Cenotaph in London, where, of course, the royal family, political parties, various military and groups all gather in the centre of London, and that's seen replicated in towns and villages across the UK as people remember those in their local communities who've been lost to conflict over the past decades. The last posters played here locally at Kimbolton, and listening out into the background, we heard the marksman locally in Kimbolton itself, the local village, a couple of miles down the road, firing the rifles to signal the 2 minutes of silence. One thing that's very poignant here, as we were saying just before we paused, is that Kimbolton itself is a venue that has very close ties to the military, and in particular to World War II. As we were saying, this is the home of the former home of the 379th Bomb Group from the US Air Force. Earlier on today, there were remembrance ceremonies for the American personnel just a little bit further on down the road at some of the old former military buildings here at Kimbolton. And this, rather like many other motorsport venues in the UK, formed from disused military base. This originally was formed in the early parts of World War II, when there was the real threat of Nazi air invasion into the UK, and when that was passed, it was later leased to the US Air Force, and they made it their home for the B-17 bomber squadrons. One of the most famous tracks in the UK being not too far away, maybe about an hour down the road at Silverstone, which was a former Lancaster bomber base. And just before we paused, I would recommend anybody's interested in motorsport history to check out the new Silverstone Museum. There's a lot of racing history, but also tracing all the way back to the medieval ages when it was a monastery, but quite a lot of focus on its military origins in World War II, where the track itself came into creation, and focusing more here on World War II. A lot of the military origins, or a lot of the early parts of post-war motorsport, coming from engineers and pilots, various people involved in the war effort who had a lot of skills, a lot of knowledge, and were keen to put that to use in more peaceful activities.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's obviously I spoke about it before we paused. That's one of the main reasons motorsport was sort of created. It was, in some ways, to cure the depression of the lads who were at war, and a way that they found it was a motorsport, and they managed to build, build cars together, and they went racing and built these tracks up that are now staged into these professional facilities.
I think a lot of these were the type of people who Enzo Ferrari labelled sometimes unkindly as the gaddies, the people based in a garage, the likes people like Colin Chapman, Ken Tyrrell, and so forth. Formula One heavyweights over the years. They all had their groundings in military service.
Exactly. That's how they built some of the best machinery. Of course, they would have been out there building up the tanks and the different machinery used to fight. And then brought it into motorsport, built an amazing machinery. I mean, Colin Chapman, the man who made Lotus, and built some of the best cars that have probably ever existed. And
then to remember people like Tony Rolt, who escaped from Colditz Castle, if I remember. I'll look it up actually, but he was a very well-known post-war driver. Lived until 2008. He died aged 89. And one of the drivers who competed in the first ever Formula One Grand Prix, had quite a history himself. So we're going to get underway with our heat of the day for the cadets. Harry Parker, Zach Squire, Sawyer Henderson, James Murphy, Keane Delaney, Ben Bors, Henry Colborne, Harry Search as they make their way through row number 5. Nicholas York and Marcus Cooper. George Pickett, Saunders, Maxwell and Rowlands, Becker and Archie Duffy, Keane Doherty, Mason O'Connor, Archie Edgar, Arthur Murphy, Finn Hollis, George Teese and Phoebe Shelton on row number 12. 23 cadets on the grid. Good turnout of drivers here, and could be quite a good race.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Of course, Honda getting their sort of own grid. I mean, obviously, they used to have a few of the Micromaxes that joined them. This is just a pure Honda grid. Interesting to see how Harry Parker Ray gets on. Just took his first ever win at Red Lodge just this past weekend, so on a big confidence booster at the moment. And I've worked with him myself a bit, doing a bit of coaching for him. He's a brilliant lad, brilliant strong driver. But he's got Soy Henderson alongside, which is never easy. And are they going to go racing? You know they don't. They're going to go round once again to start another lap. Now, are we missing Zach Squire anywhere? Because I did not see him as they came through the first couple of corners. So we'll have a little watch again, see if he turns up. But yeah, I think we're going to, actually say, random grids, we're going to see drivers who we haven't really spoke about much in the past few months suddenly come to the front end. And, of course, exposure-wise, really gives them a good opportunity to show that they can do it. Because when it comes to these heat races, it's not about pace. We've seen it time and time again. It's not about pace. It's about how you can race with your opposition. And we're going to see a lot of this here.
8 minutes plus 1 lap for the heat race. It's not a great deal of time to fight your way through the field, so good racecraft is very important indeed, and these young drivers certainly display a lot of that belies their young years. Here they go over the line to get the first cadet heat race of the way underway. It's a good start this time. They all immediately go to dive for the inside to guard that apex, and we tight into the first corner. One or two banging and buffing there on the first corner. And quite a few drivers caught up with that. Nothing serious. Everyone seems to have got back underway, but all those drivers heading towards one part of the track, always going to go wrong, but no issues for Harry Parker Ray, number 44, who grabs the early lead. Is that Soy Henderson in second place, going for the lead?
Oh, rounding outside, side-by-side action. Soy takes it. That was a brilliant move by the K-Plate winner, who has a brilliant drive up to the first spot. Harry Parker Ray just sitting there in second place at the moment. A couple of drivers we lost at the start there who managed to get going. Keane Delaney, who started up near the front, and Nicholas York as well. He's another driver that we lost as they come to finish the first lap of the race. Harry Parker Ray being reeled in by the drivers in third and fourth. Brilliant battle going on between Henry Coulburn and Deno Rowlands as they come through the first couple of corners. Rowlands on the inside of Coulburn. Yet again, Henry Coulburn, a driver who we haven't really spoke about much this season. I think one of his first attempts here to the circuit, and the move for second place could be on. That's perfect from Henry, number 44, Harry Parker Ray. Dropping down to what would be fourth now, and right behind me as well, Mason Becker. All pods out, and Dano Rowlands trying to find a way through on the 75. Couldn't get that one done, and Henry Coulburn really putting up a fight here.
Yeah, he's got through to second place. Needs to hold on to that now. Always have another peek down the inside for Dano Rowlands. This is great news for the race leader, Soy Henderson, if he can get 2 or 3 good laps in here to try and break away. Second place starting to scrap now for that position. No one really working together in this situation. You would see sometimes drivers not really racing each other, just trying to move along as something of a peloton, you might say, to catch up with the race leader, but that's not happening at the moment. They're all scrapping for position. I think Rowlands has made the move stick, although not potentially for very long, as it gets a bit tasty going into Derek's corner. Oh, some banging of wheels there. All getting very close indeed. Soy Henderson able to run his own race at the front as the number 52, Mason Becker, starting to ask questions at the front here. Battling for that third position with Henry Caldwell, Deno Rowlands, all running very well towards the front of the field. But Soy Henderson looking to try and get to work as another nip down the inside there for Becker, and takes the corner, makes it stick, drifts wide to block on the exit there. And a neat move from Mason Becker. So Rowlands now clear in second place. Deno Rowlands in second, number 21, has made up 12 positions, as has Mason Becker. So there's a few drivers coming through actually. Archie Edgar, Mason O'Connor on the charge. Phoebe Shelton further down is in 11th position, having started at the back of the field. So one or two of these drivers, Charlie, who have had poor grid positions in this first heat, really making the most of it now.
Honda Cadets never seem to disappoint with their racing, because this is amazing racing we're seeing here. And can we just say as well, some of our youngest drivers here as well, you can start racing these karts when you're 8 years old, which is just insane to hear. But always great to see him coming in nice and early. And a great drive here. Now, the driver who's behind Mason Becker, who we haven't really spoken much about, that is Alistair Saunders. Now, he's come a lot. He's come on a lot over the year, just in that green suit with the black helmet. And he's having a brilliant drive so far on that very green car. We'll call him the Mean Green Racing Machine, as they all come through Derek's corner once again. And Henry Coulburn still there inside the top 5 as well, still holding on to position for the Ambition Motorsport team. Great to see Ambition back at the circuit as well. But Mason Becker for that Project 1 kart being reeled in now by Alistair Saunders. Could be a move for the final spot on the podium coming up. We had a little look, just wasn't enough to get down the inside. With these Honda Cadets, you really have to rely on the momentum, because the karts, you know, they're not as quick as you say your junior or senior kart. You know, these drivers on these Honda GX200 engines, they're still a huge amount of power, but not enough that it makes a real effect, and there's not much gearing you can really do to separate them.
Just the smooth that's the key on the Honda 4-strokes. They carry a bit of power, but if you lose that power band, it's very difficult to get it back, which is why when you watch these drivers closely, look at the input of the steering and the acceleration. It's all very smooth, very measured. There's certainly no scope for power sliding through the corners, because you'll just sacrifice all the speed and won't really go anywhere down the straights. So cornering has to be incredibly smooth, and you can see these leading drivers doing that very well indeed. So still the K-plate of Sawyer Henderson over the line. K-plate indicating that he won the Kimbolton Festival earlier in the year, which is the focal point of the year, as Mason Becker again going down the inside, fighting for position. Archie Edgar's on the charge here. Look out for the number 26, who's just starting to get involved with the leaders as they scrap for position. A little bit of lawn mowing there going on. But in the middle of this is the number 26, who's starting to get involved in this, as Harry Parker Ray, number 44, an iconic karting number in itself, you would say here. And the 44 is having to do some real work here, as Ben Burrows, number 27, starts to put him under pressure. Edgar getting involved in this one as well. It looks like Mason O'Connor well and truly in the mix as well. Sawyer Henderson comfortably out in front as we approach the 2-minute marker before the last lap flag goes out. Although we'll look back to the leaders very shortly. A driver to look out for at the moment is Dina Rowlands, number 21, who's starting to close upon the leader. But all of the action here on the edge of the top 5 with Harry Colborne, Harry Parker Ray, Ben Bowes all running very closely indeed.
Parker Ray's really showing up here against the rest of these drivers here. Nearly showing Ben Bowes a grass that time around. He's going back on the inside. He's putting up a real fight. Now, I wonder if that's because he knows he doesn't have the pace. Oh, Murphy running a bit wide onto the grass, kicking a bit of the rain, and he just about holds onto it without making any contact, throwing his hands up in the air, saying, why on earth did that happen? But he's very lucky with that one.
That was an excellent save, not only to keep the kart pointing straight, not to get collected by other drivers. He punched the wheel in frustration there, but nonetheless he did very well to keep it pointing the right way around as the leaders make their way down to the first corner. Dina Rowlands keeping the pressure on Sawyer Henderson for the lead. We're focusing on the battle here though, very close between Harry Parker, Ray Ben Bowes, Mason O'Connor, all in there as well for the positions further down in the top 10. But Rowlands running very well as they make their way up towards Derek's corner. Here they come, the two leaders. Dina Rowlands over the last 2 laps or so has just chipped away. He's about 2 or 3 tenths a lap quicker than the race leader Sawyer Henderson. The kart really coming to him in these late stages, finding some good lines out there. And the number 21 Rowlands now starting to ask some real questions of the leader. Doesn't go for the pass this time, just holding back, waiting to make his move. Time on his side here with 2 laps to go.
You were saying it takes about he's taking about 2 or 3 tenths a lap off him, and you'd think, oh, that's not much, is it? But round this circuit with these sort of karts, that is a huge amount of time. When it just comes out to 100th of a second, finding 2 or 3 tenths a lap can make a big difference. Rowlands knows he has the pace. Can he make a way through? As we said earlier in the previous race, it's all about making up the time to catch the person in front. It's another thing overtaking the person. That's always the harder aspect of it, especially when you've got someone like Sawyer Henderson, a K-plate champion. Sawyer's come on a lot this year, obviously now winning multiple finals. Coming into the year, hadn't even won a single final, not even been on the podium in a final before. now running up at the front end. He's on the charge for the championship as well, has to be said. Championship fight coming down to the wire in Honda Cadets. First heats and the last lap board is out. Sawyer Henderson versus Denner Rowlands as they come through the first couple of corners, as Harry Parker Race still sitting on that white line. You'll see him come into shot now, just a bit further behind.
Rowlands very measured here as Henderson goes full defensive going into Derek's corner.
The first time he's defended now. He knows the pressure is on with Sawyer Henderson. That K-plate trying to hold on for all he can, but he's lost a bit of the rear end of the cart there as he go through the Derek's corner. Now he's caught a bit of a gap. Of course, the slipstream effect will come into play. And will Denner Rowlands send a late one into the final corner? He's got one more opportunity. Will he go for it? He's going to go to the outside. Will that cut into the inside? Yes, it does. It's going to be drag race to the line. Who's going to take it? It'll just be Sawyer Henderson. As they look at their front nose cones, Sawyer Henderson takes victory by half a tenth of a second.
Yeah, 500s there at the end. That was, I tell you what, that was a good effort there from Denner Rowlands. Good racecraft. I think he knew that Henderson was going to block that line into Kim Bolton, so he drifted very wide going into the final corner, trying to get him on the exit speed. Didn't quite come off for him in the end. Sawyer Henderson just about keeping the momentum to cross the line, but brilliant racing between those two on the final lap of the race.
Always great to see racing coming down to the very end, and yet again, shows how great this Honda Cadet field is. So much talent and young talent that we're going to see coming up through the ranks in the years to come. So some of these drivers you've seen today, watch out for them as they head through. Now then, we're going to head straight up to the senior categories. It's going to be senior Rotax coming up. And of course, we've got another strong field of drivers. As we head into the winter periods, we're going to be seeing a bunch of the British drivers coming in. And we're going to see how they get on. Of course, championship battle still going on. James Tester still in the lead. He's got a pretty big margin. Let's see how they get on then. It's going to be Matthias Kajelop, who will start from the pole spot. A name who we haven't really heard before this year. From Angelica Kennard and Nush Savaleas, from Tom Pryor, George Hart, Jake Fisher, Dan Renton, from Charles Sutton, Miles Roby, Luke Bate from James Johnson, Ethan Martin, Harrison Crowther. Nice to see Harrison back. From Harvey Williams, Joseph Alton, Macaulay Bishop here as well, from Joshua Valance, Isaac Reynolds, Antoine Lemex, from Daniel Kevoy, Michael Morgan, Will Forber, Jake Cox, from Adam White, Josh Smith, Charlie Webb, Noah Barham, Tobian Alvarez, Charlie F. Grave, Elliot Rice, Declan Luff, Eli Baden, Finley Jones and Charlie Neve starting from the final spot. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. We've got a big amount, of course, Macaulay Bishop.
Some big names here as well. We've got Josh Valance, Isaac Reynolds, Antoine Lemieux, Daniel Kayoff, Michael Morgan, Will Forber, Jake Cox, Adam White on row number 12. And looking further back, they make their way through. It'll be interesting to see. That's a driver I've not heard of before. Danish driver, I believe. With a name like that, you would say. Matthias Hjellerup, the driver. I don't know if you know much more about him, but
to be honest, a new name to me, which is always great to see. We love to see new names into the sport. Great to see a much more European drivers coming to the stage. He's with the KR Sport team.
Oh,
watch out for them. Oh, big carnage as they come through to try and start the first race. And one of the KR Sport drivers, that was Matthias. He had a bit of struggle there trying to get away. Of course, if one cart bogs, that's just going to foul everyone into the back of each other. And, well, try and see if we can reload that back up on the YouTube. See if we can have a little look at what really happened there. We're so focused on looking at everything else.
Looked like Keller's car just seemed to bog coming out of the Kimbolton corner onto the straight. So that creates a bit of a, almost like a logjam as drivers all concertina into each other. They did very well. There was a bit of banging in there, but a few collisions, but did very well not to have anything too serious there. When a driver fails on the start like that, it can be cause a bit of a knockback further down the field. But yeah, quite a few new drivers. We were just looking at this off screen at what happened. The drivers all in line. To me, it looked like Kellerup's car just didn't seem to really go anywhere at the start. There
was a few drivers who were really struggling at the start there to get going.
But it looks like everyone's in one piece. I don't think there are any nose cones damaged there by the looks of things, so it should all be well. There is the number 88 of Matthias Kellerup with Angelica Kennard alongside kart number 31, the driver who snatched the lead at the start of that abandoned start, you would say. Noah Saffa, there's Tom Pryor, George Hart, Jake Fish all in there. So let's go again. Looks like a better start this time as Kellerup gets the drive on the inside, guards that inside line into the first corner. Oh dear, and number 31, Kennard, tagged from behind with the full 360. Driver okay.
There is. There's a lot of
trouble
going on here.
Trouble on the Willows as well. 1 or 2 drivers having to abandon the racing line. It's carnage at the back here at this Rotax. We'll let it all settle down.
This is why we love senior Rotax racing. All the mayhem's going on in the first couple of laps here.
And I'll tell you what, poor Angelica Kennard from second. Somebody looked like she got tagged from behind. The kart did a full 360 down the straight. She's got away in stone last position, although 1 or 2 drivers looked like they dropped out at the end of the first lap. So Keller leads. Now it's Safa Leathers in second. Miles Roby, James Johnson, Harvey Williams, and good start from Macaulay Bishop up to 6th position. But a fast, furious start to this race here, Charlie.
Yeah, definitely watch out for Macaulay Bishop. Of course, one of the leading British drivers and European drivers. A big accolade in junior racing as well as senior racing. You know, winning Euro trophies, nearly winning the World Championship for Rotax. So Macaulay Bishop, a strong driver, someone to watch out for. He's only really come in for a bit of a laugh, having a nice fun time around the circuit, but definitely is going to come here to win this race. Good moves going on a bit further behind. That's for 3rd place. That's James Johnson, who we haven't seen the name in quite a while. Great to see him back in the field as the rest of the drivers can find through. But Mateus, what a race he's having so far. One of our European drivers who have come over to race here at Kimbolton. Great to see a bunch of European drivers who, you know, I think he's a driver who's raced sort of with the Genk circuit, based in Belgium, and great to see a bunch of European drivers coming through.
That's
1, 2, 4.
That's a good track, Genk. That's the one where Max Verstappen grew up, on the Limburg, on the Dutch-Belgian border. I've raced there before. That is quite a track. That is
awesome. Amazing circuit, and yeah, definitely one where a lot of champions were made there, especially when it comes to your Rotax drivers as well. Battles going on pretty much throughout the rest of the field. Joshua Smith's getting his hands in there. Josh Smith, who started right down the field, as well as Finley Jones, who of course is the K-Plate winner. He's working his way through. Another name who started from the back of the field, who I haven't really spoken much about, Charlie Neve, who, if you may remember from last year, was a really good junior Rotax driver, who we always saw him battling up at the sharp end of the field. And, of course, went into senior Rotax. We saw him a bit earlier this year. Took a bit of time off for exams, and it's finally starting to come back into it. Macaulay Bishop, a late move to the inside, and I think that's going to be something we'll see a lot of today. Macaulay Bishop is always someone who's known for making moves, and that was another late move. Macaulay Bishop on that Dan Holland racing machinery, coming through the first few corners.
1 or 2 new drivers out here looking out towards the midfield, the likes of the number 149 in this race, who I think we just saw a moment ago there. That's Antoine Lemieux, a French-Canadian driver. Very prominent Rotax, junior Rotax driver, I should say. And currently battling with Charlie Webb for 12th position. Charlie Webb, incidentally, setting the fastest lap of the race. So
got there by Luke Bate. Got on the inside of the MLC driver there. Luke Bate, who took a bit of time away to race in the City Car Cup, which, for those who don't know, is a bunch of Citroen C1 racing, which is always a bit of fun. He had a great weekend at Croft and really enjoyed it. He's going to be definitely looking at doing that next year full time. And always great to see drivers going into cars, maybe coming back to karting. Behind him is Harrison Crowther, who we haven't seen the name in quite a while here at Kimbolton. Crowther, who, as said again, he's a brilliant junior driver that moved into seniors, has been up at the sharp end of the field. Of course, may have seen him in the British Championships, maybe in the UKC. He goes on the inside of Luke Bate. And Jake Fisher trying to do the double. Nearly got both of them. Luke Bate really bogged as he came round that final corner. Brilliant battles going on as they head down to turn 1. Just watching here on your screens, Charlie Webb getting involved there. All on the defensive line. That's not going to end up well. Bate shoved straight to the back. And this is brilliant race, isn't it?
Yeah, running very well. Matthias Keller, despite that incident at the initial start, starting to control the race quite well so far. So Nush Safa-Leathers in second position. Macaulay Bishop right in there as well. They battle for 3rd place. There's the number 6, closely followed by the number 111 of James Johnson. 3rd and 4th making up some positions. They were the drivers who had the poor grid positions at the start of this race, but Bishop making up 13 positions, James Johnson up 9, Harvey Williams 9 positions, Harrison Crowther. They're all starting to fight their way through the field. There's a warning flag a little bit further down for the number 25. That's Will Forber, who's made up 12 positions up to 10 positions, so we've got just under 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining So 25, the machine of Will Forber there, receiving the black and white diagonal flag. And that's what they would say is unsportsmanlike behaviour. So just to explain to people who might be new to this, it's essentially, you'll see the number 25 on the virtual marshal on the finish line there, and a contact warning for James Johnson, the 4th place 111 driver. To use a football term, that's the equivalent to, say, the yellow card, a warning to the drivers. No action taken here, but it's just a warning to them.
Yeah, exactly. It's not punishing them straight away. It's just saying, look, we've noticed what you're doing. We just want you to bring it back a bit, calm yourself down. We're going to give you another couple opportunities to make it up. And it could be for anything. It could be for track limits. It could be for making a bit of contact whilst out on the circuit. And just catching on here. Number 6, Macaulay Bishop. Not really closing in on the drivers like I thought he would be. Of course, he's one of the main protagonists in British and European motorsport when it comes to karting. He is not really closing in on new Savalayers. Of course, it's always brilliant for the least experienced drivers, we'll call them, to learn off these experienced drivers. So, of course, with the random grids, they might just come and overtake them. And when that does happen, they can sit behind, follow them for a few laps, and understand more about their driving to some extent, work out where they can do some better lines. But as Macaulay Bishop closes in,
the race leader Matthias Keller now leading by 1.6 seconds. As we say, Danish driver, a lot of European experience. You're more of a Kim Bolton expert than most people, Charlie. I think that's a first-time visitor, isn't it? Battle of second here, but getting close. That's tasty.
And James Johnson taking a lot of them. That was a brilliant move from James Johnson. Of course, we're seeing a lot of that. Drivers making contact with each other, really slow each other down, and can allow space through. But as I say, yeah, with the Kim Bolton circuit, with the European circuits that these drivers go to, and mega move from Macaulay Bishop. Of course, Macaulay just loves to make a move. No matter how late it is, he's always going to send one on the inside. You just got to wait for it coming. These European drivers, of course, used to say warmer temperatures. I don't know how Belgium is half the time. It's mostly raining.
Belgium's permanently raining. I know Belgium quite well. But
of course, them circuits are a bit more grippier. So when you come to a circuit like Kim Bolton, of course, Kim Bolton's only used 2 days a month. So the track usually stays a lot more solid. The tarmac stays a lot more solid, which makes you have to work a bit harder with the car. That sort of, I say developed the European driver, because they think, right, we've got to use the steering wheel a bit more and sort of work with the car a bit more, which when you're at the European circuits, you've got to be really smooth, especially a circuit like Genk, which is massive. And you really got to keep your minimum speed up through the corners. So being really smooth and really precise with the car always helps as the last lap board comes out. But you know what, Matthias Jalop, someone we need to watch out for here today, because it's got a massive gap at the moment. Of course, Bishop now into second place.
From a Kim Bolton point of view, I'm pretty sure I've never seen him race here before. That's a new name as far as we can tell here.
Have a little look. But yeah, definitely someone to watch out for. Of course, we're going to get a nice mix here of the our pure British drivers, let's say, who we've seen time in, time out. But watch out for this man on your screens. For the KR Sport team, this is a brilliant way to start your Kim Bolton history. Taking a first heat win for Matthias. Number 88 takes victory from Macaulay Bishop in second place. Macaulay, I say, won't probably be happy with that one, because he is always a driver who wants to win, but that will come a bit later on. James Johnson from Harrison Crowther, from Harvey Williams, Noosh Savalayers, who held on brilliantly to sixth place. Really good job by him. From Jake Fisher, Antoine Lemex, brilliant drive from him, up 11 places up to 8th. Great start to his debut as well. From Joshua Smith, Miles Roby, Will Forber, Luke Bate, Charlie Webb, Finley Jones, Noah Barham, Eli Baden, George Hart, Josh Valance, Tom Pryor, Charlie Neve, Toby and Alvarez, Charlie F. Grave, Jake Cox, Charles Sutton, Declan Luff. Rounds out your top 25. We lost Dan Renton. We also lost Adam White at the start. But a lot of drivers making their way through the field. I think senior Rotax definitely can be one to watch out for in the final.
Some rather notable guest drivers there. Like I say, very much an international favourite. Matthias Jellerup, the Danish driver, taking the victory. Another new driver who did very well there was Antoine Lemieux, the Canadian driver, up to 8th position, making up 11 positions with Joshua Smith, who also charged through quite well. So certainly bodes well for Senior Rotax a little bit later on. It really is a Rotax day today. We've got a big group of Junior Rotax there. Second heat is coming up in just a few minutes' time. Firstly, of course, we have the Micromax, who rarely have their own race, but it's great to see a good entry of the Honda Cadets and the Micromax, and as such, we've got the second Cadet class, you would say here, the Micromax, getting underway with their first heat very shortly indeed. Giant Prakash is getting underway shortly as Mason Munster's second on the grid. Ronnie Allen and Lucas Howling, drivers, will be making their way out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. Ralph Ewer and Oliver Woodall on row number 3 with Rafe Owen, Harley Merrison in there as well. Lenny Barton, Jensen Darlow from Hendricks Falat, Thomas Laidler, Arlo Gamble, the Boers, Alfie Hennell and Lenny Eden, Felix Tandy, Brady Atkin and Kai Suri. So looking at that lineup here, we've got Giant Prakash, who tends to go quite well in this class, starting from the pole position. So that'll be a great advantage for him in this first heat. Really got to make that count. But the likes of Jensen Darlow, Hendricks Falat, a little bit further down in the midfield. So likewise, of course, Prakash will be further back in heat number 2. So the top drivers seem to be separated here, so that could have a real dynamic as the race gets underway.
100%. Of course, Mason Munster, brilliant drivers who we've seen up at the front end. J.M. Prakash, who, if you've watched Honda Cadet, you may remember the name. He was a driver who fought up quite a sharp end with the Ambition Motorsports team. Here is the list once again, to you can have a little look through. Another driver who I want to speak about, Felix Tandy. Now, you might know the surname, Nick Tandy, if you remember the name. A very prominent endurance racer, won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and a driver who is supported by the Wearer Tools Napa racing team, who, if you've seen the last few years, have just expanded over the touring car package. Felix, who did a lot of Bambino racing, has only just moved up into the cadet classes. Otherwise, a driver spins there. That's not always the best way you want to start your formation lap. But to come around the final couple of corners, as I say, big group of and a host of drivers. Micromax getting their own grid as well, which is always great to see. Big jump in the grids for these drivers. Will we get raced for the first time? Asking, yes, we do, down into turn 1. Prakash still on the defensive line, driver in third. Flat Dan Holland trying to go round the outside. That's number 57. Ronnie Allen having a little look. He'll slot into second place as the rest of the field comes flying through. And all the drivers safe and sound as they enter into Derek's corner. And some battles going on a bit further down the middle of the pack. But a great start by J.M. Prakash.
Yeah, Prakash getting underway very well indeed. This is the great opportunity, heat number 1, starting from the front row of the grid. Really got to make that count. Ronnie Allen with a good start as they make their way down the TKM straight now. Challenging in second place. Lucas Howling, Ralph Ewer a little bit further back as the leading group make their way down Inchiquin Bolton corner for the first time. And over the line they go, so it's the number 44 of Prakash that leads the way. Allen in second place, great start for him, challenging for the lead. Oliver Woodall with a good start as Allen gets that front wheel down the inside.
Always overshot it a bit.
Yeah, a little bit too hot into Stowe corner. Will the momentum carry him through? Yes, it will. And there he goes, makes his way through. A bit of trouble further behind. You'll see the green flag being waved. A driver in the barriers. Looks like they swapped ends. And the marshals making their way through. The race goes on, but there is a driver in the crash barriers, so we're going to see how quickly the marshals can deal with that one. Hopefully they can clear the track. Number 40, Oliver Woodall, getting through to second place. Had a great start so far, making up 3 positions. And Woodall now trying to challenge for the lead. I can tell you off camera that the marshals have retrieved the kart, but there may be some damage to the tyre barrier. But no, they've cleared the track. It's all good. So we've got a clear track. And racing now into the first corner. Down the inside goes the number 40. Neat little move there from Oliver Woodall. And doing very well there, Charlie, to cover the apex there and prevent the repass coming out of the corner.
Yeah, great move by Woodall. Of course, you may remember the name. Did a lot of stuff with Strawberry Racing. Now has moved over to the Paralyn chassis, which we haven't really seen much of here at Kimbolton, but seems to be doing all good. So a brilliant battle here in the top 3 between, of course, Woodall as well as Allen and Prakash as well. Prakash, who's with the Sam Pollitt racing team, which if you are here at the paddock, you will be very easily very spot the Sam Pollitt racing team with a massive truck and awning Just shows the amount of professionalism within the sport. I mean, just looking from the commentary box, you could literally spot the truck. It's one of the biggest ones here. And the timer keeps ticking down. In 4th place, Jensen Darlow, who is high up in the championship. I think actually leading the championship in the Micromax series. He's had a great year so far. Really stepped up his game this year and has really put in the results.
There's Jensen Darlow, 4th position. The green... fluorescent green colouring, so that can't very easy to pick out, and he has made 6th position so far, now starting to tag on to this leading group of drivers. He's pulling along Mason Munster. They won 27 with him as well. Oh, what a mistake there on the run out of Kestrel Corner for the 3rd position. That was the number 57, Ronnie Allen, who loses a position, just ran wide and got a wheel on the grass, which halted his progress a bit. There's Darlow in 4th. Jensen Darlow, fastest lap of the race, 48.03 last time round, making up 6 positions. Arthur Bowers in 7th place, cart number 9 on the charge. There on the infield was the number 17 of Kai Suri, the driver who span into the tyre barriers on the first lap. Driver okay, but having to wait things out in the infield. We'll look at Darlow here in 4th, just behind the number 44 of Jayam Prakash, the driver who started on pole position, still battling for 2nd place. Darlow just tagging on in there in 4th place, looking to get involved in this battle for 2nd.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what he does in the next couple of corners. The driver behind, Mason Munster, who I correct myself, he is the championship leader. Jensen Darlow's there in 3rd place. Oliver Brunt is 2nd place. Oliver Brunt, who isn't here this weekend, so Darlow will move up to 2nd as he makes a move on J.M. Prakash. Munster finding a way through. That was very neatly done by Mason Munster. Just open up the opportunity and make his way through. I mean, the battle at the front hasn't really moved around. There's not much in pace-wise. The pack is still pretty close together. Of course, all this battling for 2nd place will let the leader have a good advantage, try and pull away. Fastest driver out there on the circuit is also Mason Munster. So Mason Munster, who's pretty much picking these drivers off one by one. I think he's just following Jensen Darlow now. Of course, these two have known each other all year now, have raced each other all year as well, as he makes the move for the 2nd spot. So Munster and Darlow will know how to race each other, a bit different like the other drivers will, because of course these guys have just come to sort of end the season off. Will not really have the experience like these two have had this year. I mean, these guys have been here, week in, week out, putting in the lap. So I think, especially when it comes to these winter periods, of course, because these lads were here sort of January, February time, Darlow's going to know how to drive this circuit a bit different to the other drivers, because he's done that and he's done it before. So going to be interesting to watch. Mason Munster trying to find a way through past Ronnie Allen, who's there on the Dan Holland racing kart, as they come through the final corner to complete yet another lap. 2 minutes 20 seconds on the clock.
Oliver Waddle making up 5 positions at the start of this race. Jensen Darlow now to 2nd place, but Oliver Waddle controlling the race quite well as we head towards the closing stages. 2 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, and at the moment at least Oliver Waddle just maintaining a cushion at the front, just over a second, as Jensen Darlow and Ronnie Allen start to fight it up for 2nd place. This would be great news for the race leader if this battle of 2nd place starts to hot up. We've got Mason Munster in there, Jayam Prakash, Arthur Bowers, who's made up a whole load of places, now into 6th place, setting the fastest lap of the race, number 9. Trying to catch up on this battle for 2nd place, and now back into 2nd goes Jensen Darlow as he fights for position with Ronnie Allen. Oliver Waddle continuing to pull away at the front, running his own race as he crosses the line. We've got 1.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Darlow still there in 2nd from Ronnie Allen, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, all very close indeed. Not much racing going on here. The drivers just following each other around at the moment. No one too keen. There's still a bit of time to go here. 1:16 plus the 1 lap remaining. So realistically, at least 2 laps to go here. And I don't think anybody is too aggressive on the corners here. Just holding position for the time being, keeping the pace going. What they don't want to be doing here is fighting for position, slowing each other down and drawing other people into it here. Jensen Darlow trying to catch up with the race leader as they make their way through. It's going to be tight on the clock here. We've got 48 seconds on the clock now as they make their way out to the final corner. So it's going to be tight here, Charlie. I think realistically next time round should be the last lap of the race.
Yeah, we've got 2 laps left in this race, and here's your leader at the moment, Woodall, who's absolutely driven away the gap hasn't really closed in. He's just been keeping that gap keep increasing. At times do show, and it seems to be one of the fastest drivers out there at the moment. Of course, Arthur Bowers now has the fastest lap of the race. He finished 9th in the British Championship this year, so he's been a strong protagonist throughout this year. Of course, he'd be fighting his way through. He's made up 8 places in this race so far, but this battle at the front, I don't think is over just yet. Of course, I think they're going to realise soon enough that that lead pack that leader he's just not going to be able to catch. So the battle for second will now start. And look at this from Ronnie Allen going on the inside of Jensen Darla for second place. We'll pan to the battle for second in just a moment's time as we watch Woodall coming through the Willow section. There is the battle for second place on your screens. Let's see how they get going into Derek's corner. Jensen Darla defends pretty nicely. Ronnie Allen trying to keep his momentum up and gets a little nudge from JM Prakash behind. Prakash is going to be wanting to help him out here, because if he can find a way through, that will make it even better. But for Oliver Woodall at the front of your field, it's just got to do one more corner on that Paralin chassis. And what a way to start off the weekend for Oliver Woodall as he comes round to take the checker flag in the first heat for Micromax. Jensen Darla, a very strong second place, and it was a drag race to the line. Literally 100th between Prakash and Allen, from Arthur Bowers, who round out your top 5 from Mason Munzer and Hendrix Fallat. Arlo Gamble, Waif Owen from Lenny Barton, and Felix Tandy, who finished up in 11th. Then it was Alfie Helen from Lucas Howland, Thomas Layla from Bradley Atkin, Harley Merrison, Lanny Ednu, and Ralph Ewer and Kai Suri were your 2 retirees. That was pretty exciting racing. Went down to the very end. Oliver Woodall, who managed to sneak his way through, had that bit of a margin, and a bit of a gap's just what you need when it comes to trying to take victories. Great battle for second place, and time for some more junior Rotax racing.
Yeah, we go back to our junior Rotax. This is the second of 3 heat races. Once again, full grid of drivers. So with the high numbers of junior Rotax, they will have 3 heats as opposed to the 2, and a B final, with the A final rounding things off as the final race later on this afternoon. So once again, a lot of drivers out there. The first lap will be very important. Quite a few fancied names starting a little bit further down the field. So Ryan Rapini, winner of the first heat. Blake Southern way towards the back of the field. So it'll be the number 21 of Samuel Aston that leads them away from 37, Oscar Keane in second. Daniel Butcher, Connor Large on row number 2. Adam Turicek and George Phillips on row 3. Lucy Wielden, Theo Hamilton on row number 4. The 5th row is made up of Theo Hamilton with John Richardson in there as well. Harry Freeman, Lucas Nibbs and Bo Winslade on row 6. Callum Sims, Jacob Aston on row number 7. Joseph Berkery and Max Wheatley on row number 8. The 9th row is made up of the number 133 Lauren McVeigh, Stanley Williams, Toby Farthing, Archie Buchanan in 20th, Kevin Ivanov in 11th place, Joe Dufficy, Ryan Rapini, who ran so well in the first heat, down in 23rd from Oliver Barton on row number 12. And further back, we've got the likes of Tobias Johns, Max Braskov, Charlie Wolfett, Lucas Radcliffe. The drivers going round again for another lap as they're going the way. Blake Southern there, you can see down in 30th position. The grid not really forming up. I think they...
half the grid wasn't there, I don't think.
I think everyone taking advantage here to do another formation lap, get some more temperatures in there. So quite a lot going on in this race, and quite a few names further down to look out for as well. The first heat winner, Ryan Rapini, who ran so well. He, of course, in the second heat will be starting further down the field. And Blake Southam, who was right at the front in heat number 1 earlier on, is pretty much at the back. Be interesting to see the number 54, Kevin Ivanov, a driver who we saw in the Honda Cadets running very well as a front runner, now making the step up to junior Rotax. A whole kettle of fish for him there. Let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this. A lot of cadet drivers moving their way up. Of course, we've seen Oliver Barton as well. He was the vice champion in the Intermax category from last year. We're going to see a lot of drivers who have made some very strong steps in the cadet field. Move into the junior series. You'll see them moving in the later stages of the year try and work on maybe next year and try and see what they can do. Can we get going for the second time asking? Hopefully so, but a bit of an like a mechanical issue for one of the drivers on the third road again. And the big mechanical issue and a big spin. Couple of drivers into the wall. We'll try and pick them out. One of the Aston brothers, Ryan Rapini, got involved in that one as well. John Richardson and Logan Hartshaw, who's actually lost a wheel.
Yeah,
a
Logan,
very big accident there. And thankfully all the drivers are out the kart, but some barrier damage there. Drivers who, that's going to probably be a Battenberg flag once again. Yet again, just shows how badly one mechanical issue can cause. Of course, you saw on the first road there, looked like Oscar Keane struggling to get away. That all bunched everyone into each other, and the worst happened.
Yeah, the mechanical issues with the two strokes, they're well finely tuned, highly jetted as well. And when those karts bogged down out of the power band, they struggled to get the power. Didn't see exactly who it was, but one driver really struggling for momentum on around the third row, causing a concertina. Quite a few drivers caught up in the melee, a lot of drivers crashing out, most able to rejoin the field. They're all lining up in grid position here, so whether it's been classed
as definitely won't go around again. We'll have to go around again because the barrier damage, there is, quite sufficient barrier damage. So they'll go around again. We are missing Oscar Keane in this one.
Looking at the starter, I'm not so sure, actually. Looks like they're going to have a go.
Oh, we're going to go. We're going to go racing here. Down into turn one. Let's see how they get on then. So Sam Aston will lead away, and before that's not going to be ending too well. Dan Butcher locking up into a spin and has taken out.
Jacob Aston in there as well.
Yeah, Sam Aston's gone with him as well. That was not the start that Sam Aston would have wanted. And who is this who's into the leader race? George Phillips there in second place. Lucy Wilden into the top three. Could that be Adam Turek who's made his way into the lead? Of course, we'll have a little look as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. Good start by Max Wheatley as well as they come through. Of course, Callum Sims is in the race as well. He's going to be trying to make up some spots for his championship battle as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. Absolute carnage going on here.
That's the number 47 of Adam Turek that takes the lead. 44.2, first lap of the race. George Phillips, Lucy Wilden, Harry Freeman, Stanley Williams with a good start in the melee there. And Lonnie McVeigh, Charlie Wolfett all making up a lot of positions after those dramatic couple of opening laps. Max Braskoff, Oliver Barton in there as well. And Blake Southern still in the race up to 13th position. Ryan Rapini having a bad start, caught up in that trouble. Currently down in 24th position, the winner of the first heat. So it's been a dramatic start. We've lost a few drivers there. John Richardson out of the race. Kevin Ivanoff, the newcomer to the Rotax, out on the first lap by the looks of things. Logan Hartson, Oscar Keane and Tobias Johns. So trouble at the start of this heat race. But Adam Turek, one of the drivers on the cusp of the leading group, you would say, now having his advantage at the front and trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, brilliant stuff here from Adam Turek. Great to see him up in front. And this is what we love about the random grids. Yet again, we're seeing drivers who we haven't seen before up at the front end, really showing what they've got. Stanley Williams having a good battle with Harry Freeman. Harry Freeman made the move on Lucy Wilden and managed to hold on to it. Williams trying to find his way through. I think we're going to see a lot of Williams here and of course this round and the next round. He's going to be Callum Sims' right-man wing, trying to take him to the championship. It's not going to be easy trying to battle it up against the Jack Dex racing squad, but he's going to be trying everything he can. Great move there by one of the MLC drivers. That was Charlie Wolfett who made the move on Lucy Wilden. Wilden fighting back though. Great to see Lucy Wilden, one of our female drivers, having a brilliant race so far. And the number 84 and the 182 are under investigation. Of course, that is Stanley Williams, who made up 14 places. Could he have been in that bit of the melee? Well, that'll be another question for the steward to sort out.
Yeah, Louis Radcliffe as well, another driver who's under investigation. But in the meantime, Stanley Williams making up 14 positions. Charlie Wolfett, number 6, making up 22, up to 5th position now. So again, it's getting close. There he is, the number 6, making another position as they fight just behind there. And over the line go the leading group of drivers. Turek still leading the way. George Phillips, Harry Freeman, Stanley Williams, the top 4 now clear. As Charlie Wolfett now just onto some more wheel banging here into the first corner. This is all going to benefit the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett, who's now clear in 5th place. And this is the great thing if a driver can do this. Charlie Wolfett, who's down, has trouble on the final corner. Driver in the tyre barriers. We'll have a look. I think the marshals dealing with the situation. The Battenberg flag is coming out. So there's a driver in the tyre barriers coming out of Kim Bolton corner. The car, well and true, driver appears to be okay, but the car's wedged in the tyre barriers. Marshall on the circuit.
No, these drivers are not slowing down. That was not sufficient. They should have been slowing down when they saw the flags, but you saw there, that really put the Marshall at risk there. That is not great to see. Of course, drivers are slowing down now, but that could have been really serious. I do hope the Marshall got that car out of the way. Brilliant stuff as the drivers start to slow down. Well, what a race we've had so far. A lot of, what we don't like to see. A lot of, I say carnage.
I think Adam Juracek here, the race leader, you can see the carts going very little above walking pace. Now, look at the clock on the left-hand side of your screen. The race is still in place here. They are racing here, but they are under the Battenberg conditions. So what it means is that the leader of the race, the number 47, is essentially the pace car. He controls the pace of the field here. And he's got to be careful not to go too slowly to lose that tyre temperature, because that could sacrifice his grip into the first corner. But he's running the clock down here. 3:32. The more he can do this, if he can just reduce the amount of laps he needs to drive, that would work in his favour. That's why the pack is going so slowly. I think here, Charlie, fair to say that the green flag is going to come out at the end of the lap. The Battenberg flag only out because of the kart being recovered from a dangerous position. The Marshall's got that kart clear, so we are going to go green. So Juracek, I think, knows this. He's going to try and run the clock down.
Yeah, this is the perfect example of time wasting. You've seen it time and time again in football. It's the same here. He has really slowed down his drivers. You can see them all starting to oil up. When they get to trying to get the power down, none of these karts are going to go anywhere. But yet again, this is going to be interesting. So the 47 now on your screens for the Cadet Racing team, a new team that started up not long ago, really showing some strong dominance. Watch out for the 69, Callum Sims. He needs to make up some positions for his championship. He's got the Stanley Williams there to help him out. He is his teammate, his right wing man, as we said earlier. But this is going to get interesting. And, well, we've seen it before in this race. No one's going to be backing off, let's say.
Yeah,
there's going to be some technical moves, I think, let's call it.
He's got to keep moving.
Oh, he's really stopped it.
He's almost, he's got to be careful not to lose the engine here, because remember, these two-stroke machines, they were prone to oiling up. They like to be revved. They're not the best when they're trickling around like this, especially in cold, damp conditions like we got today. So Juracek almost above walking pace. I think he was getting chivied along there a little bit by George Phillips to say, come on, let's go a little bit quicker than this. So the track is now clear. So again,
I think this might be the longest lap in Kim Bolton history. I think that's probably over a minute long, I think.
I'm going to be curious to have a look at the lap time when they come around. They are racing here, I should say.
Really stopping it on the apex.
This is really taking it to the extreme here. So he's going to get the power down now to the apex. And struggling for the picker. Yeah, all in the main jet there. Here they go over the line.
Perfect start from Turek. Now he's on the
2 minutes,
so far.
2 minutes 50.79 the lap time last time round.
That's amazing. Turek and already carnage going on as he entered into turn one, but Turek still leading the way as they come through the first couple of corners, drivers, and a big move from Harry Freeman to second place. Gets that move done. Charlie Wolfit's going to try and get the cut back and try and find a way through on George Phillips. Phillips holds on to third place as they come round, but Adam Turek starting to build the gap.
I'll tell you what, Juracek there, the race leader, it was a very extreme tactic, but it seems to have worked well here because he got the jump on the field. Now everyone's scrapping for second place, and just for a couple of laps, 51 on the clock, I think he'll have to go around again. He's just given himself that little bit of advantage at the front here.
That's exactly what he wanted to do. That is the perfect plan played out by Adam Turek. But Harry Freeman is starting to close in now, 41.89. He has the fastest lap of the race, and the times are going to start to tick down now as they head into the closing stages of this race. 30 seconds left on the board, plus that additional lap. Watch out for the drivers in 4th and 5th here. You're going to see same liveries. That's the Evolution Racing team. Max Wheatley just at the back of this train as well. But these two are teammates. They are here to win this championship together. Callum Sims is the man who needs to win. Stanley is here to take it, and they've done team orders. They've let each other pass. Callum Sims has gotten past Stanley Williams. That is team orders. But look at the defensive now. Harry Freeman is right there. He's going to go to the inside. Will he get that move done? That was perfect.
Good, that was.
From Harry Freeman. Harry Freeman into the lead of the race as they head on to the penultimate lap of the race.
Now he's going to defend. Chiricek there was a little bit too deep into Stoke Corner, which allows Freeman to get through. And incidentally, further back, we've got Lauren McVeigh coming through, Ryan Rapini, first heat winner, also coming through. But a great move there on the final lap here for the number 5, Harry Freeman, here into the final corner. Charlie looks like he's going to wrap this one up.
Yeah, he's building up the gap, and a big move from Charlie Wolfett on the inside, getting pushed wide with Adam Turek. He's lost all his spots, down to 5th. 1 lap left in what's been an exhilarating race. Adam Freeman still leading the way then as they head into the final lap. Harry Freeman with a big gap to Charlie Wolfett now. Well, it's going to be a hard ask to see if Charlie can close his gap down. He's going to try all that he can. And still good racing so far. Callum Sims there in 4th place. Now what will Sally Williams do? Will he let his teammate pass to gain those more championship points that he needs? We'll find out in the next couple of corners. But it's going to be one last ask from Charlie Wolfett. Will he send the late one to the inside? No, he won't. Round the final corner comes Harry Freeman in the second heat. What has been an exhilarating race takes victory here at Kimbolton. Charlie Wolfett in second place from Stanley Williams and Callum Sims. From Adam Turek, Max Wheatley, Ryan Rapini, who can we just say spun at the start of the race, manages to clinch it all the way back to 7th. From Lauren McVeigh and George Phillips, Blake Southern, who made up 20 places, rounds out your top 10. Maximilian Brascoff from Louis Radcliffe, from Connor Large, Sam Aston, Lucy Wilden, Thea Hamilton, Izzy White, from Oliver Barton, Archie Bookham, Toby Farvin, rounds out your top 20. And in that race, we lost Jacob Aston, John Richardson, Kevin Ivov, Tobias Johns, Logan Hartshaw, and Oscar Keane, all out of the race. And breathe. What a race.
Quite a dramatic race. Looking at the race control, there's a bit of work for the stewards to do after that one, I think. Quite a few drivers under investigation for various misdemeanors. So quite a incident-packed junior Rotax with such a competitive field out there. It's no real surprise to see action from start to finish there. There was quite a bit of a shunt on the starting grid as well, with one kart bogging down and struggling to get going. So there might be just a couple of moments pause before our next race gets underway. It's the Senior X30 currently on the dummy grid at the moment, getting out onto the track very shortly. And at the moment, the pit crews and parents making their way onto the circuit just to recover one or two of those stricken karts from the start line incident in the Junior Rotax. There is one more heat to come on a little bit later on for the Junior Rotax heat number 3. Big grid of drivers here, so they'll have 3 heats in total before the B and the A final later on. We've seen this before, where B finals and A finals. The winner of the B final is almost a repechage, where the winner gets through to the A final. And we've sometimes seen drivers do pretty well in those circumstances.
Yeah, of course. Top 4 go into the A final. And obviously opens up the opportunity, especially for those who've maybe had a lot of issues in the heats. Gives them that last opportunity to get into the final. They like to call it the second chance final out in Europe. Coming into Senior X30, I'm going to pop off in a minute just to have my lunch, but I want to keep an eye on Jack Dan here. Jack Dan, who's leading the championship, has not won a final yet this year. Someone to watch out for, of course, James Tester, who's having a little go in this as well. Watch out for drivers like Kate Ashman as well. You can see on your screens on the second row with the white helmet. She's going to be one to watch out for. Let's get Senior X30 underway.
Yeah, Senior X30 is now getting underway as they make their way out onto the circuit.
Is there a way to adjust the gain without the screen? I'm seeing toggles on the side.
So here's the Senior X30 starting grid. Bailey Brooker from James Tester, Katie Ashman and Ed Peed on row number 2. Alex Wiley, Jessica Fitch-Hall on row number 3. CJ Bennett and Oliver Picula on row number 4. Row 5 is Max Wright and Jack Dan. Row 6, Reese Barber, Derek Morgan. Then it's Monty Braithwaite, James Reynolds, Hayden Eldridge and Liv Jenkins on row number 8. And looking a little bit further back, row number 9, Max Anderson, Sam Branston, Sebastian Dew and Piotr Jurovic on row number 10. Jack Stewart, Joe Castro on row 11. Josh Jones and Tristan Powell on row number 12, 24. And the final 2 drivers, 25th and 26th, being Daniel Bridgen and James Workman, 25th and 26th respectively. As for the first time today, the Senior X30 class for their first heat of the day. This looks like it's going to be another run round here. The grid nowhere near in position. The starter didn't look too happy with the drivers when they went through, so quite evidently the start has been called off. The drivers will go round again. Now, we do see this happen sometimes, in especially the winter months, the cooler temperatures. It's difficult to get that temperature into the tyres, and the drivers sometimes a little bit tactical. They won't really, they're supposed to form a grid at the end of the formation lap, but no real formation there at all. No one really getting into position before the race got underway, so the starter left with no alternative but to call the start off, and hopefully they'll do it this time. Now, the one thing to consider here is we're now into the winter hours, not so much daylight, and there is a bit of time pressure from the organisers to get all of the races in before there's not a floodlit circuit here, so they do have to complete this in daylight hours. And I think they'll very quickly lose patience if the drivers have too many poor starts. But this time it's good. Here we go. Senior X30 charging into the first corner. As, it gets a bit tight there. Whoa, 159. All went wrong for him. Just about saved it there, Alex Wiley, but got caught up by another driver and shoved quite unceremoniously into the tyre wall as they make their way through. So as the drivers make their way up towards Dan Weldon corner for the first time, trouble on the first corner. Drivers tangled together and somebody else going wide on Dan Weldon corner. Waved yellows on the first corner, I can tell you, because there are two carts tangled together. Whether this will need a Battenberg flag, I don't know. There's no indication to the marshals that will take place. They have got it under local waved yellows on the first corner. Here they come down to the first corner now. And they are, this is going to be interesting here because we've got the 156 just about getting onto the track as the leaders come through. So it's CJ Bennett now into the lead. Great start there for Bennett. James Tester remains in second. Jack Dan with a good start up to third position now. And Hayden Eldridge moves to fourth. Katie Ashburn still there in fifth place. Monty Braithwaite, Sam Branston on the move as well as they make their way through. Track now cleared. And we are on the full race conditions, you would say. CJ Bennett, though, with a good start here. Number 9 making his way out to the final corner and over the line. In these early stages, there are one or two drivers who've fallen away from the field here, so they might have back markers to contend with. You may remember it was a bit of a messy start, a bit of a collision on the first corner. Everyone's still in the race, incidentally, no retirement so far. We've got Ed Peed, Max Wright, Alex Wiley, the driver who lost a lap on the first corner. And they've all dropped really far back. So Bennett leads the way as we look at the number 53 here. Katie Ashman now back into third place, fighting with the number 33 of Hayden Eldridge. Eldridge just telling Ashman there to look ahead, focus on the lines here. He's having to go down the inside now, though. Determined not to be too aggressive with fighting for that position because they want to try and get with the leaders now. Let's have a look at Ashman. I don't think she's going to fight back. She's just going to follow. But down the inside there goes James Tester, who makes the move on Ashman. So these three drivers may try and work together, although Ashman trying to fight back round the outside, looking into Derek's corner, going for the switchback. Look out for Ashman here, number 53. What's she going to do? Trying to take the sweeping lines, the outside line, looking for the exit speed coming out of the corner. But Monty Braithwaite, number 19, starting to close up now. Braithwaite now having a look down the inside of Ashman. That was very late indeed from the number 19, but timed it very well. So Monty Braithwaite making a move. And Sam Branston, who's made up 12 positions, is starting to make his way through the field. The number 9 of CJ Bennett still leading the way as the leading group make their way through the Willows, heading down towards Yamitsu Straight and Derek's corner. Katie Ashman, number 53. Just losing a little bit of ground, and the teammate now, number 57, Peter Jurovic, is starting to close up now. Closely followed by the 198 of Sebastian Duke, Hal Castro, number 21. Both those drivers making up 10 positions at the start of this race. So the drivers starting further down the grid have all got away very well indeed. CJ Bennett continuing to lead the way, but slowly but surely, Jack Dan, 62, has been picking off a few tenths here and there. Fastest lap of the race, 40.46. So Dan at the moment, I would say, is around a tenth, maybe 2 tenths a lap quicker over the last couple of laps, which allows him to close the gap on Bennett. It's just a little bit here and there. They're not drastically different in pace, but
Look at the lines that Dan's using in second place, carrying a little bit more speed into some of these faster corners. Very smooth out of the Kimbolton corners. They make their way down to the first corner. Bennett just holding that line, going through the first corner nice and smooth as they make their way through the Willows back towards Yamitsu Straight. But Jack Dan, another fastest lap of the race, 40.46 last time round. Keeping that pace on as they make their way up towards Derek's corner and through to the Dan Weldon corner at the very top of the circuit. And you can just see that Dan's starting to look for some lines here. Aidan Eldridge into third place now, fastest lap of the race, 40.29, but still a couple of seconds behind here, so we'll keep an eye out for the number 33. There you see, just coming through now, Eldridge in third, has made a few good overtakes on the couple of laps prior, now clear in third place. And again, Eldridge is closing on the top two drivers. He's over 2 seconds adrift at the moment, but if Bennett and Dan start to fight for the lead, this could allow Hayden Eldridge into the mix as well, carrying a lot of pace in third position. There he is, just under 3 minutes to go in this race, and getting close to the front in the first Senior X30 final. They make their way through Kimbolton corner. 2.5 minutes to go. And CJ Bennett just defending that line as he makes his way down the Hines straight into the first corner. At the moment, Jack Dan can't find a way through. Hayden Eldridge trying to close that gap all the time. In third place is still James Tester in fourth, Sam Branston, Monty Brathwaite in sixth, Peter Jurovic, Yao Castro, Josh Jones, Tristan Powell and Katie Ashman just on the edge of the top 10. Derek Morgan, Sebastian Dew, Jack Stewart in 15th, Oliver Pakilla, Max Anderson, and then a bit further back, Liv Jenkins, Bailey Brooker, Jessica Vitchall, Alex Wiley. Amongst the midfield drivers so far, but the action at the front here as CJ Bennett, who has led pretty much the whole race, now coming under some real pressure from Dan in second, who can certainly keep up with the race leader and has been quicker over the last few laps, but can't find an opening at the moment. CJ Bennett positioning that kart very neatly, blocking the apexes, but able to keep the momentum going. There is the risk sometimes if a driver is too defensive into the corners, they slow themselves down effectively and makes the job of defending that lead even harder. Jack Dan in the Maxim kart, team kart in second place, just starting to put the pressure on for the lead as they make their way through, the clock ticking down all the time. Just over 1 minute plus the 1 lap remaining, so they're going to get at least 2 more laps here. Still an opportunity here for Hayden Eldridge, who's still charging, pulling around 1/4 of a second a lap on the 2 leaders here. And Eldridge knows, he'll have seen the clock when they go over the line. He knows he's got a little bit of time on his side here. And look out for Hayden Eldridge, number 33 in third place. The gap now under 2 seconds between first and third place. So Eldridge could be relying here on Bennett and Dan fighting for position to let him into the mix here. But nonetheless, Eldridge absolutely charging in third. This could yet be a 3-way tussle for the lead. Time ticking down here, though, in towards the 30-second marker with 1 lap remaining. So there'll be 2 laps to go here. A bit further back, number 14 has gone off the circuit just by the Willows. That is Jessica Fitch Hall. But she is back on the circuit as the leaders go through. No yellow flags there. The track now clear for them. And next time round, it will be the last lap. Jack Dan just trying to find his moment here. The race leader, CJ Bennett, doing a great job positioning that kart exactly where it needs to be as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Still the number 62 right in his tail. Look out for the number 33 of Hayden Eldridge as they make their way down towards the final 2 corners. The starter has the last lap board on the finish line there as they make their way through. 1 lap to go here. Time running out for Hayden Eldridge in third place. He'll be relying now on Jack Dan battling for the lead. But Dan at the moment struggling to get past CJ Bennett, who again is driving very well indeed. Some very good lines here from the number 9, the race leader. A little bit hot into Derek's corner there, but doesn't lose much time. Dan desperately trying to find an opening here, staying on the back wheels as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. There's Jessica Fitch Hall in front, the recovering number 14. And she should just about stay ahead, not really affect the leaders here as they make their way out to the final corner. Fitch Hall will stay on the lead lap, but it's a drag race to the line. 1 last attempt there for Jack Dan, but CJ Bennett takes the checkered flag in a very closely fought heat. Number 9, your race leader. Jack down in second. Hayden Eldridge still charging, but unable to get involved with the leaders. The gap goes down to 1.39. Eldridge making up the 12 positions. 14 positions for Sam Branston, up to 4th position from Jamie Tester, Monty Brathwaite, Piotr Djurovic, Josh Jones, Tristan Powell, and Hal Castro rounding out the top 10. Quite a few of those drivers actually making up some serious positions from towards the back of the grid. So that is in effect their worst position of the day. On the second heat later on today, they will have a more of an opportunity to find their way through. We're going to move on to the mini inters coming up in just a few moments. This is race number 8 of 26 during the day. Mini inters, heat number 1, about to get underway. Our penultimate heat in the first block. We move through to the Rotax 177s after this. Then we go straight back through to the KZ UKs. The heat's not in the same order necessarily, because you have got the extra junior Rotax heat to fit in there as well. So they'll be on a little bit later on for their second heat and the third for the junior Rotax. But mini inters making their way out onto the circuit. Odysseus Hole from Teddy Higgs on the first row, Lewis Herbertson and Jensen Sale on row number 2, Charlie Page and Logan Rolfe on row number 3, Edward Munns and George Wheeldon on row number 4. Row number 5 is Edison Burrough and Harry Ratcliffe, Otis Cleary and Ryoma Komatsu on row number 6, Finley Beals and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer on row number 7, Teddy Murphy and Toby Wortley on row number 8. Row 9, Dimitar Uzanov and Ryan Townsend, the K-plate holder. Row 10, Isaac Garth and Josh Cook. Row 11, Lucian Smith and Austin Oman. Row number 12 is Elliot Bork and Riley Murrow in 24th position. Seiki Komatsu and Jake Hanswood on row 13. Preston Howard, Jude Story on row 14. And rounding out the field is the number 28 of Ella May Bumford, not showing as a starter on here. We'll have a look when they make their way through for the first time. So mini inters, let's hope for a clear start. Here they come down to the first corner. And the flag stays in, the start's good. Here they come, mini inters. Oh, trouble into the first corner with number 89, I think that was George Wheeldon, the back end stepping out. And that causing a bit of a chain reaction through the field. 1 or 2 drivers spinning out towards the back of the field. Everyone seems to, not quite. 1 or 2 drivers dropping out on that first corner. I think number 20, looks like Finley Beals, just out of your camera shot in the Willows, is out of the race and steps disgustedly out of the kart. So must have got caught up in somebody else's incident. And another driver also at the back of the field. I think that might have been number 28, LMA Bumford, who has made the start, but got caught up on the first corner, hitting some trouble. Leaders now making their way out of the Kimbolton corner at the end of the first lap. So it's the Harry Ratcliffe 126 that takes the lead. Wade Yellows, there is a kart still in the tyre barriers here. Driver being pushed away, appears to be okay. And I wonder if that may well have been George Wheeldon, the driver we saw being pushed back to the paddock there. The back end stepping out, going under braking into Stowe corner at the end of the first lap, as battling for the lead here. Number 40 having a look there. Jensen Sell having a really close tussle here for first place in this mini inters. Heat number 1 making their way down towards the TKM straight, in towards Kestrel corner. And a very close, very fast, frantic start here as they make their way out of Kimbolton corner and over the line to complete their second full lap. 6.5 minutes still remaining. And Harry Ratcliffe looking good as they make their way in towards Kimbolton corner once again. Mini inters heat number 1 turning into a real fight between the first 2 drivers as they make their way down the Imitsu straight in towards Derek's corner. Up towards Dan Weldon corner to complete the next part of the lap down the back straight. So Jensen keeping that pressure on the 126 of Harry Ratcliffe. Here they come down towards Kimbolton corner once again, really starting to pull away now from the rest of the field. Third place is Logan Rolfe, currently 2 seconds behind. And it's Otis Cleary, Lewis Herbertson just a bit further behind as well. Ryan Townsend, the K-plate holder, now in 6th position. Riley Murrow in 7th position. Teddy Higgs, Odysseus Hole, the pole sitter, currently in 9th position. And rounding out the top 10, Charlie Page, as they make their way up towards the top of the circuit. through towards Dan Weldon corner, named of course in honour of the late Dan Weldon, 2 times Indianapolis 500 winner, British driver, and one of the many who has raced here at Kimbolton over the years. Here they come down towards the TKM straight, in towards the final corner, and running very closely indeed. Drivers now making their way down towards Stowe Corner, so Harry Radcliffe continuing to lead the way from Jensen Sale, Logan Rolfe. Otis Cleary, incidentally, has set the fastest lap of the race, 44.1. With K-plate holder Rian Townsend fighting through 12 positions, with Riley Murrow on the tail as well, number 122. And look out for Murrow there, just with the K-plate holder, moving down towards the midfield on the Praga carts there. Number 9, Lucian Smith, making up 11 positions, with Josh Cook. Odysseus Hole, the pole sitter, now dropping down to 12th position from Elliot Bork and Dimitar Uzanov, but at the front of the field. Just over 4 minutes remaining. Harry Radcliffe holding on to that lead from Jensen Sale, who is trying to find a way through. Down the Imitsu straight, heading up towards Derek's corner. In towards the top corner here now, all running very closely indeed. Down towards the TKM straight towards Kestrel corner. Harry Radcliffe still leading the way. Jensen Sell trying to find a way through here. The clock ticking down all the time. Just over 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Logan Rolfe and Otis Cleary trying to get involved in this battle. They're working together, 3rd and 4th. There's not much of a fight between those two. And they are closing up on the 2 leaders here. Otis Cleary with the fastest lap of the race, having a peek down the inside, trying to go for 3rd position. But Harry Radcliffe and Jensen Sale, the 2 leaders at the moment, have had the race all to themselves so far. But look out for Logan Rolfe and Otis Cleary, 3rd and 4th. They are starting to close the gap here. Townsend in 5th. Still Murrow in 6th, Lewis Herbertson, Lucian Smith, Teddy Higgs and Josh Cook rounding out the top 10 as the leaders make their way down towards the final corner here, Kimbolton corner, and Jensen Sale still can't find a way through past Harry Radcliffe, who, much like the previous race, there's been some good racecraft going on here, guarding those racing lines quite well. Here they come down towards the first corner. Harry Radcliffe still leading the way, Jensen Sale, Otis Cleary about 1.3 seconds down in 3rd place from Logan Rolfe, and the K-plate holder Rian Townsend starting to close up as well, so 3rd, 4th and 5th. All trying to get involved. The time ticking here goes down to 2:24 plus the 1 lap remaining. So if these 2 at the front start to fight, 3rd and 4th do look threatening though, I would say here. Otis Cleary and Logan Rolfe, they're working together quite well here. Cleary getting through to 3rd position, and Rolfe not really fighting back too much at this stage. He doesn't want to go diving down the inside and sacrifice any chance of potentially going for the victory here, but they are chasing hard, 3rd and 4th, trying to get involved with the 2 leaders. There is a slower driver in front. I think that might be LMA Bumford, currently in 27th position. Lost a bit of time on the first lap melee and now being closed on by the leaders, so there might be some blue flags going up for the number 28 as the leaders start making their way through. Just adds to the tension for Harry Radcliffe, number 126, your race leaders. They start to close up. She has a look over the shoulder and blue flags go up. Oh, it's going to get tight here as he finds a way through down the inside there. Harry Radcliffe finds the opening, gets through, clear track in front of him now. And that leading group all able to successfully get past the 27th place LMA Bumford. Radcliffe though still leading from Sale, Cleary, Rolfe and Rian Townsend still there in 5th place. Leaders now making their way through, just over 1 minute remaining plus the 1 lap in this first heat of the day for the mini inters. And it's still looking very close indeed, with Harry Radcliffe continuing to lead the way. But look at this in 3rd place, the number 26 Otis Cleary is now starting to really get close to the 2 leaders, and this could yet become a 3-way tussle for the lead. The driver's lapping in around 44 seconds, so this time round will be the penultimate lap of the race. Out of Kimbolton corner they go with just over 30 seconds remaining, so this is going to be 2 laps to go as Harry Radcliffe charges them down into the first corner. And look at this. Oh, nice line there going through Stoke corner for the number 26 of Otis Cleary. Found some really good grip on the inside line and takes second position from Jensen Sales. So could this be a late siege here for Otis Cleary in second place? 10 seconds left on the clock, so next time round will be the last lap, and Harry Radcliffe continues to lead the way, number 126, but Cleary in second place. Number 40, Jensen Sales, still charging into... Oh, but look at that, down the inside. Nice move there from Logan Ruff to snatch third place. I don't think the Sales expecting that, so goes from second to fourth on the penultimate lap of the race. But let's see what Otis Cleary can do now with 1 lap to go. He's been chipping away at the leaders, now gets to second place. Can he snatch the lead with 1 lap to go? I'm sure that Harry Radcliffe will have other ideas about that. Radcliffe has a quick glance over the shoulder as he makes his way onto Yamitsu Straight. Leaders now making their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time in this heat. Radcliffe now coming down the TKM Straight, and Otis Cleary right on his tail for second place. Here they come down to Kimbolton for the final time, and down the inside. Nice move there. Otis Cleary read that one very well indeed, but Radcliffe fighting back out to the final corner. Drag race to the line, and Otis Cleary snatches it by 1/10 of a second from Harry Radcliffe. Brilliant driving there from Otis Cleary from 11th to first place. Logan Ruff snatches third on the final lap. Jensen Sales started fourth, and he remains in fourth at the flag. Ryan Townsend fighting through to fifth place, 13 positions, 15th place for Lucian Smith. Josh Cook in seventh, Riley Murrow in 8th place, Teddy Higgs and Austin Oman rounding out the top 10 in the Mini Inters heat race. A bit further back there, Charlie Page, Lewis Herbertson, Elliot Bork, Dimitar Uzanov and Odias Hall, the pole sitter in 15th place. Teddy Murphy, Edward Munns, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Tony Wortley and Isaac Garth in 20th. Ryuma and Seiki Komatsu 21st and 22nd respectively. Jude Story, Edison Burrows, Jake Hansford, Preston Howard and LMA Bumford finishing in 27th place, and we lost George Wheeldon and Finley Beals. So now, in association with TrueCut, the final race of the first block of heats, it's the Rotax 177, race number 9 of 26 during the day. We'll get through to our second KZ UK race very shortly to start the second block of racing. But for the first time today, we see the Rotax 177 drivers in the assembly grid, on the dummy grid, getting ready to get underway. We have got, I think it's Finley Beals, the stricken kart from the Mini Inter race. The kart retiring on the first lap on the Willow section, so they've just been able to go onto the track to retrieve that machine. It's up on the, they store the karts on... sort of like big trolleys, basically. The cart sits on top so they can push the carts away quite quickly. Saves them having to get down to drag them off the circuit. So they got the cart on the trolley and making their way back to the paddock. We might just see them actually in a moment, looking at the camera angle. As we see now, there is a clear track. Marshals just doing a few little checks. As always, big shout out to the marshals, not just here at Kimbolton, but going to meetings all across the country. Let's have a look at the Rotax 177 grid. Scott Clee will lead them away from David German, Chris Thomas and Steve Thompson on row number 2. Will Milner and Nathan Chafer on row number 3. Stavros Athanasopoulos and Adam Sadler on row 4. Josh Howard and Ben Hitch on row number 5. Daniel Walker, Liam Ferguson on row 6. Rob Simpson and Colin Walker on row 7. Jamie Tyler and Sam Yaxley on row number 8. Row 9 is Elliot Kennedy from Joshua Gollin. Jack Saunders, Scott Smith on row 10. Gavin Petty and Andy Chenery on row 11. Alex Jones and Ollie Goodyear on row number 12. And a bit further back, Reg Hayward, Doug Jenner on row 13. Sean Rudge, Lucas Theo on row 14. Dan Wright and Johnny Kent on row number 15. Zen Yong Lim and Gary Bumford on row number 16. And moving towards the back of the field, David Williams and Mark Hennings. 34 drivers, so it's an Indy 500 33 driver grid, plus one for a big group actually of Rotax 177s. This has got to be one of the bigger entries for this group this year, 34 drivers. And on what's been a rather cool and slippery track, the start has been very tricky indeed. There was a run around again though. To be fair, the first 3 or 4 rows pretty well in position, but the midfield quite far strung back, you would say. So for those not familiar with the starting procedure in karting, when the cameras pan back to the starting line, look out for the white tram lines, they're called, in the centre of the grid. The drivers have tram lines on the left and right-hand side of the circuit, and reasonably closely they've got to be sticking in those tram lines until they cross the start line and get the race underway. Sometimes they will strout them slightly. It is down to the starter's discretion if the pack is got to be well bunched together as well. You can see they're getting much closer now. We've seen a few drivers kind of accidentally on purpose, you might say, just running out of position to get another formation lap and get some more temperatures in the tyres. Here we go again. They make their way over the line. This looks a lot better this time. Huge train of drivers down the inside, smoke flying as they hit the brakes. Will they get through safely? Oh, well, it was a bit tight. A few drivers pushed wide, wheels flying, karts spinning, and trouble at the back of the field. Quite a few drivers caught up in a bit of wheel banging at the back of the field, but they all seem to have got away. So it was a nervy start there, but they just about squeezed through. You can see the grip. That's a real premium today. It is cool out there, as you might expect in November. And the kart's really struggling to make it safely through to the first corner. But a brilliant start there from Nathan Chafer, number 37, who's got away very cleanly indeed out to the first corner. Over the line they go at the end of the first lap. So Chafer leads. Pole sitter Scott Clee in second place for Chafer, making up 6 positions on the first lap. Getting away very quickly indeed. Scott Clee then in second place. David German in third place. Clee trying to fight back for the lead. Josh Howard, Rob Simpson, Jamie Tyler, Daniel Walker, Jack Saunders making up 11 positions. Sam Yaxley and Scott Smith rounding out the top 10. So Rotax 177 starting off very quickly indeed. Quite a few drivers caught up in trouble on that first corner though. Stavros Athanasopoulos down to 18 positions. Steve Thompson, Will Milne, they're all dropping down the field. Chris Thompson down to 21st, and Adam Sadler losing a lot of positions as well. So difficult start to this Rotax 177 first heat of the day, but Nathan Chafer certainly taking advantage, grabbing the lead in these early stages and making his way through the willows, heading up towards the Emetsu Straight into Derek's corner. Scott Clee, the pole sitter, one of the front-running drivers in the Rotax 177 category, and looking to try and make the most of his front row start here. Second place would do quite nicely so far. He will later on, of course, have to fight his way through the field, starting further down. Big entry though of 177 today, 34 drivers starting this race. And like we've seen with so many of our races today, the start is vitally important. Got to get away well and crucially stay out of any first corner melees as well. Nathan Chafer maintaining a good pace at the front though, 41.58, fastest lap of the race, quarter of a second ahead of Scott Clee. Josh Howard now up to third place from David German. Rob Simpson up to fifth place. Jack Saunders making up 13 positions, up to sixth position. And there is the number 45 of Jamie Tyler, who stays just ahead of number 22 of Jack Saunders as they battle for sixth position. Sam Yaxley and Scott Smith in there as well. There is the number 45 of Tyler, holding that inside line as they make their way out of the corner. This is the battle for fifth position. So German in fourth, Simpson now in fifth place, Jamie Tyler and Jack Saunders fighting it out for sixth place. 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this Rotax 177 first heat of 2 for the day. And their final is later on this afternoon. Nathan Chafer making his way through Derek's corner up towards the top of the circuit now. The Dan Weldon corner, this double apex right-hand corner. Clee still there in second place. Scott Clee trying to find a way through as they make their way down towards the final corner. Clee can't just get that opening though to find a way through. He's not quite close enough to go for the outbraking manoeuvre, but he's certainly staying with the leader here, popping the lines. Doesn't have a peek into the first corner, not quite close enough to go and complete the outbraking manoeuvre. It's very easy to outbrake a driver going into Stowe corner, that first right-hander, but can be difficult to make the following into the willows. So you can't afford to be too aggressive going into that first corner as Nathan Schaefer makes his way now in towards the Dan Weldon corner. Double apex right-hander Scott Klee still charging in that second place. Josh Howard now up to third place from David German and Rob Simpson. But as you can see, Scott Klee just starting to close up slightly on the race leader Nathan Schaefer, just by a couple of tenths. Now pretty much on the rear bumper of the race leader number 37. As the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Jack Saunders up to 7th place. Scott Smith now into 8th position. 9th, Reg Hayward, Ollie Goodyear. Liam Ferguson a bit further back in 12th place. Setting the fastest lap of the race though, 41.26. So all very close, as you might expect in a heat event for karting throughout the field. Ben Hitch, Daniel Walker, Elliot Kennedy, Will Milner and Gavin Petty a little bit further behind. As we look at this tussle, just outside of the top 3, we've got Josh Howard, number 9, still in 3rd place. 4th is the number 33 of David German. Oh, and look at that. Down the inside goes the number 22 of Jack Saunders. Nipping down the inside of David German, number 33, who, looking at that number 33, he's got the Elio De Angelis, Jean Alesi style chevron helmet design there, which is very distinctive there for the number 33. Look closely at that drive when they make their way through Derek's corner. A kind of red and black chevron on the side of the white helmet, reminiscent of the old 70s, 80s, 90s days when certainly in Formula One, the driver's helmet colour is almost like jockey silks, really. They didn't really change them over the years. Something that you would say really is, for better or worse, a bit obsolete nowadays, but always nice to see a nice retro designed helmet out there. And David German certainly doing that as he sits now. He's dropped a few positions though, down to 12th place in this whole tussle at the front of the field. Josh Howard then, Rob Simpson, Jack Saunders and Scott Smith in 6th place. Reg Hayward, Jamie Tyler, Ollie Goodyear, Liam Ferguson in this leading group of drivers. Nathan Schaefer continuing to lead the way though, number 37. Oh, was off the circuit there goes the number 79. A bit further down the field, that's Mark Hennings, who was in 33rd place. Last driver on the track at the moment, Sean Rudge, number 40, dropping out early on in this race. 1:38 to go. Nathan Schaefer continues to lead the way. Scott Klee still charging in 2nd place, but can't find a way through. And then all of the action is for 3rd place. It looks like Josh Howard is just starting to pull away a bit now. Rob Simpson pulling away in 4th. There's yellow flags on the first corner at Stowe. Just trying to see, we'll have a look on the lap chart in a moment, see who it is. One of the leading group of drivers, I think, has span into the tyre barriers as the leading group make their way down the TKM straight, and that driver that's gone into the tyre barriers is okay, but out of the race. Couldn't quite pick the number up, but we'll try and pick that up on the lap charts in a moment. I think it may have been Josh Howard, who was in 3rd. Yes, indeed it is. So drama at the front here as Josh Howard drops out of the race. That means that Rob Simpson is now in 3rd position. Then we've got the number 22, Jack Saunders, Scott Smith, Reg Hayward, Jamie Tyler. Everyone effectively is moved up a position from 3rd up downwards. Right at the front though, Nathan Schaefer, number 37, 37 I should say, has led the race quite comfortably so far, despite having Scott Klee keeping that pressure on for pretty much the entire race. They have got 20 seconds on the clock, so one more lap to go. And then it's the number 76 of Johnny Kent in front of them here. And Kent, I don't know if he knows the leader's coming through. Oh, and this is going to get nervous here. This is the worst position to encounter a back marker. There's no way for Schaefer to get through. Down the Amitsu straight into Derek's corner. Klee tagging onto the back bumper there of the race leader Schaefer to get past the slower driver. Nervous moments there for Nathan Schaefer, encountering the slower driver in the Willows, which is about the worst place on the track. There's no real way to get through there. Here they come. Next time round will be the last lap as number 37, Nathan Schaefer, holds on to the lead. Scott Klee keeping that pressure on with one lap to go. And they make their way over the line. And Schaefer just pulling away momentarily. Scott Klee unable to outbrake as the battle rages for 5th position down to 10th. Just behind this leading group of drivers, you'll see those drivers further back, the likes of Scott Smith, Liam Ferguson, Ollie Goodyear, Ben Hitch, all fighting away for the positions on the edge of the top 10. But at the front here, Nathan Schaefer Keeping a good line through Derek's corner, preventing Scott Clee from making a move. Can Clee do something on the final two corners? They make their way down TKM Straight for the final time. Into Kimbolton corner. Scott Clee not quite close enough to go for the outbraking manoeuvre, so it looks like Nathan Chafer is going to wrap things up and takes the checkered flag. Rotax 177, first heat win of the day for the number 37 of Nathan Chafer. Scott Clee, who started on pole, brings it home in second position, right behind the number 37. Then it's Rob Simpson in third place, 91. Jack Saunders, Reg Hayward, Jamie Tyler, Scott Smith, Liam Ferguson, Ben Hitch, and Holly Goodyear rounding out the top 10 after a very close battle through from about 6th down to 10th. Sam Yaxley, David German, Daniel Walker, Elliot Kennedy, and Chris Thomas a bit further behind, taking us down to 15th position. Adam Sadler in 16th from Will Milner, Joshua Gollin, Alex Jones, and Steve Thompson in 20th place. 21st for Gavin Petty, Stavros Athanasopoulos in 22nd, Dan Wright, Lucas Theo, and Colin Walker in 25th. Doug Jenner, Andy Chenery, David Williams, Gary Bumford, and Zen Yong Lim in 30th. Johnny Kent and Mark Hennings, one lap down, the final two finishers in this heat. We lost Josh Howard. Sadly, he was running well, but he retired from the race, and Sean Rudge dropping out very early on indeed. So we're going to move on now to our second block of heats. The next group to go out will be the KZ UK karts. This will be their second and final heat of the day. This is race number 10 of 26. KZ UK's the geared karts, they have front and rear brakes. They also will have two formation laps and a standing start. The karts carry a lot more speed, a lot more temperature into the tyres. This is how they will line up. So Nick Aitken will lead them from Harry Walsh. Row 2, Derek Morgan and Bo Phillips. Lucas Ellingham and George Robinson on row number 3. Luke Fleming and Jake Weston on row number 4. Then we've got Jonathan Melton, Jessica Edgar on row 5, Leah Robinson, Kai Springfield on row 6, Ralph Youngling and James Harvey on row 7, Hannah Lang and Bradley Calder on row number 8. So 16 drivers in total. Good to see Hannah Lang back on the circuit. You'll remember that the race was stopped, the first heat this morning, due to the driver dropping some fluids on the circuit, and that was about the worst possible location for that to happen, the TKM Straight, and quite a few drivers skidded off the circuit towards the end of the lap, a very fast part of the track, and Hannah Lang in particular required some medical attention. She was winded, I think, quite badly, hitting the walls and other carts quite heavily, but driver okay. We saw her walking away. But that was her best grid position in the first heat. So she'll start at the back of the field. These karts, they run randomised grids in the heat races. So essentially the drivers who start towards the front of the grid in heat number 1 will be towards the back in heat number 2. So that's why I've got the likes of Hannah Lang, Bradley Calder at the back of the field. Nick Aitken, who was I think about second from last in the first heat, will start on pole position. So here we see the KZ UKs. They've had their 2 formation laps, got some temperature into the tyres and the brakes. And the number 217, Nick Aitken in the Tony kart, lining up at the front of the field. The Birrell kart machine of number 73, Harry Walsh, the driver who dropped the fluids in the first race. He'll be hoping for a much better race this time round. Second on the grid this time. Derek Morgan, one of the favourites, you would say, in the right kart, in third place from Bo Phillips. Lucas Ellingham, points leader, also in there, is on number 99, starting a bit further up the field. Karts are all in position. And we wait for the lights to go. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Waiting for the lights to drop. And they're away into the first corner. Nick Aitken getting a good jump. A great start there for the number 5 from Derek Morgan on the second row of the grid. They charge through the first corner. Everyone seems to get through Stowe okay through the Willows. Fast, furious start, but they're all through safely. And they make their way down the TKM Straight for the first time. Brilliant start, though, for number 5, Derek Morgan. Timed that very well indeed as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner, down the TKM Straight. So Derek Morgan from third on the grid, getting the jump on the field, and a brilliant start there for Lucas Ellingham, who was on the third row. Now getting away in second place, so they both time the standing start to perfection. A little bit tight towards the back of the field. Bo Phillips in third, Jake Weston, George Robinson, Nick Aitken Dropping to 6th position, Ralph Youngling. Good start for him, up to 7th place from Jessica Edgar in 8th. Harry Walsh in 9th place. Didn't get a good start there, the number 73. Currently in 9th, Leah Robinson. Jonathan Railton, James Harvey, Luke Fleming, Hannah Lang up to 14th, Bradley Calder and Kai Springfield. But a brilliant start there for the number 5 of Derek Morgan, and Lucas Ellingham keeping that pressure on in 2nd place.
Yeah, mega start there. Derek Morgan leading the way. A couple of drivers making some moves a bit further down the field as they all come through to finish the first half of the race. Big dive bomb move from Bure Phillips. Nearly got that move done. Derek Morgan just holds on as they come round. First couple of corners. Brilliant stuff here in the KZs. And just speaking to a couple of guys down there, great to see Hannah Lang. Had a little chat with Hannah Lang and she's had a brilliant race. Oh, Derek Morgan running very wide. Let's George Robinson get through as well. Brilliant stuff there as yellow flags are out. As we head into the final couple of corners. The driver is off the circuit. So no overtaking, but overtaking is now allowed as they exit the final corner. And they race back on down the start finish straight. George Robinson into 2nd place now. He's going to have a look for the lead down into turn 2. That's a big move to get by. And he had to back out of that one very quickly. But he goes for it side by side as he heads down one of the fastest parts of the circuit and gets that move done. That was very impressive by the 23, George Robinson. And he is set to try and take a victory here. And what would be one of his first ones in the KZ category. A driver who you may have seen in the senior categories, more in the senior 30 senior Rotax categories. And he makes his move to KZ, having a really good time so far. Hannah Lang, who is pretty much on painkillers at the moment. Jake Weston getting very sideways into turn 1 on the inside of his teammate Ralph Youngling. So Hannah Lang still working at it. I say issues for Lucas Ellingham, who dropped quite far down the field. He's just coming here to finish that race. He just needs to get the work done and get that race finished as they come through the final couple of corners to finish another lap. George Robinson then sealing the way. Big pack of drivers as they come through. And Hannah Lang getting the elbows out, trying to find a way through. But move to 2nd place going on. Bure Phillips losing out to Derek Morgan. Could lose out to Jake Weston as well. That's a brilliant move by Jake Weston, who gets into the top 3. As the drivers come down and into Weldon corner. Number 5 on your screens there. Morgan's having a mega race. Has really got to get his elbows out here. He's been shoved in the deep end here. Who's also competing in both categories this weekend. Senior at 30 as well. So a lot of work cut out for the right kart driver. But seems to be doing all right at the moment.
Yeah, doing very well indeed as George Robinson controls that pace at the front. We'll have a look how Lucas Ellingham gets on as the race goes on. Dropping out of contention after about the 2nd lap there. Jonathan Railton also getting back underway. All 16 karts are still in the race. But Lucas Ellingham, fastest lap of the race, 35.77. Looking to try and catch up with the tail end of group of drivers here. The likes of Nick Aitken, Kai Springfield and Luke Fleming battling just outside of the top 10. Ellingham needs all the positions he can in this race to get a better grid position in the final later on this afternoon. But George Robinson leads quite comfortably at the moment. The gap just under 0.8 of a second from Derek Morgan and Jake Weston, who are fighting for that 2nd position. There they go, making their way through Stowe Corner and through the Willows. Not too far behind them, though. We got the number 22 of Bo Phillips, Ralph Youngling, Leah Robinson and Jessica Edgar, all fighting away as the battle now on for the lead, as there is the number 5, Derek Morgan, coming under some pressure now from Jake Weston as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner into Kimbolton Corner. Oh, and a spinner there. That's the number 26. A bit further down there of James Harvey, who was in 9th position. And the kart is stranded on the Dan Weldon corner, so there are waved yellows at the top of the circuit. May affect the leaders in a few moments' time. That will benefit, of course, the 99 of Lucas Ellingham, who's still fighting at the back of the field and struggling there to get that kart off the circuit. So there are waved yellows.
I was going to say there's a bit of barrier damage as they come into into Weldon corner. So I wonder if he's pretty much made a straight line for it. Maybe a brake failure, or he may have had a bit of contact with one of the other drivers. That might be Bradley Calder. Had a bit of an incident with. I didn't really see that on the camera, so I wouldn't really be able to tell you what went on there. But the top 3 here still staying pretty close to each other. Robinson, I say, still leads the way. Derek Morgan trying to close in the gap. and that gap being just half a second. So it could be done. It would have to be a quick couple of laps, but this grass that's now been brought onto the circuit is not going to help him through the Dan Weldon complex. Might get the rear end sliding a little bit more as they head into the Gimbolt corner once again. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock then. Still plenty of time. It looks like Jessica Edgar still getting involved. Harry Walsh, who of course had that coolant issue in the first race. He is up there as well. Moves going on. Ralph Youngling getting on the inside of Bua Phillips. That's for 4th place. That moves Ralph up 9 places now. And Robinson's trying to have a go as well. Bua Phillips having it's a good race so far. I mean, obviously he's struggling a bit with the pace, but still getting the elbows out, and a couple battles still going a bit further down.
Holding on around that 4th place, as down the inside though goes Leah Robinson. Neat move going into Kim Moulton corner. Derek Morgan now taking the lead though from George Robinson. With just over 1 minute to go, we've got Jake Weston, Ralph Youngling. Good drive there for number 25, now up to 4th position. Just a little bit further down in that battle for 4th place, Leah Robinson now clear in 5th as Bo Phillips drops to 6th place. Jessica Edgar maintaining that position up to 7th place. Harry Walsh, Hannah Lang up to 9th place now. Good recovery for the number 91 who crashed out big style in heat number 1. And recovering well, getting some positions here from Kai Springfield. And Lucas Ellingham just picking off a few of the tail enders there. The likes of Luke Fleming and Nick Aitken who are still in action. Jonathan Relton a bit further behind. As we lose James Harvey and Bradley Calder from this race. But Derek Morgan looking at as he gets close there between the number 7 and George Robinson there, 23, banging wheels on the first corner. That's good news for Derek Morgan, who will pull away slightly. We've got 20 seconds on the clock, so it's going to be tight. I think it will be the last lap next time round. So gets a bit tight for the battle for 2nd place, which means that Derek Morgan does get the opportunity to try and pull away, but there is a possibly tail end to contend with here coming out of the final corner. Here they come over the line. So nope, there we go. Derek Morgan clear and goes with about 2 seconds remaining on the clock. So that's not good news for the race leader number 5, as it gives the 2nd position Jake Weston another opportunity, although he has got the number 71 between him here of that's Jonathan Relton, who lost out in the start of the race, lost a bit of ground on the Kestrel corner and is currently a lap down. So looks like the leading group now trying to get clear as they go down the inside of the 71, but Derek Morgan over the line he goes, and 1 lap to go for Derek Morgan as he now got the clear track now. 1.16, Weston in 2nd place, Robinson 3rd, Youngling, Leah Robinson, Jessica Edgar up to 6th position now, and Harry Walsh still there in 7th, but Derek Morgan as they go down the Yamitsu straight into the Dan Weldon corner for the final time, looking in great form here.
He's just got to balance it around the circuit for just half a lap now, a couple of corners left to go. And, what has been probably a surprising result for Derek Morgan. I don't think he really thought he had the pace to be at the front, especially not take this top spot. But in the 2nd heat for KZ, take victory with a brilliant drive from Jake Weston as well, who's into 2nd place. George Robinson rounds out your top 3 from Ralph Youngman and Jessica Edgar. And it was Leah Robinson from Harry Walsh, Bua Phillips and Lucas Enningham from Hannah Lang, Kai Springfield, Luke Fleming, Nick Aitken from Jonathan Rowton, and we lost James Harvey and Bradley Calder in a surprising accident that happened down at Dan Weldon. Still don't really know what went on with that one, but hopefully they are both okay. Yet again, exciting racing in KZ. I don't think that we're going to ever had a race which isn't exciting. But I think they're going to see if they can get that kart going again. That'll be good if they can get it going again. No. It seems like it has pretty much died. The master's going to try and get him going again.
So these karts, they rely on bump starting essentially, don't they, to get them going? So,
yeah, of course, no clutch as well. So you really have to push it to get going. That kart ain't going nowhere. That's going to be probably dragged with one of the Marshall Tethers straight back to the pits. And as we go from, I say, the quickest karts we have here today, we're probably going to go to one of the slower karts, but definitely some exciting racing. Honda Cadets, once again, some exciting racing we saw in the first heat. Some new names, I would say. Some familiar faces up at the sharp end. Martha Murphy, really strong competitor, starts from pole. Archie Edgar, alongside who we saw picking up the spots as the race went on. Then it's Mason O'Connor from Keen Doherty. Reggie Duffy from Mason Becker. Dino Rowlands from Harrison Maxwell. Alistair Saunders from George Pickett. Then it was Marcus Cooper, Nicholas York from Harry Search, Henry Coulburn, Ben Bowers from Keen Delaney, James Murphy, Sawyer Henderson, Zach Squire, Harry Parker Ray, Phoebe Shelton, George Teese and Finn Holes rounds out your field of drivers. Of course, Sawyer Henderson, someone we have to watch out for. He starts a bit further down the field, but has definitely got some work. As you know, as we said before, it's these back starts that really make and break your weekend.
Yeah, the K-plate holders starting pretty much at the back of the field, so as Charlie said, it's just how many places it can make up in the opening few laps that will determine a good grid position in the final later on today. So as you can see, Arthur Murphy will lead them away from Archie Edgar, O'Connor and Dottie on row 2. Reggie Duffy, Mason Becker, another driver to look out for there on row 3. Denner Rowlands, who ran very well in Heat 1. He had the bad grid position in Heat 1, now in row number 4 from the number 60 of Harrison Maxwell. As you go through our grid, once again looking at the drivers to look out for here. George Pickett currently on row number 5 with Alistair Saunders, Marcus Cooper and Nicholas York. And looking further back there, that's one of the drivers you have to look out for, the K-plate holder Sawyer Henderson, down in 18th on the grid. This is a randomised grid, so you remember Henderson starting pretty much towards the front in the first heat. Now at the back of heat number 2 as they make their way over the line. Let's hope for a good start. They make their way over the tram lines, getting underway, and it looks like it's going to be a rave round. One more lap to go, and yet again another formation lap. And this is where I think the drivers is looking to try and get another formation lap in here to try and keep those temperatures in the tyres. But this just heaps the pressure on here because with it being November as well, the night's drawing in nowadays, and not much time to get the full race program here. So the organisers will be very keen for these drivers to help get the races underway promptly.
Yeah, I know the timekeeper definitely, they might be having to look at reducing the final times by just a little bit, which obviously doesn't really help the fact, but, it is November. It gets dark, about 4:30 now, which is pretty impressive. So, yeah, it's going to be one of them things. We're going to have to try and work around it, try and see how much we can do. We're going to be tight with time, so these full starts really don't help. So, as we said, Arthur Murphy, who starts from pole, start of the year was really competitive, has lost his sort of mojo as he went through in the mid part of the season, now starting to pick it back up, joined by one of the Ambition Motorsport drivers. So they get ready for the second time asking, yes, you do, and a great start from the outside row, Archie Edgar, who gets into the lead as they head into turn 1. Murphy going solid. Becker into a spin. York, and it looks like Keen Delaney as well. Keen Doherty, shall we say, who was into a spin as well. That was always going to happen in cold tyres, in cold, damp conditions. And, Becker was very lucky there. He got put sideways, but manages to keep it going. Got sort of pushed back into his own position, to we say.
Seemed to work out well in his favour. Bit of bad luck there for Nicholas York, who I think was unsighted by the spinning driver in front and went into a mistake of his own. So the cadets now making their way down towards the Kimbolton corner for the first time as the pack settles down at the end of the first lap. 26 Archie Edgar, the second place driver at the start there, now taking the lead, but is currently under investigation there as Murphy drops to second. Denner Rowlands with a good start into third position, the driver who had to fight through in heat number 1, currently in third position after a good start. And looking a bit further down for some of the drivers fighting through this time, Keen Delaney up to sixth position, making up 10 positions at the start of the race. And a bit further down, Sawyer Henderson, the K-plate holder, one of the favourites who would therefore say in this group. K-plate, the winner of the Kimbolton Festival in the summer. And Sawyer Henderson currently up to 12th position, but Archie Edgar, the race leader, currently under investigation as down the inside. Oh, and look at that, train for second place there. It looks like Denner Rowlands trying to follow in second position and trying to make the pass stick. As looking down the inside there, we see Alistair Saunders, Keen Delaney and Harrison Maxwell all fighting for position. And if these drivers start scrapping, this could be the moment here for Arthur Murphy to try and break away.
Yeah, a little spinner there as well, number 47. That's a bit further down the field, but he manages to keep it going. I think Archie Edgar here did the perfect thinking. He saw a couple of drivers making moves, and I think he just decided to back it off a little bit, just let the drivers have their own moment, and manages to slot back into fourth. So still in the fight, of course. Archie Edgar, he's with the Ambition Motorsport team, who you may have known over the past decade really brought a bunch of strong drivers in. Deno Rowlands goes down the inside of Murphy, gets that move done. Alistair Saunders in there as well. Archie Edgar, as I said, Ambition Motorsport brought some of the biggest rising stars through the field. One of them being Kenzo Craigie, who was the 2024 FIA World Champion in OKJ, as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Brilliant battles up at the front end of the field. And can we just say, the whole pack is just in one group. It's just a massive train for the lead. No one has fallen out of contention. I think it goes all the way back to, well, Harry Search, who's in 17th. So we've got pretty much a 17-car battle for the lead. So it's going to be, well, you make one mistake, you're going to lose a hell of a lot of precision.
Here they come in, making their way down towards the TKM straight and into Bolton corner once again. Deno Rowlands, who has been on top form today, now taking the lead from Arthur Murphy, Alistair Saunders, Archie Edgar and Keane Delaney, who has been absolutely charging in this race, number 91. And another driver really on the charge right now is the K-plate holder Sawyer Henderson, who is now into 7th place. And looking at this, the top 7 or 8 drivers all running very closely indeed. The gap between first place Deno Rowlands and 9th place Mason O'Connor is only 2 seconds. So there's no margin of error here. Now Arthur Murphy takes the lead. Rowlands trying to find their way through on the switchback. Coming out to Derek's corner. Goes to the line on the inside. Gets squeezed out. And good defensive driving there from Arthur Murphy. So the more these drivers start to bang wheels and trade paint at the front of the field, it's drawing everyone else in. And with 4 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap, this Honda race could be very close indeed at the end.
Murphy is really sitting on that defensive line, which you would think is quite early. Saying we've got 4 minutes still left of the race, plus that additional lap. But I think he's just trying to force drivers into a mistake. That gives him that advantage just to start pulling away. But, well, Deno Rowlands, he's not someone who's going to back off without taking up a fight. He is going to battle it out till the very end. He's going to look on the inside, going into Derek's. Can he get that move done? Will Delaney have an opportunity through as well? No, he doesn't. He's going to sit behind and wait for the opportunity. Oh, contact made! Rowlands manages to back off and keep on the road, but he's lost a fair few positions. Is that Sawyer Henderson?
Yeah, Sawyer Henderson has been slowly but surely picking his way through the field. Now, with these leading group of drivers all battling away for the lead, this has allowed Sawyer Henderson to slowly pick his way through the top 10. And now into 4th position. So let's see what the K-plate holder does here, because we've got a really ferocious battle at the front here. As this time down the inside goes the number 91 of Keane Delaney to briefly take the lead, but outbreaks himself. There is a warning flag for the K-plate holder, incidentally, so Sawyer Henderson has just got to rein it in a little bit here, not be too aggressive. Here they come to Derek's corner, which is where a lot of the Contromp seems to have been in this race so far. And Arthur Murphy leading the way a little bit cleaner this time. We've got, looks like Saunders now to 2nd place. And there's the K-plate holder with the 21 of Deno Rowlands right behind him. Just goes to show here, Charlie, if drivers start scrapping and holding each other up, it means that these drivers who are further down the field, Sawyer Henderson making up 14 positions right now, it really gives him the opportunity to claw back some positions.
Exactly, and we've got some really strong drivers coming in as well. James Murphy is closing in, as well as Mason Becker, but yellow flag's out, so no overtaking. There's one of the drivers off, and that looks like maybe Archie Edgar, maybe Finn Hollis, actually, who might be out of the race. So really unfortunate for him. And, yeah, that's going to be into an early retirement. But Murphy, yet again, sitting on that defensive line, is not trying to let someone by, but at the moment it seems to be working. As he says that, warning flag going out for Arthur Murphy. So maybe he's just defending a little bit too much for the stewards' liking, as the rest of the pack can flying through. Yet again, still staying in one pack. No one's really lost any ground. Rowlands on the inside. You can get that move done on Delaney. That is a perfect move. Of course, Delaney's made a really good race so far. He's up 12 places now. Who is, well, still in 4th place. Look at this. Going down to turn 1. Looks like, oh, he's outbraked himself. Murphy's ran wide. And just like that, he's dropped all the way down to 5th place. And for the first time this weekend, Alistair Saunders leads the way.
Yeah, so Saunders into the lead. That's the risk, though, with Arthur Murphy, the race leader. If you're too aggressive into that first corner in defending the corner, especially on a day like today, the grip just falls away from them. It's cool track temperatures. It's greasy out there on the track as well. And Arthur Murphy outbraking himself and losing positions, which does mean that Alistair Saunders making up 8 positions now to take the lead, but there's some pretty big hitters in there as well. This is going to be a brilliant end to this race. We've got 44 seconds on the clock now, so it means next time round will be the last lap, as these drivers lapping in around the 48, 49 second region. Here they come down towards Stowe Corner once again, down the inside goes the number 91 of Keane Delaney. Neat little move down the inside and crucially prevents the repass coming out of Stowe Corner. Delaney though taking lead, Saunders, Murphy, Denner Rowlands hanging on in there as well. Rowlands trying to find a way through into third place, but can't get the move done as Arthur Murphy shuts the door. And just behind there as well, Sawyer Henderson has only got as far as 5th now, hasn't gone any higher up after that great fight through the field, but he would certainly say that Denner Rowlands and Sawyer Henderson, with 1 lap to go next time round, could be involved in this one.
Great move by Murphy, and it's Saunders round wide, and Rowlands on the inside of second place. Opened up the opportunity now for Keane Delaney. As it, big contact, maybe a bit further behind. One car on top of another, and looked like it may have been one of Project 1 cars as they head into turn 1. Murphy side by side with Alistair Saunders, making contact into a spin. Nearly was for Arthur Murphy, kept it going, but Arthur Murphy's really been shoved around this race. But Delaney at the front of the field still is leading the way as the time ticks down to the final lap. He's only got a few more corners until the end of what has been a yet again dramatised race. All the drivers in at one point, 17 karts in the battle for the lead. Murphy throwing hands, saying what on earth was that? But as they come round the final corner now, it's going to be Keane Delaney who takes an astonishing victory. And Rowlands into second place. And a solid drive in the end from Mr. Rowlands. Henderson rounding out your top 3. Murphy into 4th. Well, he was everywhere in that race. He was at the back, he was at the front. Alistair Saunders ran out your top 5. I think Alistair Saunders here is the real underdog in this race. Well, when it comes to the final, he's going to make a lot of ground, and I think he's going to surprise a lot of people. Yeah,
he's been handily placed, Alistair Saunders, with that 5th position. Yeah, would expect him to be on the first few rows of the grid there, and I would say with Keane Delaney, Denner Rowlands, Sawyer Henderson all fighting away in both of the heat races, that there's every opportunity for Saunders perhaps to snatch it later on in the final as well. So all still to play for. We move on to our next race of the day, the second heat of the day for the senior Rotax. They have 2 heats, final later on today, so this means that this second heat will be very important indeed. We've got a couple of Rotax races here now, actually. We've got the senior Rotax and the final junior Rotax heat coming up next after this senior race, and then the B final for the juniors later on today. So as we were saying earlier on, big entry of Rotax in both the senior and the junior categories. Reverse grid from heat number 1 this time, so the drivers starting further back in heat number 1 will have the advantage of a better start this time. So it's Charlie Neve from Finley Jones, the K-plate holder, Eli Baden and Declan Luff on row number 2. Elliot Rice, Charlie F. Grave on row number 3. Tobian Alvarez and Noah Barham on row number 4. Row number 5 is the 24 of Charlie Webb from Joshua Smith, Adam White and Jake Cox on row 6, Will Forber and Michael Morgan on row number 7, Daniel Keoff and Antoine Lemieux on row number 8. Row 9 is made up of the number 61 Isaac Reynolds, Joshua Valance, Macaulay Bishop and Joseph Orton on row 10, Harvey Williams and Harrison Crowther on row number 11, Ethan Martin and James Johnson on row number 12. And of the remaining drivers further down the field, Luke Bate, Miles Roby on row 13, Charles Sutton, Dan Renton on row 14, Jake Fisher, George Hart on row 15, Tom Pryor and Noosh Safa Leathers, who ran well in the first heat, now starting in 32nd position. But no sign of our first heat winner on the grid there.
Exciting stuff here. Senior Rotax Heat 2 underway for the first time asking. They're going to head down. Oh, big contact, Charlie Webb into the barriers, and a big hit for Charlie Webb, but he manages to get out of the barrier, back onto the circuit. Charlie Neve leading the way as he head through the first couple of corners. Eli Ballen, who's made a step up into senior Rotax, he's second place as the rest of the drivers come squabbling through. I think that's going to be a bit of mayhem as they head into Derek's corner. They all managed to sneak through pretty nicely, actually, through Derek's corner into Dan Weldon for the first time. And Charlie Neve on his return back. It's been a fair few months out of the seat for Charlie Neve, but he's looking good at the front of the field. Third place is your K-plate winner. Of course, won the Kim Bolton Festival in the senior Rotaxes, but Eli Ballen's already trying to find a way through for the lead of the race. Noah Barham's there as well. He's behind Declan. As the rest of the pack come flying through the final corner. Watch out for a couple of drivers who are a bit further behind, who had some brilliant races in the first heat. Yellow flags out at post 3, so where they're coming through just now. So that means no overtaking until you get past the green flag, which is into this corner here. So overtaking is now allowed, and Charlie Neve trying to extend the gap now from Eli Baden, but well, he needs to be really careful here, because any mistake and the rest of the pack will swabble him up.
Well, Charlie Webb out of the race after the unceremoniously shunted into the tyre barriers at the start of the first lap as they battle for the lead here. Over the line they go once again. I didn't see Matteo Scheller up on the grid formation, but he is in the race, currently in 20th position, the runaway leader of race number 1, the first heat, so we'll see how he gets on once the racing gets underway. But at the front is the number 19 of Eli Baden from Charlie Neve. Finley Jones in third, the K-plate holder, Elliot Rice and Noah Barham, Declan Love, Macaulay Bishop with a good start, making up 12 positions, up to 7th place from Joshua Smith, Charlie F. Grave and Will Forber rounding up the top 10 as the leaders make their way through. Joshua Smith, incidentally, the 8th place driver with the fastest lap of the race. It's the number 19 of Eli Baden that leads the way. Charlie Neve in second. Dipping down the inside there, though, is Finley Jones, the K-plate holder, and secures that second place. So Jones with the better grid start this time, currently in second place. Looking further down, some of our front runners in heat number 1, the likes of Harvey Williams making up 13 positions, up to 13th now, making up 8 positions. Antoine Lemire, the Canadian driver, up to 14th position. And the heat 1 winner, Matthias Keller, up slowly making his way through, but still only in 27th position. So with him a bit further down the field, and Eli Baden, Finley Jones, Charlie Neve looking strong at this stage, this could really shake things up for the final.
Exactly that. I mean, of course, we saw in the first heat, some of the drivers a bit further up. For example, the guy who was on pole, Mateus Cajo, he really showed his pace in the first heat. Now he's got to show his racecraft, and that's where he may struggle to get through the field. But Macaulay Bishop on your screens there, he's behind one of the drivers a bit further up the field. That's Elliot Rice, who's having a brilliant race. Just looks like he's struggling just a bit. He makes the move on Elliot Rice, but just doesn't seem to have the pace like he has before. Now he's behind his teammate Noah Barham. Of course, Noah Barham, a very successful British driver as well in the karting scene. Probably running a little bit wide, so there's enough opportunity here for Elliot Rice. This is the final couple of corners. I don't think he'll make the move just yet. Joshua Smith goes to the inside. Of course, Joshua Smith, Junior Rotax champion from 2024. He's had a brilliant year so far racing elsewhere. He's come back to do some more racing here at the end of the year, of course with his new team as well, and looking pretty competitive at the moment. He's going to be trying to find his way through. Of course, teammates with Finley Jones, who's here on your screens in second place, because Eli Baden now leads the way. As I said, Joshua Smith, who also has the fastest lap of the race, so the pace seems to be pretty good for him. Yeah,
Joshua Smith looking good so far in 6th position. But Eli Baden making up those 2 positions at the start to get himself through to first place, controlling the race quite well. Coming under a bit of pressure now from Finley Jones, but not quite close enough to go for the pass for the lead. Charlie Neve still in 3rd position. Noah Barham still only in 4th. And Macaulay Bishop, one of the only drivers who's made some real inroads through the pack so far, currently in 5th position. It's been a relatively fast, furious race. Not too many close battles out there, so the drivers aren't really slowing each other down. It's a very fast pace out there, and what it means is that some of the drivers further down are struggling really to make their way to the field, although Matthias Schellerup, the winner of the first race, is now starting to get up to 23rd position, and Miles Roby making up a few places as well. But this is a very fast race so far. Eli Baden looking very good as he makes his way over the line to complete another lap. We've got just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Finley Jones still there in 2nd place. The gap 0.4 of a second. And what that means, though, it's well, it isn't very much. It doesn't sound very much, but in karting terms, that's crucial there, because that means that Jones isn't close enough to go for an overtaking manoeuvre on the race leader Baden.
And what's helping here is the fact they're all starting to battle it out now. Charlie is trying to find a way through Finley Jones. And the reason is because he's started to pull away. Eli Baden is slowly making that gap. Bishop's trying to find a way through as well. He can't get through just yet behind Barham. It's always funny because you're seeing a driver trying to make a move, and that's stopping other drivers as well. Neves on the defensive, really covering off now from Noah Barham. So obviously Neve is deciding that he doesn't want to make up the decisions. He just wants to hold his line and hold on to his spot at the moment, which would be pretty good to hold on to a final podium spot. But, well, Noah Barham, I think, has better ideas about it, well as Bishop and Joshua Smith, who's in the battle as well. Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Bishop climbing the curves, really trying to use it all. Smith saying, don't defend, let's work together here.
Yeah, close finishing now towards the end of this heat now, 151. Drivers now just starting to show their claws a bit now as the top two start to break away. Eli Baden and Finley Jones now able to run their own race. Half a second between Baden and Jones, and Finley Jones in second is almost a second ahead of Charlie Neve in third, and all the battles now seem to be for this third position. The top two now being allowed to pull away a bit now, and Finley Jones keeping the pressure on Baden at the front. But here they come through Derek's corner. The focus now very much on the battle of a third place as the Tony Kart there, number 60 of Charlie Neve, makes his way through that double apex right-hander, the Dan Weldon corner, making their way down the TKM straight and in towards Kestrel corner. Here's the prime overtaking spot, but the number 60's got the line covered there. Charlie Neve, Noah Barham keeping that pressure on there in fourth place as the two leaders make their way through. Eli Baden, number 19, the race leader, looking very smooth as he makes his way through Stowe corner and the Willows. Finley Jones keeping that pressure on. The gap remains at half a second with 52 seconds on the clock, so they should get through and squeeze through another lap before the last lap board goes out. But Baden, that gap, half a second, not very much in real terms, but for karting that's quite a big gap. It just gives him that little bit of luxury to be able to run his own race at the front. As the number 15, Joshua Smith, who's had a charge from Macaulay Bishop as well, another driver who's made up some real positions as well. Antoine Lemieux now into 9th place. And a bit further down to be Alvarez, Harvey Williams, Joshua Valance, House and Crowther in the midfield. But Eli Baden so far, with 2 laps to go, despite the pressure from Finley Jones, is looking strong.
Just watching Charlie Neve there, he's really on that defensive line once again. Just watch him into here, sitting on the white line on the inside, just trying to hold on to this final spot. And I think Noah Barham is getting very, very frustrated inside of that crash helmet. Brought in a couple of drivers as well. Elliot Rice is back into it, as well as Charlie Effrey. He runs a bit wide and might open up an opportunity for Elliot Rice. Carnage going on, and Noah Barham sent a big one down the inside of Charlie Neve. Obviously was not impressed and thought, you know what, let's just get this move done. Noah Barham now into the final spot on the podium. Charlie Neve's dropped back to the spot, but now this is really going to open up everything for the final spot on the podium. Bishop has an opportunity, as well as Charlie Neve. And Joshua Smith is in there as well. Top two on your screen. Still running away with this one. Eli Baden still leads the way. Second place. Still Finley Jones. But it's going to be more about who's going to hold on to that final podium spot as they come round the final couple of corners now. Down the final back straight into Kestrel corner. And what's been a very, very smooth drive from Eli Baden. And well, this will be his first ever victory in senior Rotax for Eli Baden. After a strong junior career, takes victory in Heat 2 in senior Rotax. Finley Jones in second place and Noah Barham. Rounding out your top three will be Macaulay Bishop from Joshua Smith, Charlie Neve and Charlie Effrey. From Elliot Rice, Antoine Metz from Toby Alvarez, Declan Luff, Adam White, Harvey Williams, William Forber, Joshua Valance. From Harrison Crowther, Jake Cox, Mateus Kiloba from Luke Bate, Miles Roby, James Johnson, Tom Pryor, Ethan Martin, Jake Fisher, from Dan Renton, Margot Morgan, Noosh Savaleas, Joseph Alton, Charles Sutton, George Hart, Isaac Reynolds, Daniel Kebov, Angelica Kennard, and of course we lost Charlie Webb at the start, who took a big impact to the wall even before the first corner.
Final junior Rotax heat coming up very shortly. Interesting there for the seniors though is that in the midfield that was quite a fast-paced race. There wasn't much wheel banging, you would say, and what it means that one or two of the drivers who had a poor grid position, the likes of Matthias Kellerup, the winner of the first heat, only managing to finish in 18th position, so could shake things up a little bit for the final later on today. And for the final time in terms of the heats, this is race number 13 out of 26, the halfway point in the programme. Junior Rotax heat number 3 getting underway with Hayden Fisher leading the way from Jackson Heath, Louis Radcliffe and Logan Hartshorn on row 2. Teddy Cooper, K-Plate on row number 3 from Charlie Wolfett. Oliver Barton and Christian Kayoff on row number 4. Looking back further 5, George Cole on row 5 from Kevin Ivanoff. Archie Buchanan from Toby Farthing on row 6. Zach Turner and Sebastian Clark on row number 7. Max Wheatley and Alex Shepherd on row number 8. And the 9th row is made up of Jacob Aston from Miles Burton, Noah Moulton and Callum Sims on row number 10. Row 11, Lucas Nebbs and Hasnain Khan, Theo Hamilton and Jack Corser on row number 12. And looking further back, George Phillips, Archie Ray Watson on row number 13, Louis Marshall and Oscar Keane on row number 14, Samuel Aston and Zoe Cattett on row number 15, Harley King and Finley M. Cass on row number 16 in 32nd position. And for the remainder of the field, the 33rd driver, just like the Indy 500, Alfie Irvine is 33rd. Final driver on row number 17. So this is the final Junior Rotax heat race before the B final later on this afternoon, just after 2 o'clock, the first of the finals getting underway. And for one or two drivers, one name that leaps out there, Kevin Ivanoff, the newcomer to Rotax, who crashed out in the melee in the first heat race. The likes of him and a couple of others have got some real work to do in this heat race to try and get through to the A final.
If it's anything like the first heat or the second heat, we're in for a real treat because Junior Rotax always brings action and a lot of excitement. One driver to watch out for, Hayden Fisher, who starts from pole. He's been Blake Simmons' wingman for the past few rounds now, really been helping them out with the championship. He's also high up in the championship as well. A couple of drivers a bit further down the field you want to keep your eye out for. Of course, in your sort of 4th and 5th rows of the grid, Charlie Wolf is in there as well. Logan Artshaw, who had a bit of an incident at the start, he's going to be one to watch out for. Teddy Cooper as well, the UK plate winner. A bit further down, we've got some brilliant drivers. Of course, Jack Corser. We've also got Callum Sims, who's second in the championship. He's going to be one to watch out for. Starting from the mid-pack of the field. Never easy to get through a Junior Rotax field, but I'm sure he will make the most of it. Let's get ready then. 8 minutes plus a lap, and it's going to be an exciting one. Watch out for Jackson Heath as well. One of his first Junior Rotax races, and we're going round again. It's another full start because, well, half of the grid wasn't even there. So they're going to go around once again, and gives another chance for the drivers to get some more temperature into them tyres and for the rest of the pack to sort themselves out.
Off the screen here, Mr. Starter looks increasingly annoyed with the days proceeding so far. These drivers consistently avoiding the first start, which is potentially going to affect them later on because, as we say, we've got very limited amount of time. You'd say realistically, with the light coming in, the wintry afternoons, you would say it's got to be wrapped up really by about 4:30 at the latest for there to be enough light. So they really under pressure, but from the driver's point of view, they will benefit from this extra lap. It gives them more opportunity to get some track temperature, get the tyres warmed up. Anyone who's never driven a kart on slick tyres before, it's competition tyres. There's no grip until you get the rubber warmed up.
It's like ice skating, really. That's the best way to put it, because you literally turn the steering wheel and you have full understeer mode. It's like having really used tyres on the road. Can we get going for the second time basket then as we go down to turn 1? Yes, we do. We're going away. And watch out from the outside road. Jackson Heath is going to try and brake late, but look, Hayden Fisher's braked himself too late. And a couple of drivers having a little spin. Hayden Fisher, I think, getting a bit loaded into that corner as well. A couple of drivers who have collided together and got themselves stuck together. So they're going to try and get going again. We'll have a little look, see if we can work out who that might well be as they come through into Dan Weldon for the first time. It's Logan Hartshaw who's taken the lead of the race. Teddy Cooper into second place, and you were speaking earlier about Kevin Ivanov. He's into third, so someone to watch out for in the next few laps. Teddy Cooper thinking early, trying to go for that pole spot, and yes he does. Into the lead of the race goes Teddy Cooper. Watch out for Toby Farthing, who's there into fourth place now. And I'll watch the rest of the drivers come through. Looks like Teddy Cooper trying to defend this line early. We're going around the outside. Look at Kevin Ivanov. What a move to second place. Round the outside of turn 1. That was an amazing move from the number 54. You can see on his helmet there, he's got the Red Bull inspired livery. So, of course, definitely a Red Bull fan himself. And, well, that's sort of like a Max Verstappen move, that.
Yeah, he's looking very well here. Don't forget, of course, that Kevin Ivanov was one of the casualties of the start line crash in the previous Junior Rotax race. So he's scored no points at all, really. He's got to really get a win in this race. Kevin Ivanov, one of the newcomers from the Cadet division, moving up to Junior Rotax. And these late season races, you do tend to see drivers being able to jump up a class. One driver going off in the midfield and the infield, but not really affecting the course of the race. But Kevin Ivanov, a good example here, a driver just looking to leave his existing race class a bit early, moving up to the Junior Rotax. and giving himself the opportunity to get some late season races in here, get some more development and experience with the kart before a full championship assault next year. He's going to have some work to do here. Kevin Ivanoff, he would say, has to win the race to have any chance of trying to get through to the A final. Second place will not be a bad thing at all, though. But he's got the K-plate holder, Teddy Cooper, in front of him. And for Ivanoff, a newcomer to the class, of course, this would be, he'll see the number plate in front of the K-plate. He'll know who he's chasing at the moment. And the K-plate is essentially one of the best in the class to win that award. So it's a good benchmark to be up against.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, a huge amount of different experience. And speaking of new drivers who haven't really seen up at the sharp end of the field, Lou Radcliffe is someone we need to watch out for as well. He's here on your screens at the moment. The orange helmet, the orange and black car. He's the number 182, Lou Radcliffe. Watch out for him in the races coming up. Of course, he's someone who's been running quite at the front end. We haven't really spoken much about him. Callum Sims going to go to the inside of George Cole. That looked like a brilliant move. And what a drive so far, shall we say, from Callum Sims. He's made his way all the way up from 19th to inside the top 5 now. So he's going to try and chase down Louis Radcliffe, see if he can take down 4th place. But bit of a big shame so far for Hayden Fisher, who, of course, had that melee at the start. He's in 9th at the moment, as the rest of the pack is flying through. And Toby Farber now in the screens behind George Cole, still having a good race. And as I say, it mixes up the field yet again. We're seeing drivers who we'd see more in the mid-pack, battling a bit further up inside the front, the top 10, top 5. And say coming around the final corner. Looks like Logan Hartshaw's really closing in now on Kevin Ivanoff. And when you're in that sort of 2 or 3 tenth margin, the slipstream effect becomes really massive, especially in these really cold, windy conditions. So for Logan Hartshaw, I think this could be a move coming up for 2nd place.
Yeah, he's really putting the pressure on now. The number 121 in 3rd place as we head towards the Golden corner. Oh, and a bit of off-track excursion there for the number 128 of Finley M. Cass, who was in 32nd at the back of the field. Incidentally, Charlie Wolfert, who seemed to pick up some damage on the first corner incident, has dropped out of the race. So that's another driver who would fancy his chances getting into the A final with some real work to do. So we might yet see some pretty fancied names running in the B final at the end of the block of racing later on. It's all going to be tight here, but Teddy Cooper making sure he will progress to the A final, I'm sure, with leading the race so far. Kevin Ivanoff in 2nd place. Question marks about the number 54 in 2nd because he DNF'd the first race. Desperately needs to get that, at least that 2nd place, but Logan Hartshorn will have other ideas about this. The number 121 in 3rd. A little bit further back, Louis Radcliffe. Callum Sims, who's had a great fight through the field so far, up to 15 places up to 5th place. 41.59 fastest lap of the race for the number 69, Callum Sims. Toby Farthing, George Cole, Miles Burton, Hayden Fisher and Hasnain Khan rounding out the top 10 as the leaders make their way through with 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Teddy Cooper is looking good at the front of the field as down the inside goes Logan Hartshorn, but Ivanoff fighting back through the willows, wheel to wheel, as they make their way through that switchback section. But in the end, it looks like Hartshorn has just about made the move stick. So for the Rotax newcomer here, Kevin Ivanoff, a bit of work to do here with some of the more experienced names. Still there in 3rd place, the number 54. Like we say, the driver who DNF'd the first heat, caught up in the first lap melee. And he needs all the positions he can, so he'll be determined to try and get past Logan Hartshorn. Louis Radcliffe, though, keeping the pressure on the 3rd place driver. A little bit further back there, number 69, Callum Sims. Look out for the number 69. You'll see him there coming into the first corner now. He's slowly but surely just picking away a few tenths here and there on the leading group of drivers as Teddy Cooper sets the fastest lap of the race, but 2 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. Still wide open in this final Junior Rotax heat.
Tell you what, he's definitely not driving like a newcomer. He's putting on a massive show for everyone. Lou Radcliffe is starting to closing as well. This will be interesting here. Lou Radcliffe could be on for a first podium. It would be in a heat race. If you can try and find a way past Kevin Ivanoff as they start to close in. But Callum Sims is really closing in now. He has got the pace. As I said, he did have the fastest lap. Logan Hartshaw, who's now in 2nd place. Of course, he has the fastest lap of the race, 41.50. So the times are now starting to tick down here at Kim Bolton. And it's only going to be soon when the flag will come out. Of course, the end to the Junior Rotax heats and then we'll be leading into our finals. Now, I was speaking to a few of the drivers as I was off, and well, they were more interested in the fact of who's actually going to be in the A final, because of course with all the melee that's gone on, some drivers had a DNF, some drivers even been disqualified or retired from the race. That will affect their points. That might put them into the B final. We might have some really strong drivers that might not actually make it into the race.
I don't think there's been that many drivers across they have 2 heat races of the 3 that have had 2 particularly strong heats. Even the winners from Heat 1 have been only midfield in Heat 2. We've got the situation here now with the likes of Ivanov, who's running well in this heat, but dropped out of their first heat. So I think this is pretty mixed up here. It'll be interesting later on when we get to the B final. It'll be in about 45 minutes time or so, the first of the 2 finals. Exactly who's going to be in. I think there might be some fairly fancied names who will have to scrape their way through from the B finals.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to have some drivers who won't be in the main race. But up at the front, Teddy Cooper, well, he's definitely going to be in the race, and he's going to be in it to win it as he comes through. Of course, it's the second to last lap of the race, the penultimate lap. So he's just got this lap and the final lap to do. And for Teddy Cooper, and to be fair, what a strong year he's had so far. You know, he's had some definitely some down moments, but a lot of up moments. A few final wins this year. Obviously, he's going to try and taking this one home to the end. He's not had the best championship hopes, you know, championship-wise, points-wise. And a move for third. Lou Radcliffe's into third in the final lap of the race. So it could be a battle for third still going on, but Kevin Ivanov's going to try and fight this one back. But at the front, still Teddy Cooper that leads. But we need to watch a bit further behind. Watch for that orange cart and watch for the Red Bull helmet. This could be the moment for Kevin Ivanov, could be the moment for Lou Radcliffe.
Ivanov dropping to 4th. That won't do his chances of progressing to the A final directly any good at all, because he needs all the points he can. But still a good showing for him and the newcomer amongst the front-running riders. But Teddy Cooper now making his way down towards the final corner. It's been a nice, smooth race for the K-plate holder in what's been a very closely fought race category. But over the line goes Teddy Cooper to take the second heat, or the third heat, I should say, and his second race results in a victory. Logan Hartshorn second, Louis Radcliffe third, Kevin Ivanov in fourth, from Callum Sims fighting up 15 positions to finish in 5th place. And it's Toby Farthing, George Cole, Hayden Fisher, Hasnain Khan, 13 positions for the number 18 to finish in 9th position. And Max Wheatley running up the top 10. Further back, Miles Burton, Alex Shepherd, Zach Turner, Oscar Keane and Samuel Aston taking us down to 15th position. Noah Moulton, Archie Buchanan, Archie Ray Watson, George Phillips and Jacob Aston taking us down to 20th position. 30 finishes in total, though. We had Louis Marshall, Harley King, Theo Hamilton, Christian Kayoff, Alfie Irvine up to 25th from last on the grid. And Jackson Heath in 26th, Lucas Nibbs, Jack Corser, Oliver Barton. And the final finisher in 30th place was the number 67 of Zoe Catter. We lost Sebastian Clark, Finley M. Cass, and notably there, one of the fancied runners, you might say, Charlie Wolfett, dropping out very early in the race.
A very dominant drive, as we said, for the Teddy Cooper. Of course, Kim Bolton, plate winner. A very smooth drive. You saw that last lap there, really just took it gently. Came around the final couple of corners. Now it's time to get Micromax underway shortly. It's going to be a start for the first time for the driver. We haven't really seen much of this front end of the field. How Alfie Hennel will be interested to see how he gets on. Of course, alongside him will be Arthur Bowers. Now, you'll see Arthur there. He's got a yellow and black car. You'll just see him there, number 9. Someone to watch out for. Of course, 9th in the British Championship. Someone to keep an eye out for. Second row, it's going to be Arlo Gamble and Thomas Laidler. As looks like one of the carts just being retrieved at the middle of the circuit. It's going to be Hendrix Fuller from James Jensen Darlow. And it'll be Lenny Barton from Harley Merrison, who runs like your 4th row. And then looking a bit further down, it's going to be Rafe Owen from Oliver Woodall, from Ralph Ewer, from Lucas Howling, Ronnie Allen, Mason Munzer, J.M. Prakash, Kai Suri, who runs like your top 16. And then we've just got a couple more drivers with Bradley Atkin, Felix Tandy, and Lanny Eden round out your field of drivers. Of course, watch out for Felix. Still in his one of his first cadet weekends. Of course, a very dominated Bambino driver. But it's looking to see how he gets on in the cadet field. I said drivers such as Prakash, a few other drivers still starting a bit further down. We're going to go around once again. Full start this time. A couple of drivers who were just a bit off the pack. Of course, Ronnie Allen's another quick driver who we'll see definitely climbing through the field. Jensen Darlow up there as well. Oliver Woodall, who took victory. He is a very quick driver indeed. Of course, driving for the Paralin chassis. He used to be one of the Strawberry Racing drivers, but then recently moved over. This usually is the sort of time when drivers are trying out new teams, new karts, new chassis. So just getting used to the new dynamics. So I think we're definitely going to see a few drivers making some surprise changes as we head into, well, what we call the off-season. I mean, it's not really an off-season in karting. There's always something going on. But let's see what happens then. Will we get going for the second time asking? Looks pretty smooth to me so far. So, of course, on your inside, going to be Alfie Hennell. Arthur Bowers on your outside. Want to get going? There's a couple of drivers making a bit of contact. Mason Munson nearly heading into the wall, but they're off and away down into turn one. Bowers trying to go around the outside. Oh, drivers spinning there. Couple of drivers making contact with each other. And I think that might have been Mason Munster again. Never mind, he is back on circuit. Mason Munster is going round. We'll have a little look and see who them drivers were a bit further down. We'll work it out as they finish the first lap. But up at the front, still one of your Sam Pollitt racing drivers. That looks like Arlo Gamble, who's into the lead of the race. Yellow flags are out. They've come straight back in, so everyone's running fine. Arthur Bowers into second place. He could be looking at a lead change, and if he's going to try, it's going to be into this final corner. He's on the outside though. That's not the place he wants to be. Trying to hold around the outside. Look out for third place as well. Trying to make a move through. A very distinct livery helmet. That's the sort of Nigel Mansell-esque helmet. Lead change. Arthur Bowers trying to go to the inside. Can he get that move done on Arlo Gamble? Yes, he can. And Hendrix Fallat makes his way through as well into second place. So Gamble drops all the way down to third. Could even be fourth, because look who's here now. Ronnie Allen and Jensen Darlow and Jan Prakash. Watch out for these three. This is going to be the God Trio. And so you head into down Weldon and down into the final couple of corners. Down TKM straight. Perfect stuff from the Micromaxes so far. Plenty of action going on. Of course, still quite long heats for these drivers. 8 minutes. So a bit longer than what they would have probably been used to. A bit further down. So I say 6 minutes left on the clock as we head into turn one. Mechanics throwing hand signals from the grandstand. And the battle's still going on. Look at this for, it's like third place. Might be a change. Jensen Darlow on the outside now of Arlo Gamble as he head into down Weldon. That's never gonna be pretty, but I think they've all managed to make their way through. And Hendrix Fallat trying to find a way past Arthur Bowers. This is really impressive stuff from Fallat here, who we haven't seen much of this year. But as I said, very distinct livery helmet, very nice design. Of course, of Nigel Mansell, a very, very dominated British racing driver. Of course, a legacy led in Formula One. As well as British touring cars. He also made a little bit of fun in the touring cars, of course, running with the Williams outfit. Of course, that was back when Williams were very interested in the touring car scene. Nice to be seeing them back in it, but of course, has their all F1 adventure. But Arthur Bowers, who, like most of these drivers, are probably in their first steps up to Formula One. Of course, this is the main path in karting. You need to go through karting to get into some early formulas, and cadet racing is where it all starts. This is where the drivers will put everything to the test, everything that they learn over the testing periods, and move a bit further behind for third place. Jensen Darlow on the inside into turn one. A hard move to get right. You have to be really sensible on the brakes when you go into turn one. You really don't want to over slow the kart. You don't want to go too quick into the corner. You overstep it. But I wonder if Hendrix Fallat here, I wonder if he's just sitting behind Bowers and deciding, you know what, let's not battle together. Let's just work together now. We'll just try and pull away. And, well, they've done exactly that. The gap is pretty strong at the moment from second to third. already over a second so far, a second and a half actually to be precise. So plenty of time just to have a little chill. I mean, of course, they've got time to, if they want to make mistakes, they can. And if they do this, they've got plenty of leeway. 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, plus that additional lap, so still plenty of time to go. There is Jensen Darlow on your screens. Now, Jensen Darlow, now he's into third place. He's been let free now. He's got plenty of time, 3.5 minutes. Can he close his gap in? It'll be a hard question. He's already he's a 10th off the pace at the moment. Doesn't sound like a lot, but can be a lot of time in karting. And he's just got to try and close in to these top two here. Of course, yet again, it's all about, well, it's always one thing to get close to the drivers. Getting past them is always going to be another question. Arthur Bowers really putting the power down as he heads through the first sector. For these drivers, the cadets, that first sector is also important. You've really got to work on keeping that minimum speed up as you head through. Pretty much flat out for these drivers through turn 2 and 3. So it's all about being nice and gentle on that steering wheel. Of course, these drivers being taught from early about the correct driving styles, how to learn to look after the car. Of course, it's always that thing. If you look after the car will look after you. It's all about maximising performance out of these machines. Jensen Darlow, who's there in third place, getting their head down. He has one eye on the lead. And of course, we'll have a little look at the championship standings as well, because Jensen Darlow is a name who's up there. The main battle in the championship is really between Mason Munzer and Jensen Darlow. Of course, Ollie Brunt is second in the championship. We haven't really seen much of him this year. Ollie Brunt, who is not here this weekend, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll see him out at the last round of the championship. Of course, this is the second to last round, so championships may be clinched this weekend, but we won't really speak much about them. Keep the excitement till the very end. But of course, this is when results slight discount for drivers such as Jensen Darlow. Mason Munzer's not had the best of races so far. He's inside the top 10 now, but he needs to pick up the pace, try and make some more moves, because of course this is just going to help out his championship. Now, well, the question is now, when is Hendricks going to go for that move on Arthur Bowers? The pace is there, 100%. I mean, pace is also there for J.M. Prakash, who has the fastest lap of the race. A driver who's all the way down in 6th place, but has been fighting his way through the field. Up 9 places at the moment. Ronnie Allen there in 5th as well. He's up 8 places. A few drivers making up some big amounts of spots. Of course, Prakash, who's got that nice slipstream as well, battling with his teammate. But Hendricks, well, say 2 laps left in this race. Of course, it's penultimate lap. So if he's going to make a move, it's going to be now, and he's going to go for it. Down into Derek's corner. Bowers sees him. He's going to go defensive, but it's too late. Hendricks to the lead of the race, but he runs wide, and Bowers is back through. Brilliant move by the number 9. Very, very precise thinking that was from Bowers. Let him make the mistake and take that place back. But we know Hendricks has the pace. He's still got one more lap to do it. Did he do it a bit too early? That could be the question. But we're going on to the final lap of the race now. What will Bowers do? Is he going to go defensive? No, he doesn't. He thinks better of it. Hendricks just a bit too far back to make the move. You've really got to be right on the bumper in these micromaxes to go for that move. What is Hendricks' straight line speed going to be like? It's very good with that slipstream effect, but is it close enough to make a move? No, it's not, but Bowers goes a bit defensive. Hopefully that doesn't loses him too much speed. Hendricks is right on his bumper now. This is going to come down to the very final sector. Through sector 2 into the final sector now. Bowers is right on the defensive now, but as he left it too late. Oh, he had a look. Hendricks had a look, but it wasn't enough. Round the final corner, it's going to be a drag race to the line, but Arthur Bowers will take victory in the second heat for Micromax. and what was a very close finish. That brought both drivers to the very end, finding every precision. Hendricks had a little look for the lead, but it was just too far back. What a race from the top two, and the rest of the pack come flying through. Jensen Darlow rounds out your top three. From Ronnie Allen and Harlow Gamble, from J.M. Prakash, Thomas Laidler, Oliver Woodall from Kai Suri, Alfie Hennell, Mason Munzer, Felix Tandy and Lenny Barton from Brady Atkin, Lucas Howling, Ralph Ewer from Harley Merrison, Rafe Owen and Lavi Eden rounds out your field of drivers. Now then, Senior X30 Heat 2 is coming up next, and of course a brilliant straggle of drivers. We got a hell of a lot of experience all the way to the back of the field. Plenty of drivers, which is always great to see. And we're going to go through the grid in just a moment. Of course, I said about this before Heat 1 went away. And of course, a brilliant race. That wasn't Heat 1. Of course, I wasn't around to commentate on it. But I'm definitely looking forward to this second heat. Jack Dan is someone you need to watch out for. Of course, the number 62 in this field. Leading the championship, but has not actually won a final yet this year. One of the only drivers it would be if he doesn't actually win a final the rest of the year. He would be one of the only people to have ever won a championship without winning a final. Daniel Bridgen will start from pole position then. A new name that we haven't heard of from Tristan Powell and Josh Jones, from Joe Castro, Jack Stewart, Peter Jurovic, Sebastian Dew, Sam Braston. Rounds out your first four rows for Max Anderson and Liv Jenkins, who's come back to Senior X30. Hayden Eldridge from James Reynolds, Monty Breathwaite, Derek Morgan, Reese Barber, Jack Dan starts all the way down in 16th place. Got a lot of work to do following Derek Morgan as well. Someone to watch out for, who you may have seen in the KZ race. Max Wright from Oliver Peculiar, CJ Bennett. Great to see CJ here. 9th in the British Championship from Jessica Fitchell and Alex Wiley, Ed P, Kate Ashman, James Tester, who's having a little go in Senior X30 this weekend. Rounds out your 12th rows. Of course, James Tester pretty much seen the deal in Senior Rotax already. Bailey Brooker and Jakes Workman rounds out your 13th row. 26 drivers in Senior X30. Are we going to go for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn one. Let's see how they go. Tristan Powell trying to hold on to the lead, but he's done good enough on the inside as all the drivers come squabbling through. And no spinners just yet, which is always great to see. A big gaggle of carts coming through the first couple of corners. And let's see how they file through. Of course, you've got to take it nice and steady on these first couple of laps. Just find your way through the pack. And Josh Jones, who's in second place at the moment. Brilliant start. Tristan Powell with a massive lead so far, who leads the way. A couple of drivers a bit further back. Jack Dan's had a mega start already. I think about 8 or 9 places. We'll have a look when they come through to finish the first lap of the race. A couple of drivers being shoved wide, pure British style. Tristan Powell leads the way then. Josh Jones in second place, and Daniel Bridgham in the third. Daniel's very aggressive on the start there, really showing up against the more experienced lads. Peter Jurovic and Sebastian Dew, Joe Castro. Jack Dan, I said, up to 7th place, up 9 places. There he is on your screens. The red helmet, the blue and white cart. Someone to watch out for. He's going to chase down Peter Jurovic and the two Coles cart, two Croc carts, shall we say, together. That's Sam Braston. Come through into the final corner. Late move from Peter Jurovic on Dan Bridgen. That was a strong pass into the final podium spots. Jack Dan's now going to chase them down, try and make some moves. Like I said, Jack Dan, he's taken heat wins before, but has never took a final win. Could it be the weekend that he does it? We'll wait and see. Number 66 gets a warning flag as well. That is Max Wright, who has recently moved up into the senior category. His driver who was in June X30, of course, running on the right chassis as well. And they come through. That's number 21 on your screens, who is Joe Castro. Of course, he used to run with the Praga team. Now, I say IPK, shall we say. Now with the Croc promotion team. Great to see the Croc kart back out there. Big amounts of success with the Croc name. Of course, Miami World Champions with Gabriel Stilton made a big name for himself. He went out and raced in F4 as well. So Croc promotion bringing a lot of quick drives as well. As well as Kagan McQueen, who, if you might have heard, out in America winning the Rock race out in Vegas, which is really, really impressive. And of course, Caden is now a bit of coaching himself, which is always great to see. So Branston trying to chase down Jurovic now, and that will be for 4th place. But as I said, Jack Dan gets past a lot of them. Jack Dan in the final spot on the podium. He's going to try and chase down Josh Jones. Now, of course, Josh, a very quick driver. Really unlucky so far this year, as we said. Been caught up in quite a few incidents. But the pace has always been there. And when he's been in clean air, he's had his moment. He's been really quick, of course. Has taken a podium so far this year. But it's obviously trying to take a few more when it comes to them finals. But always battles going on always throughout the field. So Jack Dan as well, fast lap of the race, and a great move from Branson on the inside of Peter Jurovic. Moves him up into 4th place. So head back down into turn 1, so corner. Hard corner to get right, as I said, through Willow section, going to be really smooth, but he's seen it 30 karts. Really grippy tyres are the comments, so once they get up to temperature, they really work nicely, but you have got to look after them because they can wore down very quickly. And a couple of female drivers now. Some good battles, good battle between Kate Ashman and Jessica Fitch-Hall. A bit further down the field, as well as Olivia Jenkins, who made her return back to karting. You might have seen her at Shennington doing a bit of the clubman races, shall we say. But all great to see her back in the seniors 30 category. Of course, was a fellow TPM racer here in the junior TPM, and of course TPM Extreme as well. And then went and did a bit of X30 racing as well. Great to see her come back as well. There is the number 35. That is Daniel Bridgen on your screens, who, as I said, haven't really seen much here at Kimbolton, but great to see new drivers coming into the field a bit later on this year. Hopefully this will set them up quite nicely for 2026 campaigns here at Kimbolton. CJ Bennett trying to make some moves through as well. Of course, CJ Bennett, who we haven't really spoken much about, a very strong driver. He is one of our, he's actually a driver from Ireland, which is pretty impressive, but yeah, travelled quite a distance. But CJ, who's a European driver himself, and yeah, he's been out and about doing a lot of the X30 Euro Series out in Europe. Of course, did the British Championship as well. Finished 9th in the British Championship, which is always great to see. And there's a yellow flag out at Derek's corner. Yellow flag just came in. That's a driver into retirement. We'll have a little look who it might be. That looks like it's James Reynolds, who is out of the race. So really unfortunate for James Reynolds, who seems to be having a few mechanical issues. I know he had a couple of retirees last month as well. So it really hasn't been the year for James Reynolds. Track down. Now right on the tail of Joshua Jones. He's been picking the gap off one bit by bit. And into 2nd place now goes Jack Dan. Down into turn 1 now. Will Josh Jones fight back? Let's have a little watch. No, he doesn't. Think better of it. And I think that's probably the best move to do, because Jack Dan is on a charge at the moment. Really is closing in the time to Tristan Powell. Now, of course, all Jack Dan needs to do is finish in front of Hayden Eldridge all weekend long, just to improve the gap in championship. Of course, Tristan Powell's up there as well. He would be someone to watch out for as well. As we head into the final corner. Still a minute left on the clock, plus that additional lap. Plenty of racing still to come. Let's see. Turn the steering wheel into the first sector. And the gap is really closing down now. That's really interesting to see here. At the moment, the gap is 1.4 seconds. We'll see what the gap is like after this lap. Now, it'll be a bit of an ask to try and close in 1.4 seconds. Rest around this Kimbolton circuit. But Jack Dan's doing everything he can. And, well, it's only going to mean a mistake or two from Tristan Powell. the gap so far. 1.25 seconds is the gap so far. So not 2/10 off that lap. Don't think it'll be enough to close into the lead. But Jack Dan, who started all the way down in 16th, up into second place now, will secure him a good chance of a final win when it comes to the final. There's the 88 on the screen. Tristan Powell, really smooth driving on that Birol chassis. Trying to look after the tyres in this moment of the race, bringing it onto the final lap of the race. 62 Jack Dan, who's going to be in second place. Tristan Powell, I'm a little lot behind just to see whereabouts he is. Now you can see Tristan Powell's really backed off, not really pushing it hard through the corners now, just wants to bring this one home. As I said, he's got the pace and he's just cruising along now. Of course, third place was Josh Jones, still trying to chase down Jack Dan, could try and get the move back, but Tristan Powell, nice and steady now, had a little look behind, sees he's there, but will just cruise around the final couple of corners now. And what's been a very consistent race from Tristan Powell will take victory in the second heat. Jack Dan rounds out your top two. It's Josh Jones from Sam Braston, Piet Jurevich and Monty Bothway from James Tester, Joe Castro, Dan Bridgen, Max Anderson from Hayden Eldridge and CJ Bennett, Derek Morgan from Sebastian Dew, Max Wright and Jack Stewart from Kate Ashman, Liv Jenkins, Jessica Fitchell, Alex Wiley from Oliver Peculiar, Ed Peed from Reese Barber, James Workman, and we lost Bailey Brooker and James Reynolds in that race. So plenty of action that went on, of course, battling all the way throughout the field. And could this be a first final win for Jack Dan? We'll find out later on today. Now, the next race coming up is going to be Mini Inter. And Mini Inters who always provide action, no matter where we look. And it's going to be Jake Hansford who starts from pole in this one. Komatsu starting alongside him. Of course, the Komatsu name, a big name in the sport. And, of course, you may know the Komatsu name. With the Haas team principal, Awayo Komatsu, of course, this is his sons. And they will be on, well, pretty much two different sides of the country now. One in Brazil, one in the...
or make that the world.
Yeah, two parts of the world.
Hey, Komatsu, a bit warmer today than it would be here at Kinvolton, I would say. So, there we go. Hey, Jake Hansford, Seiki Komatsu, Riley Moreau, Elliot Bork, Austin Oman, Ocean Smith, Josh Cook and Isaac Garth on row number 4. Rayan Townsend, Dimitar Uzanov, Toby Watley, Teddy Murphy on row number 6. Jack Pulbakawa, Finley Beals on row 7. Ryoma Komatsu and Otis Cleary on row number 8. Row 9 is the 126 of Harry Radcliffe from Edison Burroughs, George Wielden, Edward Munns, Logan Rolfe and Charlie Page on row 11. Jensen Sale and Lewis Herbertson on row number 12. And looking further back in the Inters field on row number 13, Teddy Higgs from Odysseus Hole, Ella May Bumford, Jude Story and Preston Howard. 29 drivers rounding out the field on row number 15.
Of course, Rayan Townsend, someone you've got to watch out for straight away. Because Rayan, at the moment, she's been on an absolute flyer. Of course, K-Plate winner, so he's got the pace. Austin Oman, great to see Austin here this weekend. He, of course, finished 6th in the British Championship. Number 9, Lucian Smith here as well. We've got plenty of drivers who have good opportunities here. Full start, first time around. I mean, none of these drivers were together, so they're going to go around once again. Josh Cook, who's here as well. Josh Cook, a very quick driver as well. Obviously, he's been out racing Europe as well, and was very, very competitive out there. Of course, Josh Cook, who was the world champion from last year in the Rotax category. So, well, he's got a lot to live on his name. Of course, Dimitar Uzanov, another quick driver. He was very quick in the Micromax category, as well as Toby Watley. He was a quick one as well. Teddy Murphy, great to see him out as well. Jack Fulbakama, he was the cadet drivers, Honda cadet drivers who moved into this. We've got plenty of drivers. Elliot Bork in there as well. We've seen a lot of drivers who were sort of in the Micromax Conda Cadets, moved over to the Mini Inters. Will they get going for the second time asking? Yes, they do. And we're going to go racing down into turn 1. Komatsu on the outside. Will he try and hold it around the outside? Watch out for Elliot Bork as well. 3 wide as they head into turn 1. Jake Hansford's trying to get in there as well. And, well, they're 3 or 4 wide. But look at this. At the front of the field, Austin Oman, it looks like. He may have got into the lead of the race. Have a little look as they come through. Josh Cook's trying to make his way through. Elliot Bork into third.
I think it's Riley Murrow that's taken the lead. The 122 in that dice for the lead.
Brilliant stuff there from Riley Munro, who's had a brilliant season so far. Drivers trying to find their way through. Of course, this is the first lap, so everyone's going to try and just pick a spot, really, and sort of calm it down there. To try and get through the first lap cleanly and work from there. That's from the Praga kart as well, who's now to the top 3, it seems like. That is Lucian Smith, who's having a brilliant drive at the moment. Elliot Bork in 4th, and watch out for Josh Cook as he goes down the inside of Teddy Murphy as the rest of the pack comes flying through. 7 minutes left in this race, and well, let's see what Riley Munro can do. Can he hold off Austin Oman? It will be a tough ask. Austin Oman and the SPRC Sam Pollitt Racing, a brilliant combo so far. Both have done exceptional work as a driver off at Derek's corner. Looks like it might be Jake Hansford who's off, who started, of course, on the front row of the grid. Really unfortunate for Jake Hansford as they come round to finish another lap of the race, but I'm going to say that anyone in the top 5 has a really good shot closing in here.
Yeah, it's all nice and close here. Riley Murrow taking the lead so far and doing a great job of fending off the number 6 of Austin Oman, who had a brilliant start. Now handily placed in second place. Those two dicing it out for position. There's a waved yellow on Derek's corner. That stranded cart still on the infield, but now the marshals safely moving it out to the way. Lucian Smith, Josh Cook, Elliot Bork, the K-plate holder, Ryan Townsend, currently in 6th position. Teddy Murphy, Otis Cleary, Harry Radcliffe, and Dimitar Uznov rounding out the top 10, but it's still the 122 of Riley Murrow that leads the way.
This was Elliot Bork. I've just noticed that coming through Derek's corner. There's a driver who was off the circuit, and I was trying to work out when he got going who it was, and that was Elliot Bork. So Elliot, who was well, he was in 4th place, now all the way down at the back of the field. So I don't really know what happened there. It's really unfortunate. He's got to work from the back in the final. Lucian Smith then, who's in 3rd place. Of course, these top 4 have all raced each other across the whole year. Of course, at the British Championship, as well as sometimes out in Europe as well. Of course, these drivers pretty much travel the world now racing, which it isn't bad for when you're 10, 11 years old, getting to travel the world racing. I don't know how the parents was behind that, but that was going on. Lucian Smith on the inside, and
that was
perfect.
That was neat as well from Josh Cook, fastest lap of the race last time round, following onto the back of Lucian Smith on their overtaking manoeuvre, so he slots into 3rd as Murrow guards the inside, coming under a lot of pressure, immediately switched to the inside. Nice defending there from Riley Murrow. Murrow, I believe, is the son of Jim Murrow, who used to be a top motocross rider, former under-21s champion back in the early 2000s. So certainly a chip off the old block, albeit on 4 wheels here for the number 122. And holding off a whole train of drivers right now, coming under some serious pressure from Josh Cook in 2nd place. But Riley Murrow continues to lead the way as, oh, look at that, out of nowhere. Half a gap was left by Murrow, and well, Josh Cook didn't need to be asked twice, but Murrow fighting back on the switchback, coming out to the final corner, but won't quite have the momentum to retake the lead. Murrow goes wide, switches for the outside line. He's going to leave that inside line open, though, as he goes to the switchback. Brave driving there from Murrow to try and retake the lead, because he was under some serious pressure from Austin Oman, but he remains in 2nd place. But after that neat little opportunistic move there for the 175, Josh Cook now finds himself in the lead. Otis Cleary, fastest lap of the race, now into 6th place and tagging on to this battle for the lead. We've got about 9-10 drivers, I think. We'll check the check the timing charts when they come through. I believe the top 9 covered now by less than 2 seconds, with 3.5 minutes left in this race. Any one, realistically, of 9 drivers could yet win this race, depending on how the battles go at the front. So it's going to be very important here for Josh Cook to try and break away. Riley Murrow trying to get a tag along here as well, trying to get pulled along by the race leader and pull away from this fantastic battle here. So Ninth place is Dimitar Uzunov, number 62, and he's only 1.9 seconds down on the leader, so it's all very closely poised.
That was amazing from Josh Cook. What a move to get into the lead. Really thought about that, and that's obviously why he's a world champion in Rotax kart. And all couple drivers running a bit wide there. That was the 1-2-6 Harry Radcliffe, who ran a bit wide. But Josh Cook, at the moment, extending the gap in the lead of the race. But look at the battles going on. Munro losing that big time because it looks like Austin Emar's going through, and Lucian Smith. They head down, start to straight once again into turn one. Lucian Smith really getting pushed around now. One of the Dan Holland racing karts is there. That is Otis Cleary. Of course, we've seen Otis Cleary fighting up at the front of the field last year in the mini inter category once again. He was on that right kart, but now has obviously moved over to the Dan Holland racing machine. Ryan Townsend in there as well, of course, K-Plate winner. So it's won the Kimbolton Festival, knows how to win races in this mini inter series. But they will keep going. 2 minutes left on the clock. Josh Cook now is trying to be closed in now by Austin Oman. The gap is closing down, so this could be interesting here. Of course, if he gets the push by Lucian Smith as well. I do think Lucian Smith is going to control this race now, because it depends. If he battles with Austin Oman, that gap's gone straight away. There's no way he's going to be able to catch that one back up. But if they work together and push each other along, this could be a last-minute thing.
Yeah, it's all very close indeed in the closing stages there. We see the previous race leader, Riley Murrow, getting a bit of a shunt there from the K-Plate holder as he loses a couple of positions there. The 126 Harry Radcliffe finds his way through. Quite a nudge there, actually. Not intentionally, I would say, though, from Ryan Townsend. Whether that will have damaged the nose cone and lead to a time penalty, I don't know. Looks like it's okay so far, but he goes on. Ryan Townsend trying to find his way back through the field. It was a bit unfortunate for Riley Murrow on the previous lap. Just seemed to lose a bit of pace on Kestrel Corner, and the momentum of the drivers behind him, the likes of Lucian Smith, Otis Cleary, sweeping their way through. Otis Cleary driving very well so far, sitting in fourth place on the back of this little train of drivers at the front of the field as they make their way into Derek's Corner. Now pulling away from Murrow in fifth place, but Otis Cleary has made up 12 positions in this race, and now starting to get involved with the race leaders as we look a little bit further back. There's the number 62 of Dimitar Uzunov, who's still there in ninth place. The leaders now making their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Nipping down the inside there for Lucian Smith, and should make the pass stick. Yes, he does. Parks the kart very neatly out of the corner. Otis Cleary still watching in fourth place.
He's gone defensive. This is going to really close down the gap now. It's not the way they wanted to work this. Lucian Smith now, he's in second place. Now, if he's got the momentum, he can try and chase down Josh Cook. But as I was saying before, he needs to work with these drivers. If he's not going to work with them, then he's not going to close that gap down. I say that. The gap is closing down. I mean, the gap at the moment, 0.4 of a second. Doesn't sound like a lot, but in karting is quite a huge amount. Now, these two, of course, Austin Oman, Otis Cleary. Will they work together? That's going to be another question. But onto the final lap of the race now. That is the gap as he enters into the final lap. Battle for third still going on. That's not going to help out Lucian Smith. This is going to be a last-minute thing if Lucian Smith can close in. On that Praga car, a new chassis for Lucian Smith to be testing out. Of course, we've seen a few drivers using different karts. Riley Munro on that Formula K kart. But the battle for third still raging on. That's Austin Oman versus Otis Cleary. Of course, great to see the Sam Pollitt racing team really extended with their drivers throughout this field, all at the front end as well, which is always great to see. Of course, going down to Teddy Murphy, who's there as well. Josh Cook only has to hold on for one more corner now. And a brilliant drive from Josh Cook, who was very sensible about his overtaking. Takes victory in the second heat here in Mini Inter. A brilliant drive that saw Lucian Smith get to second place. Austin Oman to third. And Otis Cleary from 16th on the grid got to fourth. Riley Munro ran to the top five from Harry Radcliffe and Ryan Townsend. Then it was Teddy Murphy from Dimitar Uzunov, Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale from Charlie Page, Toby Wortley, Lewis Herberson, Isaac Garth from Teddy Higgs and Jack Bakama. It was Elliot Bork from Edward Munns, Ryan Komatsu and Seki Komatsu from Finley Beals and Odyssey Hole. Edissa Burrows from Preston Howard, Judy Story, LMA Bumford, and we lost George Wilden and Jake Hansford in that race. Teddy Higgs getting a warning flag at the very end. Yet again, coming down to the very, very end. This is going to be an exciting final.
Yeah, that'll be coming up a bit later on this afternoon. The Mini Inters final, the race 24 out of 26 in, I would say, perhaps an hour and a quarter's time or so. Still plenty of racing to go here at the penultimate round of the HKRC Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton, which is just over the Cambridgeshire border. Not too far from Huntingdon, just down the road from Peterborough, and centrally placed there between, you would say, roughly between Huntingdon and Northampton, very much in the centre of the UK. And our final heat race in association with TrueCut is about to get underway. The Rotax 177s for their second heat race of the day. Next, we will be having the Junior Rotax B final. So this is the last of our heat races for today. Race number 17 out of 26 Rotax 177s. And notably, some of the drivers who were good in the first heat, the likes of Scott Clee starting quite far down the field. So this is going to be very important for the drivers who were up at the front in Rotax 177s to make the most of their bad grid position, get their way through up to the front of the field as quickly and as safely as they can to try and get a good position in the final later on today. This is how they line up, though. Dan Wright from Lucas Theo on row 1, Sean Rudge and Doug Jenner on row number 2, Reg Hayward, Ollie Goodyear on row number 3, Alex Jones, Andy Chenery on row number 4. The fifth row is made up of the 32, Gavin Petty from Scott Smith, Jack Saunders, Joshua Gollin on row 6, Elliot Kennedy, Sam Yaxley on row number 7, Jamie Tyler, Colin Walker on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 91 of Rob Simpson from the 165 of Liam Ferguson, Daniel Walker, Ben Hitch on row 10, Josh Howard, Adam Sadler on row 11, Stavros Athanasopoulos on row 12 from Nathan Chafer, the first heat winner, starting in 24th position, row number 13. Will Milner, Steve Thompson, Chris Thomas and David German on row number 14. Scott Clee, who ran well in the first heat, 29th from Mark Hennings. Row 16, David Williams and Gary Bumford. 32 drivers. Rotax 177, yet again, great to see a big entry in the 177 class. The drivers now making their way around the final corner, bringing the pace right down the field. Looks good here. This hopefully will be a start as they make their way out to the final corner, over the line, but they lose position. Is this going to be a... No, looks like they're keeping this one going. Here they come into the first corner. Oh, as one driver just loses the back end slightly, and another one gets collected into the tyre barriers. Doesn't appear to be anything too serious, but the 133 getting the jump on the field. Good start there for Lucas Theo as they make their way into Derek's corner for the first time. Lucas Theo making his way out to the first few corners there quite comfortably.
A big loss at the start. That was from Ollie Goodyear, who, of course, is one of our front runners, losing out. Sean Rudge up in second place. Now Sean Rudge also took a podium last time out. Reg Hayward. Great to see Reg Hayward here this weekend. Reg, a very, very strong 177 driver. Of course, very high up at the front end of the British Championship when it came to junior and senior racing. Of course, went into 177s and is still running up at the front end. Watch out for him in these when it comes to the final, because it's definitely a strong driver to watch out for. Scott Smith in there as well. He's currently sixth for the moment, number 38. He's running a full white car, so pretty easy to spot him out. Joshua Gollin in there as well. He was fourth in the British Championship this year. While he's going for the lead of the race, that was a brilliant move from Sean Rudge. Got past Lucas Theo, and on the inside as well came Reg Hayward. So 2 for the price of 1, you could say.
Very good move there from Sean Rudge, making the move going into Kestrel Corner. The gap was there, but it was always going to be closed by the leader Lucas Theo, so he had to be very decisive to not only make the move, but make sure it was safe and avoid a collision. So Sean Rudge with a neat move as 26 is a bit of trouble at the back of the field there. That is the machine of Gary Bumford dropping out of contention. Looking a little bit further down, Scott Clee moving up to 22nd position, and the first heat winner Nathan Chafer from 24th on the grid is already up to 14th position, still with 6 minutes remaining in this race. Although I've just noticed the previous race leader Lucas Theo, 133, under investigation from the stewards. There was a warning earlier on for the number 91 of Rob Simpson down in the midfield. But Lucas Theo in third place. What will come of that investigation, we don't know as of yet, but that could have implications for the final later.
Interesting to see Liam Ferguson, who is currently in the mid-pack of field. Of course, he won the final last time out. Really struggling at the start of this race, has to be said. course, we've seen it when it comes to qualifying. You can just be at the front and it's all about the pace. But he's really struggling with his racecraft to get through this track. He's currently down at 18th at the moment. Of course, Lou Jenner was his driver who lost out big time as well. Reg Hayward really closing in on our screens. This is for the battle for the lead. Whilst Lucas Theo and Joshua Golling having a great battle. Scott Smith trying to get on the inside of him as well. Number 76 under investigation. Now that's a bit further down the back. We'll have a little look, see who that may well be. That's Johnny Kent, who's all the way down in 31st. I don't know what Johnny's been up to, but he's put himself under investigation for some reason. Scott Smith now with the battle with Joshua Golling in front. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. The gap isn't really close to Jack Saunders, a name who, well, we haven't really spoken about in a while. Jack Saunders used to be a brilliant TKM racer. He's now into 177. You see a lot of drivers come back into 177 racing. If they've had a few years off, they tend to come back in. Jack Saunders, who did have the fastest lap of the race, he's well, lost it now, a bit further down the field. Who is dropping down. Steve Thompson now has the fastest lap. A lot of racing going on. Scott Smith on the inside of Joshua Golling. Always racing going on in 177. It's always great to see, though.
Plenty of action throughout the field. It is starting to settle down a bit now. There's not too much wheel banging or aggressive moves in the midfield, which is meaning that the drivers further down having a hard time making their way through the field. Nathan Chapin up to 13th position, the first heat winner, making up 11 places. Josh Howard into 10th, another driver who's moved up 11. And Scott Clee, the first race runner-up, only in 21st. He's made up 8 positions so far, but it's a very competitive field. Everyone racing quite cleanly so far, maintaining a good pace out there, which means, like we say, those drivers who had the bad grid position in Heat 2 having a hard time at the moment making their way back through the field. But Sean Rudge and Reg Hayward looking good at the front of the field. There's the 133 Lucas Theo, currently under investigation, but races on just ahead of Scott Smith. Jack Saunders all in there as well. The 197 Sam Yaxley's made a few positions now. Getting involved currently in 8th position with Josh Howard, one of the real movers in this race. 12 positions now, up to 9th place so far as they make their way through over the line. 3 minutes to go, plus the one lap remaining. Is down the inside. Oh, he's going to be do well to make that one stick, but he does, and that will be Scott Smith in the white cart there, who now moves into 3rd position, immediately goes defensive on his way into Derek's corner just to prevent Lucas Theo from snatching that inside line. But there we go, the fight for 3rd place. Pretty close behind for 5th. Joshua Golling now moving into 5th place from Alex Jones, Jack Saunders, Sam Yaxley.
Oh, there's a bit of contact made a bit further back. Alex Jones getting involved now. We didn't really see much of what happened there. Hoping both of them drivers have carried on going, but as we were saying, up at the front of the field, this battle for the lead still isn't over yet. Sean Rudge and Reg Hayward. I think Reg's just holding back a little bit. Number 67 under investigation. That is Adam Sadler. One of them involved with that little thing with Alex Jones. But Reg Hayward here, as I said, 2 minutes left on the clock. Scott Smith there in 3rd place. Now they don't want to battle too much, like they bring Scott Smith in. But I can definitely see a battle coming in for the last couple of laps. Just starting to feed in. Number 9 there on your screen is Josh Howard. He is starting to find a way past the 197. That's Sam Yaxley. The other flags are out as they head into the final couple of corners. Couple of carts off. And a very big incident, it seems like. Both drivers out on the cart and over the barriers. But, well, we might turn into a Battenberg. We're waiting to see.
The Battenberg flag is being readied here, so it's quite got a collision just coming off Kestrel Corner. The carts are off the circuit, although whether they need to move any medical personnel to check the drivers are okay, I don't know. Well, the Battenberg flag is not going out at this stage. There is a local wave yellow on the Kestrel Corner that the leaders are coming up to now, so it means that Sean Rudge and Reg Hayward will just have to hold position as we go past the race early.
So race early, it seems like. Checker flag is about to go out now, and Sean Rudge will take victory. So I think that's a very smart call from the Kim Bolton circuit. Try and get this race over and early so they can get onto the incident. So a brilliant victory from Sean Rudge, from Reg Hayward, who finished up in 2nd place. It was Scott Smith around at the top 3 from Lucas Theo and Joshua Golling, Sam Yaxley and Josh Howard from Jack Saunders and Ben Hitch. Nathan Chafer around at your top 10, who made up 14th place. He started from 24th on the grid. Then it was Liam Ferguson, Alex Jones, Jamie Tyler from Alan Sadler, Chris Thomas and Dan Wright. There's Elliot Kennedy from Scott Clee, Gavin Petty, and Will Milner. Ollie Goodyear from Dues Jenner. From Rob Simpson, Stavros, and Daniel Walker. Then John Ling. From Colin Walker, David Williams, Johnny Kent, Gary Bumford, Mark Hennings. And in that accident, it seems like we've lost Andy Chenery, David German, and Steve Thompson. It might actually be Gary Bumford and Mark Hennings who are your two drivers there now. That is David German.
Yeah, David German, you can tell he's quite obvious. If you look at the driver on the right there, he's got the, we made comment about this in the first heat, the rather distinctive helmet there. It's the, looks like the old Elio De Angelis stroke Jean Alesi style chevron stylized helmet. And from an old school point of view, it's, like we were saying earlier, back from that era when drivers' helmets, especially in the likes of Formula One, were a bit more like the jockey silk, so they didn't really change during the career. And those designs quite synonymous with the driver. I think German just having a check over from the medics. He did walk away, but whether he's taken a knock, I don't know. But yeah, very distinctive driver out on the course. It looks like there's going to be a brief pause here before we get underway with the Junior Rotax B final. So the 177's cut short by, there was only a minute to go plus the one lap. So the race officials opting with medical crews needing to get onto the circuit just to bring the race to a halt early. As I say, I think David German just getting a bit of a check from the medics. He did walk away over to the medics under his own steam, so hopefully it's nothing too serious. But nonetheless, driver safety, very important. They will, no doubt, I would imagine, take him away just to get a little further examination, make sure he's okay for the final later on today. The heat race is then now drawing to a close. And in association with Drift Limits, the London Motor Circuit Junior Rotax B final is about to get underway.
Just going to get excited in this one. I love these B finals. They're so much fun because only 4 spots. Only 4 spots matter in this race, and that's first, second, third, and fourth. Anything behind that, that's you done. That's you out. That's your weekend done. We're going to have a little look at the grid now. Noah Moulton, who will be starting from pole in this one. It's going to be Lucas Nibbs from second. Christian Keroff and Archie Ray Watson will start from fourth. From Miles Burton, another quick lad who was obviously had a bit of mechanical issues. He starts from fifth. Then it's Archie Butman and Jackson Heath. Jerry Dufficy, Oscar Keane from Zoe Cadet and Theo Hamilton. Harley King, Tobias Johns, Jack Corser, Josh Phillips, Joseph Berkery, Bure Winslade, Finley Mcass, Jacob Aston and John Richardson on the last row. That's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, John Richardson, a driver who comes up to the commentary points sometimes. You see him up here. A driver who has got the capability to run well in Junior Rotax, but he's had a nightmare day. He got caught up in trouble in heat number 1, and heat number 2 didn't go much better for him. So it would normally be a driver you would expect to either be at the very front of the B final or comfortably qualifying for the A final, starting on the last row of the grid. So he's got some real work to do. Here's your race order as Charlie just gave us to us there, with Noah Moulton leading the way. So the hot spots at the moment filled by Noah Moulton, Lucas Nibbs, Christian Keoff and Archie Ray Watson. No doubt they will be hoping to remain in those positions, or even better, once the race draws to a close. So this is your Junior Rotax B final. The drivers who failed to make the cut for the A final just yet, but this is essentially a repechage race as well. As Charlie said, the top 4 drivers in this B final will progress to the A final, our final race later on in just over an hour and a bit's time. Look out for row number 10 though, Jacob Aston and John Richardson, 2 drivers who are further back than their speed would normally dictate. They've had some misfortunes today. Quite often in the B finals, it's very easy to have a bad heat, and if you fail to make the most of it in your better heat, it just drops you down here, and some real work to do for some of these drivers.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, John Richardson, as we said, is a very quick driver indeed. Jacob Aston, another quick one to watch out for. So watch out for your drivers. But we've got to watch. This is it's one of the only finals where it doesn't matter if you win. It really no one really matters if you win. It's about just finishing either first, second, third, or fourth. If you don't finish there, then you're not going to be racing. That's as simple as it is. Noah Moulton, who starts from pole. Oh, spinners already in the start. That looks like Izzy White it might have been, or it's one of the AJ Racing cars. That's a bit further down. That might be for Zoe Cadet, number 67. But Let's see if we can get going for the first time asking. Noah Moulton is going to be definitely someone to watch out for.
Very slow onto the final corner, so they should allow the rest of the field to catch up and join the grid. Hopefully it'll be a clean start.
They're driving into each other already.
Here we go. So they make their way out to the final corner, over the line. Rotax B final getting underway, and it looks like the start is clear. Here they come into the first corner in this all-important 8-minute plus 1 lap Rotax B final. And a very good start there for the pole sitter, number 51, Noah Moulton, who will be determined to try and break away in these opening stages. Further back, Miles Burton there. They're all fighting for position here. Noah Moulton desperately needs to put 2 or 3 good laps in here to try and break away from the rest of the field. He's had a brilliant start, already pushing before they had trouble on
the driver who was second on the grid. That was Lucas Nibbs. Is all the way down the field. He's throwing hands because he knows what that means. He's got a lot of work to do now.
Lucas Nibbs pushed wide a bit there on Dan Weldon corner, lost track, and straight off, it's a difficult place to get back onto the circuit there as well, because it is a bit off camber as well. So investigation for number 95, Archie Ray Watson. So whether he's one of the drivers caught up in that little incident at the end of the first lap, but nonetheless, not bothering Noah Moulton at all, who already has pulled an 0.8 of a second lead at the start of the lap, although at the moment it looks like Miles Burton has got away well here and is putting the pressure on for second place. Christian Kenoff and Archie Buchanan with the final 2 hot positions.
Yeah, I think these top 2 are going to stay where they are. Miles Burton and Noah Moulton, sort of the same pace, both really quick drivers indeed. So this battle we're seeing on your screens here, this is for 4th place. This is for the final spot in the final. As I said, only 4 drivers will make it through. So this is the one we need to watch out for. These 2 purple and white carts, both the Cosmic carts. The 37 of Oscar Keane, he's up against Archie Bookman. Now whoever finishes in front of the other will get into the final. Miles Burton there in 2nd place. Here's back for 3rd actually. Watch out for Oscar Keane on the inside of Christian Kerov. That was perfect for 3rd place. Of course, Christian now drops down to 4th. He's now got the last spot on the podium. Now I really want to see where the rest of these drivers are.
Just keeping a close eye actually further down the top 10. The likes, we're talking about John Richardson and Jacob Aston starting on the back row of the grid. They've both made good progress so far. Richardson currently 9th place, Aston in 10th, and the battle now really starting to hot up for 3rd and 4th position here. So there's every opportunity for those 2 drivers to potentially snatch that vital 4th position on the final lap of the race. They may be relying on 3rd and 4th starting to fight for position. Noah Moulton and Miles Burton running a very sensible race at the front here. Moulton leads by 0.8 of a second from Miles Burton.
Oh, what a move from Archie Ray Watson. That's put him straight onto the final spot in the final. That puts him into 4th. Kevin
there's
now into 5th.
Richardson
That's
there.
Richardson, yeah.
He's flying.
Richardson and Aston. Aston's been following him the whole time. And, well, look at this. Already on the defensive goes Kerov. But it doesn't matter, because that's not the spot he needs to be defending.
That would put Richardson in 5th place, Aston in the 6th place. Yeah, so they've really made some brilliant progress.
Yellow flags are out also down at Kestrel Corner. Here's the move then. John Richardson on the inside, and watch, look out for Jacob Aston as well, making his way through. That was superb work to get through together. Now these 2, of course, they're good friends as well, so they're going to have probably spoke to each other and probably planned a little route just to try and find their way through. So that puts John Richardson now onto the final step of the top 4. So it's gonna be the battle between John Richardson and Jacob Aston, 2 drivers who we were both planning on seeing in the final. It's going to be a question is who will take that final spot.
Let's have a look. So Noah Bolton, Miles Burton running their own race at the front. Nice and good, nice and consistent for them. Oscar Keane. It's Archie Buchanan, my apologies, still in 4th place. Archie Ray Watson. So John Richardson, this is the battle for 6th place that we were focusing on just then. Jacob Aston 7th. So both Richardson and Aston doing a great job. And still with every opportunity. You can see, looking a bit further back there, look for the number 6. There they go, number 68. And number 19, Richardson and Aston, both neither driver really fighting too hard here. They're working together, as Charlie said, to try and close up. So they've got Archie Ray Watson and Archie Buchanan sitting on the bubble at the moment. Number 27, that's the last position in the final so far. 3 minutes 40 plus the 1 remaining. The 2 leaders going through, Noah Moulton and Miles Burton, playing it nice and smooth. Oscar Keane vitally here is starting to pull away in 3rd place. Here's the battle of the 4th. Oh, was down the inside goes Archie Ray Watson. So Watson on the bubble. There is the 27 of Buchanan, closely followed by Richardson and Aston. So Oscar Keane, crucially, is pulling away, and this is the fight for 4th place, and it's all for the final spot.
This is going to be exciting. Archie Watson, and look at the move from John Richardson. Round the outside. Now, all John needs to do is make up this one more spot. The battle for the top 3 is already pulled away, so he's really only got this 4th spot that he can have. But will it go to John Richardson? Will it go to Archie Watson? Will it also go to Jacob Aston? We'll have to wait and see. They're going to be side by side. Good run from Richardson. Going to go round the outside. That gives him the opportunity for the inside of turn 1. Watson's already shaking his head. He knows what the out solution will be. Watson's trying to go back to the inside and the cut back. They're going to run side by side. Contact made. They nearly side by side. Watson still stays in front. How?
Yeah, brilliant driving there from the number 95 to hold on to the position. So Richardson drops to 5th place, and his constant companion in this race, number 19, Jacob Aston, they've worked together very well to give themselves an opportunity to qualify for the A final. But the way things are right now, with the top 3 well away, as Richardson goes down the inside, the gloves are off. And the unfortunate number 95, Archie Ray Watson, gets shoved onto the grass there. Just a racing incident, I would say, as they fight for position. But he's throws his hand in the air in disgust, but he's still very much in the contention here. The 2 leaders have had plenty of time at the front here. They've had a very serene race so far. Noah Moulton has led the entire race. Miles Burton in 2nd place, just starting to apply a little bit of pressure. Neither driver, given the circumstances, will be too aggressive, I think, at this stage. They just need to keep this pace going. They're both circulating very well in the low 42 seconds at this stage, with 1.5 minutes to go.
They have a 5-second gap. There's no need to really throw anything together. They've just got to work together now and get away. Of course, it's all between one place if they're going to start 31st or 32nd, so there's real no point battling. This is the battle we need to watch. These are 2 of our stronger competitors that we've probably seen at the midfield, even the front end of the field in this junior Rotax category. Only one of them's going to make it through, and well, I think Jacob Aston knows it. Doesn't want to be him that's out of this race. John Richardson's going to think otherwise. This is the main battle. This is pretty much going to be like we would see later, the battle for the lead.
Yeah, these 2 are sitting on the bubble right now. So it's John Richardson who is in that final position, and Jacob Aston, his main ally in this race. They've worked together so well to give themselves an opportunity to qualify for the A final. But the circumstances here, Noah Moulton and Miles Burton comfortably out in front. Oscar Keane on his own in 3rd place and several seconds down the road. And with only 38 seconds plus the 1 lap remaining, what that means is that only one of these 2 drivers will make the final. It's all down to this. Richardson doing very well, putting some good lines together, but he can't afford to relax here. John Richardson, fastest lap of the race, 41.77. Here comes the race leader, Noah Moulton. Miles Burton still there in 2nd place, but not really any need to put any pressure on here. They are both comfortably out in front. All they need to do is circulate now, and they will be guaranteed a position in the final. Oscar Keane comfortably out in 3rd place on his own. So Noah Moulton goes on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race. The clock goes down to 0. Next time round, they'll get the last lap flag. Oscar Keane, I think at the moment, well, John Richardson still flying, 41.68. He's pulled about half a second on Oscar Keane in 3rd, but I think time's going to run out here. Oscar Keane should, barring any trouble, be safe. But the 2 leaders comfortably out in front. The B final, for these 2 at least, drawing to a very steady and serene conclusion.
Miles Burton's really closing in on Noah Moulton. I hope that he's not thinking of making any sort of move. There is really no need for it. 1 last lap to go then, here in the Junior Rotax B final. What an exciting B final it's been so far. So, Noah Moulton will take to the final then, if he can just hold on for 1 more lap. So will Miles Burton, so will Oscar Keane. These top 3 have all pulled away. They have pretty much secured their spots despite any mechanical issues. The battle still goes for 4th place. Who will take it? Will it be John Richardson? Will it be Jacob Aston? We're watching Noah Moulton here on your screens, but the battle we need to watch is down in 4th place. Round the final corner is going to come Noah Moulton. He will take to the A final, taking victory here in the B final. 2nd place for Miles Burton. It's going to be Oscar Keane in 3rd, but who will take to 4th? It's John Richardson who will take the final spot.
And you could see the expression on Jacob Aston when he crossed the line, said it all. The helmet went up in despair. There he is again. It's a shame for him.
That's the big headliner.
And Jacob Aston, fastest lap of the race on the final lap, 41.62. Those 2 are really pushing hard. at the end of the race, but such was the way that race panned out. We had Noah Moulton and Miles Burton comfortably out in front. Oscar Keane just seemed to find that gap, find that initiative, and was able to do the important thing and pull away a bit. So what that meant, I think if that would have turned out differently, if the top three got together, then Richardson and Aston could both have qualified. But as it is, Richardson in the final, Aston will be packing up, and we'll see him again in December. We move on then to the first of our class finals. We've got the A class final for the junior Rotax later on, of course, but this is the KZ UKs for the final time today. They will be taking to the track very shortly. Finals today, slightly shorter than usual, 8 minutes plus 1 lap in the final as we wait for our KZs to make their way out onto the circuit. There's been plenty of incidents of dramatic collision that brought out the red flag to stop the race in the first heat earlier on when Harry Walsh lost that fluid on the straight and the chasing drivers all skidded off the track, and in particular Hannah Lang taking quite a knock. Luckily she was okay and was able to salvage some points in the second heat. It does mean that she starts quite far down the field by virtue of that non-finish in the first heat. How they will line up, though, is with Derek Morgan on pole position from Leo Robinson, Ralph Youngling and Lucas Ellingham, who had a difficult second heat, I should say. Lucas Ellingham is in 4th place on the grid. George Robinson from Jake Weston, and then it's Jessica Edgar, Bo Phillips, Kai Springfield, Luke Fleming, Harry Walsh and Nick Aitken, Bradley Calder, Hannah Lang, James Harvey and Jonathan Railton. So this KZ UK final, which will be getting underway shortly, there's 1 or 2 carts being retrieved back to the paddock. There's the recap of the starting grid, so certainly the drivers to look out for there. Derek Morgan and Leo Robinson, who has been putting together some good overtaking manoeuvres during the day, second on the grid. Ralph Youngling, who's been there or thereabouts, you can't write him off for the final either. And Lucas Ellingham, arguably one of the pre-event favourites, 4th on the grid, handily placed. 1 or 2 fighting back after some difficulties earlier on today. The likes of Bradley Calder and Hannah Lang, 13th and 14th on the grid. Certainly 2 drivers to look out for, trying to fight back in this final, which I think is fairly wide open. I think any one of about 5 or 6 drivers could quite feasibly take the victory here.
Yep, exactly that. I think Lucas Ellingham is just going to try and play a clean race here, of course. Trying to take the championship home today. After that heats, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think he's going to have to just seal it at the last round, but he's got to try and get a good result out of this one. And of course, he's a racing driver. He's going to go for that first spot. But most is the rest of the grid. Ralph Youngling, another driver to watch out for, as well as Leah Robinson. Leah Robinson's had a brilliant weekend so far. Derek Morgan, really good to see him start from the pole spot. Derek Morgan, who's a very successful KZ driver, has to be said, has definitely spent his time and age driving the KZ and X30 karts. So let's see how he gets on then.
There's trouble further back, as one of the George Robinson, I think it was, that lost traction on the first corner on the formation lap and has gone into the tyre barrier quite heavily. So whether he'll be able to get that kart restarted from that position. This is just off from Stowe Corner as they make their way, the rest of the pack making their way through the Dan Weldon corner, back down the TKM straight. Now these drivers do have 2 laps to get the formation, so it looks like he's got himself going again a bit further back. That's the number 23 of George Robinson. Like we were saying earlier, Charlie, it almost looks comical when they spin off on the formation lap, but it's an easy mistake to make. It's if you've only ever driven a road car with nice grippy tyres on it, these are specially designed competition tyres, slick tyres for the drivers, and they are designed to have a very narrow window operating temperature. They thrive on being warm, but when the tyres are cold, if you're just leaving the pits going out onto the track, it's very easy because you've essentially, until you get those tyres up to temperature, got no grip at all. Yeah,
exactly that. I mean, it's like driving on an ice rink when you first get onto these new tyres. Of course, as they're a bit more worn, they'll be a bit more easier to warm up because you've already braked through that first sort of layer of tyre. But yeah, it's always very hard, especially with these KZ karts. But it's not just the tyres they're trying to warm as well, as of course the engine, but especially the brakes on these karts. You need to have warm brakes.
On the straight there, for example, they really are aggressively swerving down the straight just to generate that heat into the tyres. With the cooling system as well, the conditions are fairly damp, cool air today. It's one of these things where perhaps if you look closely at some of the radiators on the near side of the car, you'll see quite a few of the drivers running the plastic covering over the radiator. Now, they wouldn't have that in the summer, so basically this, of course, Charlie, is because the temperatures are lower, they're blocking the airflow into the radiator, and that just allows the engines to run at a bit more of a prime temperature.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these engines work very well in a certain operating temperature. I mean, for the Rotax, I know about 60, 65 degrees were the perfect perfect window.
One thing to notice as well, you will see, for example, on the inside line here, Lucas Ellingham got the cover firmly across. These are retractable as well, these covers as well. They can adjust that during the race.
4 lights are on us then for the final here in KZ, and we're lights out, and we're off and racing down into turn 1. A great start by Jake Weston down into second place, but Derek Morgan will lead him into turn 1. Drivers all over the circuit.
Lucas Ellingham
to get through. Yeah, Lucas Ellingham, a big loss. Big loss as he drops down the field, trying to get past Hannah Lang, but seems to have a few issues. He's made a few spots up past Bradley Calder as they head into Dan Weldon for the first time of Ascot. Down TPN straight now they'll go, and George Robinson back into the top 5. It's going to be Derek Morgan from Ralph Youngling. Ralph Youngling's going to try and send a late one. He had a look, but Derek Morgan covered off, and they're going to head down and start finish straight once again. Jake Weston in there in third place. Jess Edgar, this is a move for the lead, or was it? Because Ralph Youngling braked a bit too hard, and that really slowed him down. He's going to try and look for another move. Now, I think Ralph Youngling knows the pace is there. He's just going to play it nice and gently. This is going to be the long game now.
Yeah.
He's can't do it too early.
Still a long way to go in this race. 8 minutes plus 1, so slightly shorter than you would normally expect in a final. But, of course, with the shorter evenings, they do need to get the racing completed. So Derek Morgan leads the way. Ralph Youngling looking threatening a second. Down the inside, having a peek on the inside. He'll get the line out of the corner here, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. You see Morgan cutting across quite aggressively, trying to block that momentum. But Ralph Youngling has got the line. He'll hold on down the inside here and take the position. This could be good news for Lucas Ellingham, who had a bad start. The kart didn't get away from the line well at all, and for whatever reason, he was struggling to get it into the first corner. He understeered almost off the circuit. Went through the first lap in 9th position, but he is recovering, and he will be hoping to try and get back. So George Robinson, after that trouble on the sighting lap, is sitting nicely in 4th place right now. So Ralph Youngling, with the decent move there last time round, takes the lead, trying to break away. Derek Morgan second, Jake Weston third. And we see George Robinson defending there from Jessica Edgar, who's putting on some real... Oh, Edgar's snipped through into 4th place, you'll see on there. There she goes. Looks like she's made the move stick. So despite all that defensive driving, George Robinson, by taking sort of tight line into the corner, leaves the gap on the exit. And Jessica Edgar now into 4th place. There she is, just behind the number 7 of Jake Weston. But Ralph Youngling, who has been there or thereabouts all day, has had a great start. He makes the move in the early part of this race, and now trying to move away a bit now at the front and establish that gap in the lead.
Issues for Nick Aitken on that first lap. He is out of the race, into retirement. Luke Fleming also didn't start the race. But, well, for Derek Morgan here, it needs to make this move now. We've seen him time and time again trying to find a way past, but it's going to be a strong move to the inside. That's never, ever going to work. And he really had to close off that move, did Ralph Youngling. And, well, Derek Morgan drops back to second place. And I think we know why, because, well, Jake Weston... he's ready to pounce and attack. So Derek's got to get past Ralph as quick as he can. Luke staying on there. Still closing in now. He's closing in on his teammate. But look at Morgan. That's a very late move on the inside, but he's gone too deep. And Ralph Youngling's going to go through. Weston through as well. That did not work out well for Derek Morgan, but it was worth the risk, 100%.
This is great news here for Jessica Edgar, George Robinson and Lucas Ellingham. These drivers now really fighting for position with several laps to go here. The gloves are off. Ralph Youngling is back into the lead once again, but there you just saw the number 23 of George Robinson and the number 99 of Lucas Ellingham. After that bad start, he's kept his composure and is now handily placed in 6th position as they make their way over the line. Jessica Edgar still very much in the mix as well. She's in 4th place, having a peek, looking for 3rd position, as Youngling again has to defend into the first corner. Everyone bunching up as they make their way through Stowe, and it's getting tight here. It looks like Ellingham's moved into 5th place, just behind Jessica Edgar. Everyone full defensive now as they make their way down the straight. This run to the Dan Weldon corner, very important indeed. But Ralph Youngling putting a great drive together so far under a lot of pressure. 3 minutes 50. Doesn't sound very long, but this, at the moment, for Ralph Youngling, could be a lifetime here.
This is a proper race we're having on here. This is why we love KZ Racing. We've got over 10 karts in a battle here for the lead. Drops all the way down to Buer Phillips. Look at Ralph Youngling right on the defensive. Weston's gone for the move. Is that Derek Morgan? It's gone into second place. Yes, it is. This is brilliant racing here in KZ. Derek Morgan back into second. Ralph Youngling's really sitting on that defensive line, cutting the grass. Was George Robinson. How on earth did he keep that one going? Jessica really slowing down. I think Edgar into mechanical issue. Enningham now into fourth place. This is superb for Enningham. This is exactly what he needs to do. He's going to go for third place. That's a late move. Can he get that one done? Yes, he can. Pushes Weston wide. Into the podium spots goes Lucas Enningham. Now he's only got to chase down Derek Morgan. This is a brilliant race we're seeing here.
Just watching Lucas Ellingham over the last 2 laps, it's been a very astute, wily race from the number 99. He's done nothing spectacular here. He's not been barging his way through. Now fighting for second on the straight. He's got the drive down the Amitsu straight.
Derek Morgan runs wide.
Wow, look at that. He entices Derek Morgan into a mistake. Now into second position. Lucas Ellingham, he's been very smart here. He's not really done anything too spectacular. He's just kept it cool, kept the pace, and he's almost let the race come to him here. The mistake's presenting himself for him. And there he goes to the outside. He has been very
he's
cool.
going to run outside.
Oh, well, that was never going to work, but he's just keeping the pressure on Youngling here. Now, that allows Jake Weston back into second place, so the race still very wide open here with 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. So Ellingham has played it very cool indeed. He's taken every advantage he can to get up to third place. He's not been forcing his way through. It just seems to be playing it cool, just getting the kart exactly where it needs to be. He's been very threatening coming down into this final corner, but in the midst of all this, Ralph Youngling is still leading the way. He's come under an awful lot of pressure here, the number 25. Again, defensively into the first corner. That's going to be a very dangerous tactic, but it should give him the lead as they make their way through the willows.
There's going to be a lot of drivers who won't be very impressed with Ralph Youngling defending that much, but this is putting on a brilliant race for us all at home. This is amazing stuff to see Jake Weston there in second place now. Ellingham into third. Now we've seen Ellingham. He's very good at making moves, especially into the last corner and first corner. Is he going to go to the last corner? No. Weston defends. This is proper KZ Racing. Look at the amount of karts they've got in the battle for the lead, all the way down to one of the Jade Racing cars. Ellingham trying to go around the outside again. Can he get that one done for second place? That would be a superb move if he can. He's going to cooter outside. That turns to the inside and into second place. That was superb from the 99. Now he's got to chase down Ralph Youngling. How hard can it be? He's going defensive as well. Jake Weston there in third now. But Ellingham, what a move. Yeah, great move here. Again, finding the opportunity and taking advantage when it presents itself. So he's back in second place. We've got 47 seconds on the clock. Oh, it's going to be tight on the time here. As Ralph Youngling goes through 41. I think Ralph Youngling would wish this was down a bit less. I think they'll squeeze through to get another lap in here. Youngling again going extremely defensive. Ellingham finds the move. Ellingham finds the move, and the number 7 of Jake Weston says thank you very much as they push each other wide. So into the lead goes the number 7, Youngling second, and Ellingham drops to third. So I think there will be another lap to go at the end of this one as Morgan understeers off the circuit onto the grass and effectively is out of contention. So now we've got, that's Leo Robinson, who's had a fairly quiet race so far, but he's still hanging on in there in fourth place. He could yet be a factor. 2 seconds to go on the clock, 2 laps to go. Morgan's slowing down. That's a mechanical issue for Morgan. That's put him off the race. Ellingham pushes Ralph Youngling wide, says, get out of my way. I'm going for Jake Weston here. Jake Weston now have a bit of a gap now, but it's all going to come down to Lucas Ellingham once again. What a race we've had in KZ. It's going to come down to the very, very end. Now we know Jake Weston is a very quick driver. Is he quick enough to hold off Lucas Ellingham for one more lap? The timer is down to 0. The number 36 is under investigation. That is Leo Robinson. We're going to get one more lap of racing here. This is the last lap of the race. Weston just needs to put in a solid lap now and fight against Lucas Ellingham. He's got that all-important 0.6 of a second here, which keeps him safe as they make their way through the willows for the final time. Lucas Ellingham charging here. But that incident, as he forced his way through on the previous lap, could be crucial. It will be just about enough for Jake Weston to snatch the lead and give him the cushion that he needs. Ralph Youngling still fighting. Oh, he's pushed onto the grass there. That's a shame for him after such a strong race. But Jake Weston
Looks like he's going to wrap this one up. Lucas Ellingham in second place over the line.
Making contact, Derek Morgan.
Jake Weston wins the KZ UK final. Ellingham second, and after that, trouble on the final corner. George Robinson through to third. Bo Phillips. So one more lap to go.
No, it seems like they've all gone round again and not even realised it's the last lap yet. So half the drivers still going round again, although it said the last lap ball was out and the race finished as well.
Yeah, it's
and
finished
they're still
on the
racing as well.
It's finished on the timing sheets here, and the virtual marshal does say the finish flag. So, for whatever reason, in the confusion, they're still racing here, but the race has ended. Jake Weston the winner, Lucas Ellingham from George Robinson, Bo Phillips, and Harry Walsh after a difficult start to the day brings it through in 5th place. Hannah Lang, a good finish for her as well. She is in 6th position. Kai Springfield, the unfortunate Ralph Youngling, pushed onto the grass in the closing stages, finishes in 8th position. Leah Robinson had a tough end to the race there as well, 9th. And shame for Jessica Rediger, she drops down to 10th place. Bradley Calder, James Harvey, Jonathan Railton, Derek Morgan, Nick Aitken and Luke Fleming were none. There's Lakin there as it goes. They were both non-finishers. Great result there for Jake Weston from the charging Lucas Ellingham. But definitely a couple of shout-outs there, I think. In all that last lap carnage on the final 2 corners there, Harry Walsh and Hannah Lang, both drivers who had a bad start to today's racing, coming through for some strong finishes.
That was very exciting. At the very, very end as well, big movers. Of course, I think Derek Morgan was trying to get out of the way of everyone, but through that final corner is never going to be easy. And got himself in a bit of a tangle with Leo Robinson, ended up going over the top of Derek Morgan. And, well, that was the end of that race. Brilliant drive from Jake Weston. And, well done. We're going to be heading into the Honda Cadets now. Yet again, the top 2, it's been the tail all along between Sawyer Henderson and Deno Rowlands. Let's see how these two get on corners. Mason Becker as well from Alistair Saunders. Closing out your second row. Of course, Nick Aitken now just taking a long walk back. It's going to be Arthur Murphy from Keen Delaney. Mason O'Connor from Henry Colburn, who rounds out your 4th row off the grid. And we'll go a bit further down the field, just past the top 10. It's James Murphy from Marcus Cooper. Ben Bowers and Harry Parker-Ray from Reggie Dufficy, Phoebe Shelton, Harrison Maxwell and Harry Search rounds out your 8th row. There, your top 16 drivers. Only a few more drivers to cover as we go into the further down the field. George Pickett and Nicholas York, who's not had the best today, is from Zach Swire, Archie Edgar, George Teese, Finley Holes, Keane Doherty, someone to watch out for from the final spot on the field. Now, as said, plenty of racing in that first final. Let's see if the Honda Cadets can keep it up. If it's anything like the heats, then I'm sure that we're going to be in for a real treat. Plenty of action going on. And yet again, it's coming down between Henderson and Rowlands. Of course, these two in the battle for the championship as well. Henderson with quite a nice margin, which is always good when it comes to the championship. Mason Becker, Alistair Saunders, the complete underdog, someone to watch for, who's going to be starting from 4th. Will they get going then for the first time of Askin? It's going to be a full start. They're going to go round again. So a couple of drivers going back round again. And I think there's just a few of them that was just a bit off the pack. The drivers there at the back of the field not really catching pace with the rest of the pack. Gives them the opportunity to get another lap to get a bit more temperature into the tyres. This run down to the first corner in the final can potentially be crucial. If the drivers outbrake themselves, lose grip into that first corner, then their final is as good as over. So very important to get those carts running prime. The cake plate holder there, Sawyer Henderson, leading them the way, therefore. They were Dina Rowlands, Mason Becker, Alistair Saunders, Arthur Murphy, Keane Delaney, any one of those names. All those drivers have run very well today. So they would all fancy their chances in the final. The grid looks a lot better this time. They're all bunched up quite nicely. So in essence, they've had an extra lap to get some more temperatures. The cart's running very nicely indeed. Here they come. Quite a quick pace around the final corner. Here we go. Oh, couple of drivers off already.
Trouble here at the start. It was a very fast pace around that corner. The race goes on. I think the stricken drivers have all managed to get away.
Great start from Rowlands. And a couple of spinners there. Keen Delaney into the wall. Marcus Cooper looks like as well, who hit the barriers as well. But a brilliant start from Rowlands. And as they head down into Derek's corner, looks like Sawyer Henderson's having a little battle for second place. Will he get second? Yes, he does. So Alistair Saunders drops down to third. Baker into fourth. And a great start from the Ambition Motorsport driver as well, of Henry Colburn. He's up into fifth as well.
Oh, just saw off camera Keen Delaney punching the steering wheel in frustration there as he got back on track. It's like we were just saying a few moments ago, a bad first corner, and any chances in the final can realistically go begging, you would say. Here they come at the end of the first lap then, and it's a great start for the number 21 Denner Rowlands. Sawyer Henderson, Mason Becker, Alistair Saunders getting away. Harry Search has had a good start into 10th position at the end of the first lap. Arthur Murphy, well-placed. Henry Colborne, he's had a good getaway as well. Number 88 under investigation, that's Arthur Murphy. So whether that's linked in with the incident with Keen Delaney on the first corner, I would speculate there. But potential repercussions for the number 88. The race goes on, of course. And at the moment, in these very early stages, turning into a bit of a battle here between the K-Plate Sawyer Henderson and the race leader, Denner Rowlands.
Interesting to see what these two do at the front. Will they work together? Will they start to battle? I think Henderson just needs to send one in and just hope for the best. Well, let's see what they do in the next couple of minutes. Of course, the same amount of time in these finals as they were in the heat, so 8 minutes plus the additional lap. Move from Murphy now into turn one. Will he get that move done on Becker? Yes, he does. So the 52 drops back a spot, and the 88 goes up one. Alistair Saunders there as well. He's going to be waiting for an opportunity to pounce through, but Rowlands at the front. This could be his opportunity for a win. It'll be a very solid win. That would help him out his championship as well. Both drivers in it.
So perhaps one thing to maybe explain here, Charlie, is the third place number 88 had a good start to the race so far. Arthur Murphy now moving into third place. He set the fastest lap of the race, but we saw at the end of the first lap the virtual marshal on the finish line giving the investigation warning to Arthur Murphy. So that essentially means there's been some sort of conduct they want to look into at the end of the race. So he may not get a penalty. There may be some sort of repercussions after the race. But essentially here, though, for Arthur Murphy in third place, I should say, that doesn't really matter at this stage. He's just got a race on at this stage, and whatever happens after the race would happen.
Exactly. That's something that will be obviously investigated either through the race or it'll be investigated after the race. So it just lets the officials know. Well, it lets the drivers know that the officials have seen what happened, and that they will take a look at it for the driver that may not have caused it. Becker now into fourth place. He's trying to chase down the podium spots. He's got a bit of a helping hand now from Saunders, or will he? Because on the inside goes Colburn yet again. Now side by side with Saunders. Saunders drops back, and well, they're going to all work together now to try and close in. Or are they? Because Colburn, that's a late move to fourth place, but gets that one done. And Murphy at the back of the pack now. He's going to have to try and work his way through. But very interesting to see at the front here. The top three not really battling. Just trying to work together now. I think their plan is to pull away for a bit, and then they can start the squabbling a bit later on.
One driver I'm watching here, we were talking about that first corner incident, the number 91, Keen Delaney, who is now into 17th position. Well, he is starting to pick his way through the midfield runners quite well here as they make their way through. The leading group of drivers all bunched together quite closely here. So, although a win might be a stretch here, any chance of a good result could still be on for Delaney as they make their way through. Denner Rowlands controlling the race quite well at this stage. The gap goes up to 0.4 of a second from Arthur Murphy, who's now in second. A contact warning for the number 112 a little further down of George Teese, who's currently in 15th position in that midfield squabble. They make their way through the willows, that leading group of drivers, the rest of the top 10 all making their way through as well. Speaking of George Teese, he's just been overtaken, I think, or fighting with the 91 of Keen Delaney. So the warning flag for Teese. Here is the number 75, though, of Henry Colborne, who is still very handily placed here. He's ahead of Mason Becker and Alistair Saunders. Colborne having a good start to the race. He's now moved up to fourth position. He's just a little bit adrift of the leading group at the moment, but if these four drivers here can work together, try and avoid trading the paint, you would say, they could potentially get involved in this battle for the lead. At the moment, Denner Rowlands controlling the race, and well, you could see there Sawyer Henderson deciding not to dive down the inside there, just following the second place driver Arthur Murphy through And likewise, these three need to keep a good pace at the front. They're both closing up on the leader, though, here. Arthur Murfitt and Sawyer Henderson just starting to put the pressure back on Denno Rowlands. Here they come through Derek's corner, the 4 chasing drivers. Henry Colborne putting together a solid race so far. He's got the number 52 Mason Becker behind him right now. But Becker, I think, well, these 4, you can see no one really going for any overtakes here. They've still got 2.5 minutes to go. The rest of the top 10 charging down the straight a little bit further behind. And these 4 here working together very well. 4th down to 7th position. That is Henry Colborne, Mason Becker, Alistair Saunders and James Murfitt, as the 88 of Arthur Murfitt goes for the lead and just about holds on. And new race leader then, number 88. Good move there from Arthur Murfitt, taking the lead. It's
been a while since we've seen a victory from Arthur Murfitt. Could this be the day that we see it happen? Sawyer Henderson there in 3rd place as well. Arthur Murfitt really aggressive over them curbs. But Mason Becker here on your screens, he's 2nd in the championship at the moment. Really tight on the points, so he's got to really think about this, be really consistent. And that's obviously got him so far up in the championship. He's been really consistent with his results. Having a little look round the outside into the final corner. That's going to be interesting to see. He's going to turn into the cutback. Might get momentum to have a go at Colburn down to the 1st corner for 4th place. But at the front, Murfitt fighting the steering wheel as he goes on the braking zone. Rowlands there in 2nd place. Sawyer Henderson in your top 3. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. So we've still got a couple laps. That's an aggressive move from Murfitt to close off Rowlands. Rowlands had a look but had to back off very, very quickly because Murfitt was not going to let him by. Sawyer Henderson now into 3rd place. This is going to be, well, I think Sawyer's best opportunity is just to sit back and let it all happen. Yeah, he's still handily placed in 3rd position. Potentially the leader in these stages is the one that's there to be got at. He's going to struggle to pull away from the field here because they're all running a very fast pace here. So the likes of Denno Rowlands and Sawyer Henderson 2nd and 3rd can start to fight here as they're 3 abreast into the 1st corner. This is going to be interesting coming out of the corner. That means that Rowlands has the opening down the inside, almost got the lead there, but snatches his way back snatches that 2nd position back, now going for the lead as they make their way to Derek's corner. Murfitt defensive, guarding the apex though, and there they go, making their way through. This is now these 3 are starting to tussle at the front. This is starting to allow Henry Colborne in here in 4th place. He's not that far behind now, and I think Henry Colborne could sniff blood here. This is going to be interesting. Timer is about to tick down to 0. This is the penultimate lap. Look at Sawyer Henderson go for 2nd place. That was a strong move to the inside, which turned into the outside. Now, one last lap left in this final. We've got over 7 karts in the battle for the lead, all the way down to Murfitt. Also, Henderson's going to try and go round the outside. That's going to be a move that might not pay off. Might lose a spot. He might stay in 2nd place. He might even go for the lead at this point. Colborne into 3rd momentarily, and he makes it stick, so Colborne in 3rd now. Murfitt tries to defend, but look at Sawyer Henderson for the lead of the race. Superb move for the last corner. Free wide. Becker's off. Becker's onto the grass. He's going to cut the grass. He won't be winning this race, but who will? It's Murfitt versus Sawyer Henderson. It could be a win for Murfitt and what would have been a very long time, but will Sawyer Henderson hold on? He'll go defensive. Will it be the cutback move? No, it won't. Sawyer Henderson will take victory by a very small margin. Sawyer Henderson victorious here. Round 10 of the Club Championship from Arthur Murfitt and Denno Rowlands in 3rd. From Alistair Saunders and Henry Colburn, from James Murfitt and Mason Becker. Then it was Keane Delaney, Ben Bowers, Harry Search from George Pickett and Mason O'Connor. Nicholas York from Keir Doherty. George Teese from Harry Parker Ray, Archie Edgar and Harrison Maxwell. Richard Duffy from Marcus Cooper. Phoebe Shelton and Finn Hoyles. Zach Squire didn't start the race, but to be honest, I think Arthur Murfitt really lost out on his own. He really should have defended into that corner. Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate there for him. Sawyer Henderson snatching the advantage. Both drivers, both identical times, 48.42. Best lap of the race, running a very quick pace indeed. Denno Rowlands will be unhappy with that 3rd place. Shout out there, I have to say, for Keane Delaney breaking into the top 10. After pretty much being last at the start of the race, he put together a very smooth, quiet race and slowly but surely broke into the top 10. So
Not the result he would have wanted, but Keen Delaney nonetheless putting together a very strong final here. So here we go with the senior Rotax final. Macaulay Bishop will lead them from Finley Jones. Matthias Keller up in second position from Antoine Lemieux. Harvey Williams, Harrison Crowther, Joshua Smith, Charlie Neve on row number 4. Row number 5 is Eli Baden in the number 19 kart from Charlie Epgrave, Miles Roby and Luke Bate on row 6. Tobian Alvarez, Noosh Safa-Leathers on row 7 in 14th. Elliot Rice and Jake Fisher making up row number 8. Row 9 is the number 49 of Declan Luff from Noah Barham. Jake Cox and James Johnson on row number 10. Joshua Valance and Will Forber on row 11. George Hart and Ethan Martin on row number 12. Row 13, Tom Pryor and the machine of Charlie Sutton on number 40. Charlie Webb and Joseph Orton on row 14. Dan Renton and Adam White on row 15. Michael Morgan and Isaac Reynolds on row number 16. And the final two drivers, 33 and 34, will be Daniel Kayoff and Angelica Kennard in kart number 31 as they make their way down to the Kimbolton corner for the senior Rotax final.
3 nationalities in the top 4 spots, and then problem for Tobian Alvarez. He's smashing his engine. He is not going anywhere. That is not the start he wanted. Are we going for the first half asking? Down into turn 1, yes we are. Macaulay Bishop will lead them down into turn 1. Let's see how they get on. Jones trying to go round the outside. He can't get that one done. Loads of loading as they go into the first couple of corners. How on earth are they going to get through the first couple of corners? They all managed to do it, but Bishop leads the way. So Dan Holland Racing 1-2 with a KR Sport there in third place. That is Matthias Kajarov. Watch out for him in this race. Another one of our drivers, Antoine Lemex, into second place. This is now on. Bishop already has the gap and the advantage. He's pulling away at the moment, number 6. This is his chance to make a move. Look at the KR Sport driver on the inside. That was Matthias Gedov into second place. Superb stuff as he comes around to finish the first lap.
Great start there as well for Antoine Lemieux, who has had a decent start in the heat races. He just got pushed wide though, going through Stoke Corner. Was somebody well and truly hitting the curb quite aggressively, going through the willows, and that might have been... who was that?
That's Harvey Williams.
Harvey Williams,
big loss for Harvey Williams. He had a bit of curb contact, and from there the kart was just spinning along, and he pretty much just turned into a passenger from that point. What's up for Charlie Neve here? Just on your screens, the whole gaggle of karts is being led by him. Josh Smith there as well. Josh Smith's going to go down the inside. That's a move for 7th place. As they all come through to finish another lap of the race. No one has pulled away from each other except for this man at the front. Mason Macaulay Bishop leading the way, of course, being spanned by his brother Mason. Brilliant brotherly hood here. And Matthias Kajup into second place. Crowther trying to go down the inside of Antoine Lemex. Gets that move done. He's going to now chase down Finley Jones. This is a proper battle between our Kimbolton regulars, we like to call them, and the European sensations. Let's see how they get on as we head into the final couple of corners. That man on your screens there, on that Dan Holland car, which is the green, blue and white, that is Antoine Lemex. He's being closed in now by Josh Smith and Charlie Neve as he head down into turn 1. Harrison Crowther there. He's trying to chase down Finley Jones. The gap at the moment is around 4 tenths, so a bit of a gap to close down, but he's going to try and do it. But well, there's battles all the way through the field. Anything can happen now. Yeah,
it's looking good. An interesting dynamic here. Macaulay Bishop, a driver who knows the Kimbolton circuit well. Matthias Keller, the Danish driver, in second place, who is new to the Kimbolton circuit, but just tagging on to the back of the race leader as we see this action a little bit further down the field as they jostle for position for third place. The two leaders over the line. They've got the luxury now of being able to break away from the chasing pack as they they go onto the concrete there. This could allow the likes of Antoine Lemieux, Joshua Smith to get involved in this one as well, in the battle of the third place, which is absolutely raging at the moment. Finley Jones emerges as the leader of this group, though, as they make their way through to Derek's corner. 149, Antoine Lemieux has found his way through the Canadian driver. Now making up a few more positions as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, number 17 in there as well. Harrison Crowther, Eli Baden and Will Forber both on the charge as well as they make their way through to Kimbolton corner. The two leaders well clear now as they make their way over the line. And as the leaders go through to the first corner, Mateusz Kjellerup is now starting to ask some real questions of Macaulay Bishop at the front as the chasing pack make their way through Stowe Corner. The leaders now making their way up towards Derrick's Corner. Halfway down the straight they go, and here we go. So there's Kjellerup now really starting to put the pressure on Macaulay Bishop.
He's having to defend. Macaulay Bishop having to defend here from Mateusz. So he obviously feels the pressure. Macaulay Bishop is, of course, one of the leading British and European drivers. Of course, European champion out in Rotax as well. He is one of the leading drivers out there in the world at the moment. Josh Smith now into third, past Antoine Lemaitre. But this is what we need to watch. Less than 4 minutes left on the clock, and the battle for the lead now rages on. Now, if they keep battling, this might close the rest of the pack in. At the moment, it's 3.5 seconds, so they haven't got much to worry about at the moment, but that could quickly close in. Macaulay really on the defensive now, trying to hold off from Matteo Cadrupo. It's going to be interesting here. What can he do? Will he try and
this
find a way
is
through?
where the experience might come in here for Macaulay Bishop. He knows where to park that kart. Mateusz Kjellerup, who's certainly got acquainted with the Kimbolton circuit very well indeed, now starting to look for some lines here to try and find a way through. They make their way over the line once again. The top two now well clear, but if they really do start scrapping, then it could yet get Finlay Jones and Antoine Lemieux into the battle as well. Third and fourth now clear. Here they come, making their way through the willows, the two leaders. And Mateusz Kjellerup, again, has to go wide as Macaulay Bishop guards the apex going into Derrick's Corner. Again, that will slow them down, and it will bring everyone in as they make their way through towards the Dan Weldon, the double apex. And Macaulay Bishop covers the line quite well. Kjellerup having to work here as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner once again. Bishop pulls away slightly as they make their way under braking out to the final corner, and Kjellerup hangs back slightly. Is he going to go for something down into the first corner? Bishop full defensive here. Kjellerup goes wide. He's going to go for the switchback here, but doesn't quite get the advantage to make it move down the inside.
This is a brilliant battle between two big teams in the European stages. Of course, Dan Holland Racing versus the KR Sport team. Two very, very dominant car categories, and looks like Elliot Rice lifting his car up, having a little look underneath, trying to see if he can get something working. A bit of a mechanical issue there for Elliot Rice. Now the battle still rages on. 2 minutes left on the clock, and well, the gap really hasn't closed between Finlay Jones and Antoine Lemaitre.
Lemieux's now into third place. He's fought his way through to third, trying to break away and get involved in this battle for the lead. As again you see Kjellerup going wide. Now this time he goes for it. This is where he's going to try and make the move, I think. That's about the only place he can get an opening.
Of course, yellow flags into Derrick's Corner, so he can't make the move.
So
and Derrick's been a really big overtaking opportunity. That's one major opportunity he's lost.
Let's see what Kjellerup does now as he get the way. He's had a peek down the inside there. If he doesn't make the move now, let's see what he can do when he goes through to Stowe Corner. He's been drifting wide going into the corner. He knows that Bishop is being very defensive going into the first corner, and about the only place he can make an overtake is on the switchback coming out of the corner. So here they go once again. Bishop again fully defensive, number 34 in trouble as they make their way into the first corner. Kjellerup is again trying to get the switchback, but it doesn't work out. That's the number 34 on the infield there of Elliot Rice out of the race, so safely on the infield. And again you see Bishop defending the corner. Kjellerup trying to find a way through. Antoine Lemieux a little bit too far back to get involved in this battle so far. These two still maintaining a very strong pace despite the defensive lines from the leader, which you don't normally see. 36 seconds on the clock. So here we go, one more lap to go as they make their way down once again. Bishop guarding the inside line. Kjellerup, again, this could be his last opportunity as they cross the line with 2 laps to go. And again, this time Bishop opening the corner up a little bit. This is wise driving here. I think Macaulay Bishop knows that Kjellerup's going for the switchback through Stowe, and now just starting to open his lines up a bit here.
He's got to force him into a mistake. It's as simple as that. Bishop's got to put a bit of defensive on, force him into a mistake, and then take that gap. This is going to be close. The battle between, as I said, Dan Holland versus KR Sport. Bishop versus Kjellerup. Who will take it at the line? This is the penultimate lap of the race. We're going to come round the final couple of quarters now. It's going to be a 1-lap dash, 1-2-4, under investigation as well. He's a bit further down the field. That's Miles Roby. But it's going to be a 1-lap battle now. The 1v1 now starts between the number 6, Macaulay Bishop, the number 88, Mateusz Kjellerup. Who will take it? It's going to be a last corner move. Has he got momentum? No, he doesn't. Kjellerup has lost that big time on that straight down into Derek's corner. That's one opportunity that saves Macaulay Bishop having to defend. Now he's just got to put the effort in for one last sector. Nice and smooth through down Whirling corner. Perfectly done by Bishop. He's got 2 more corners to go. He was up at the front here in the British Championship. Can he hold on around the final corner to take victory? It'll be a very close call, but Macaulay Bishop will take victory here in the A final here at Senior Rotax Kim Bolton round 10 from Tateus Kidrup. Antoine Lemaitre has got 3 nationalities on the podium. What a race.
Yeah, very good indeed. So Britain wins from Denmark, Canada in third. Fantastic racing there between Macaulay Bishop and Matthias Hillerup. Both drivers really asking questions of each other there. And we saw Hillerup trying to tee up the overtaking manoeuvre on the switchback coming out of Stowe Corner, but Bishop got wise to that and changed his line to the race. And I have to say, fantastic racecraft between those two. It was hard, aggressive racing, but there was no contact, nothing malicious about it at all either. And maybe a little bit unfortunate for Antoine Lemieux in third place not to get involved in that one. He just lost a little bit of time at the start of the race, but nonetheless, another driver making a strong debut here at Kim Bolton as we move on to race number 22 out of 26. This is the Micromax final. The drivers now on the grid. I think there's just one driver making his way back to the paddock off screen, so hopefully the track will be clear in just a couple of moments' time, and we'll have a look at the starting grid very shortly as we head towards this penultimate round here at Kim Bolton. Now starting to draw to a close. 5 more races to go, and the cadets will be Macaulay Bishop. Oh, hang on, that's the one we just had. We'll pause for a moment here. We should get the starting grid through for the Micromax in just a few moments' time. I think that essentially would be the results from the previous race there. We'll recap the top 10 whilst we're waiting. That was Finley Jones in 4th. Eli Baden was 5th. Charlie Webb with a great drive. That was the driver who was shunted off in the heat race quite unceremoniously. He fought his way through to 6th in the Senior Rotax final. Charlie Neve, Noah Barnum 8th. Joshua Valance, another good drive as well. 10 positions for Barnum, 12 for Valance, 8th and 9th respectively. And Jake Fisher rounding out the top 10 as we wait for the next race to get underway. I think there might be just a bit of a track clear-up taking place at the top of the circuit. So just a reminder, of course, that there is just one more round to go this year. And the final round of the championship on the 13th of December. We remember, of course, right at the start of the year, it was a bit of a slow start to the championship this year, back in January, when the track was frozen, but it's all been very good this year. So here's the cadet final. Arthur Bowers from J.M. Prakash, Oliver Woodall and Arlo Gamble on row 2. Hendrix Fallat and Mason Muncer on row number 3. Alfie Hennell and Thomas Laidler on row number 4. Lenny Barton Raythone on row 5. Felix Tandy and Brady Aitken on row 6. Kai Suri, Lucas Howling on row 7. Row number 8 is Harley Merrison and Ralph Ewer. And then the final 3 drivers will be the number 55 of Lanny Eden, Jensen Darlow, and Ronnie Allen in 19th place, rounding out the Micromax field.
Watch out for Henry Fallax in this race. From that second heat with the battle with Arthur Bowers, really, really interesting. He's a very, I wouldn't say aggressive driver, but trying to find any way through that he could past Arthur Bowers. That was a brilliant battle. But of course, I think 3 drivers in this that have to be said. Jay Prakash, Mason Munster as well is in there as well. Also got Oliver Woodall, amazing driver who's going to be on that Paralin chassis. Have a watch from them all. Let's see if they can go racing for the first time. Asking, yes we do. Down into turn 1. Let's see what happens then. They're going to be side by side. Prakash gets the overrun, but will he try and go around the outside? No, he can't. Bowers to the lead, or is it because watch out for Oliver Woodall and might even be Fallat to the first spot. Perfect start by Fallat, who made it into the lead. Will he defend into Derek's? No, he doesn't. Could open up the opportunity for Woodall. No, he doesn't. He's just a bit too far in front. But a very nice, distinctive Nigel Mansell lid from Hendrix Fallat. And he leads the way. The number 15 there on your screens from Oliver Woodall in second place. There's a few of the Sam Pollitt racing drivers filing through as well. Mason Munster there in 4th place from Arthur Bowers, who's rounding out your top 3. You might have a look for second place. No, they don't. I think he's going to sit back and try and work with Oliver Woodall now as he comes around to finish the first lap of the race. Prakash there in 6th place, following his teammate in 5th. That's Arlo Gamble, but the rest of the pack can file in through, but still Fallat leading the way.
I remember Hendrix Fallat actually at the start of the season in the UK Kart Series at Shennington, running very well indeed, and certainly running his season off in some style. Driver who is, as Charlie hinted there, very easy to spot out on the track with that Nigel Mansell-inspired Union Jack helmet there, the number 15 leading the way. Although coming under some serious pressure from Oliver Woodall in second place, Arthur Bowers in third, Mason Munster in fourth. So this Micromax final is wide open to begin with here, as down the inside, having a little peek on there, goes number 9, Arthur Bowers, goes a bit wide. That will benefit Fallat now, who pull away, sacrificing his speed out of the corner with that move there, but Arthur Bowers does get into second place. So it gives Hendrix Fallat just a little bit of respite. There's a mechanical black flag for number 70. That's a bit further down the field. That is Lucas Howling, currently in 15th place. You may not see this on the screen. Maybe you'll catch it when the drivers come through, but there's a black flag with the orange disc. So that means the driver has been black flagged to be out of the race, but that is purely down to mechanical issues. Lucas Howling currently in 15th place. It's a bit unfortunate for the driver, may not be their fault, but what that is essentially, Charlie, is that the stewards, the marshals have picked up that that kart has got a mechanical issue that could cause danger to other drivers.
Exactly, yeah, and unfortunately it can just be for the very, very small things. Even for as little as a chain guard that might pop off. Anything that is deemed to be dangerous will receive the mechanical flag, which is always unfortunate. Down the inside goes Oliver Woodall, great move. Past what looks like might be Kai Suri. Actually, no, it'd been the one of the Sam Pollitt racing drivers. That was Arlo Gamble. That puts it back into fourth place as they head into the what was the lead change actually? Arthur Bowers into lead the race. That happened through the Derek's corner. So Arthur Bowers, the number 9, now leads the way from Hendrik Fallat. Bowers throwing his hands, saying, come on, let's work together here. We can pull away from the rest of the pack. Munster there in third place. And starting to close in. Of course, this is perfect for Mason Munster. His championship battle still alive. And this will give him some pretty good points as he leads the way in the championship. Oliver Woodall now right behind him. He's going to try and find a way through as well. And 70 getting that black flag now. So, of course...
So the black flag there is for ignoring the technical black flag, I suppose, really. So.
Yep. So, well, it's pretty simple. And if you don't come in for that, then you disqualify from the race. So, it's pretty simple. Sometimes it has to be harsh like that, but that's the way it goes. Now, Oliver Woodall gets past Mason Munster. So, into third place now. Woodall's looking very quick.
Yeah, he set the fastest lap of the race last time round. The only driver so far to lap under 48 seconds in this final. And just slowly starting to pull that little bit of a gap on the two leaders. Hendrik Fallat, the early race leader, now in second place. But you have to say that Oliver Woodall looks threatening in third place as they make their way down to the first corner. Everyone opening the racing line there properly. No one blocking at this stage. It's quite an open race so far. And certainly I would say some wise driving here from Arthur Bowers. He doesn't need to defend at this stage. We've got 3:40 remaining in this race. It would be better for the leading group of drivers to try and pull away, as although Oliver Woodall just starting to ask questions of Hendrix Fallat in second position, having a peek down the inside. But again, I think the drivers just starting to feel each other out a bit here. No one going for all-out manoeuvre down the inside, but we just saw Oliver Woodall just putting a wheel in there just to let Fallat know that he's there. But say 3:12, 3:10 left in this race now. That's doesn't sound long, but there's still a few more laps to go here. And well, the old saying in racing, really, it's always won on the last corner rather than the first one. So no need to go for a pass just yet, I would say.
No, I think it's all simple sailing for the time being. Just stick behind each other and waiting for opportunities to come around. Now, of course, it will just be one mistake. One mistake, all it takes for a driver just to lose positions opens up some more opportunities. Now, Oliver Woodall looking for second place here. Now, he's got to think about this move, because if he takes too long with the move, then it might slow down Fallat as well. That might put Bowers into a bit of a leave of a gap. That's not obviously what they want to do. They want to sort of get the move done and stick with him. So he's got to really be sensible about this move. But it looks like really the top, so say 6 here, all staying together. No real overtaking going on just yet, except for a bit further down the back of the pack there. Prakash trying to make a move on Mason Munster. Munster gets the move back. And, well, Munster losing out quite a big time, actually. But it's going to be a move for Fallat. Fallat's on the inside. of the number 9. Arthur Bowers runs wide. That could open up Oliver Woodall now. And, well, I think Falat's timed that to perfection because look at the gap he's already got. The number 15 just pulling away now. And, well, in the words of Mansell, that was very good from the number 15. Number 9, Arthur Bowers now trying to hold off from Woodall. Now, does he defend from Woodall or does he try and chase down the number 15? It's going to be the question that will be answered in the next minute and a half, but he's got to watch out because Woodall's going for second place on the inside. Bowers drops down to third, or does he? Because he's going to try and fight this one back, but Falat's just going to use this as an opportunity to pull away. Bertha's really lost his momentum now. Munster trying to get through as well, so he's going to drop all the way down to 5th, even 6th. Woodall's losing his momentum as well.
Arlo Gamble taking advantage of there, going into second position. This could be a brilliant bit of fortune here for the number 15 Hendrix Falat, who gets into the lead. And then as everyone starts scrapping through the willows, which is not the best place to be dicing for position because they just sacrifice all their momentum, this has just allowed him to build a little bit of a cushion here. We've got 45 seconds on the clock, so it'll be last lap next time round. So Falat over the line, and the gap all of a sudden goes up to 1.2 seconds. So Hendrix Falat pulling 1 second on the rest of those. A spinner there for the
spin. He had a look for second place
Oliver
there.
Woodall there. Outbraking and losing the back end, so he is effectively out of the race. Driver gets back underway, but he won't be a factor for the victory. A shame for him because he looked strong earlier on. But Hendrix Falat 1.2 seconds ahead here. 1 second doesn't sound very much, but in a sprint karting race, that is huge.
Yeah, that's perfect for Falat. That's exactly what he wanted to do. Woodall tried to have a look for second place, but just a little bit too hard on the brakes and a little bit of contact as well. Spun him round, so puts Prakash up into second place, which is quite good. And Arlo Gamble's going to go for the final spot on the podium past Mason Munster. Munster's got to be sensible about this one, and it might have been an opportunity for Arthur Bowers to get back onto the podium. Last lap of the race is out as well, so this is a 1 lap dash to the victory. Munster nearly making contact with Arlo Gamble, but up at the front of your field, Hendrix Falat. What a drive so far. And the battle for third still raging on. Gamble's going to try everything he can to get by, but nothing will stop this man right here. Falat's just got to hold on for 2 more corners, and well, it will be a first victory in the championship for Hendrix Falat. Round the final corner on a new chassis as well. It's only really been produced now. Hendrix Falat takes victory in round 10 here at Kimbolton. A dominant drive from Falat, and it was J.M. Prakash in second place from Arthur Bowers, who rounded out the top 3. It was Arlo Gamble from Mason Munster, Jensen Darlow from Kai Suri, Rafe Owen from Lenny Barton. It was Ronnie Allen who ran it at your top 10. I thought Ronnie would have been further up there, to be honest, but obviously having a few struggles. Felix Tandy from Alfie Hennell, Oliver Woodall dropped all the way down to 13th. Then it was Thomas Layla from Bradley Akin, Harley Merrison, Lally Eden, Ralph Ever, and it was Lucas Howling who retired from the race. What a race that was till the very end. And Falat made the most of that one.
Falat making the most of that lap about 2 laps before the finish when he put a solid lap and everyone else was scrapping and he was just able to build that advantage. Shout out there for Jensen Darlow, who's had a tough day, but getting into the top 10 in the final, making up quite a few positions there. Good, strong drive for him as well. We have 4 more races to go. The Senior X30, race number 23, out of 26, is about to get underway. This will be followed by the Mini Inters, Rotax 177, and the Junior Rotax A final to round out the penultimate round of the championship here at Kimbolton as the Senior X30s make their way out onto the circuit. Jack Dan will lead them away from Tristan Powell, James Tester, Monty Brathwaite in 4th, Piotr Djurovic and Sam Branston on row 3, CJ Bennett and Hayden Eldridge on row number 4. Row 5 is the 84 of Josh Jones from Derek Morgan, number 48. Noel Castro and Daniel Bridgen on row number 6. Katie Ashman and Sebastian Dew on row number 7. Max Anderson and Jack Stewart on row number 8. And further back, Alex Wiley and Liv Jakins on row number 9. Max Wright and James Reynolds on row 10. Reese Barber, Oliver Picula on row number 11. Jessica Fitch Hall and Bailey Brooker on row number 12. And the final two drivers on the grid, the number 47 of Ed Peed and 98 James Workman rounding out the field.
It's been Jack Dan, the story all along. Can he take a final win? And they're going to go round again because it is a false start. Drivers not filing up correctly. A couple of drivers out of position as well. But this gives a chance to talk about the story of the man who starts from pole. The number 62, Jack Dan. Now, Jack leads the championship but has not won a final yet this year. Only one of the only drivers who leads a championship who has not won a final at all in the year. Of course, he's won heat wins, but he just hasn't won the final. So this is going to be very interesting to see how he gets on. Tristan Powell is there to destroy that. Could it be history broken for Jack Dan? It will be, well, one of his written ones that he's been trying to break all year long. He's been so close on many occasions, but there's always been little mishaps that have ruined him from contention. Let's see what happens then. Jack Dan versus Tristan Powell on your front row. It's lights out, and away we go down into turn one. Dan on the inside. James Tester on the outside, trying to find a way through. Dan runs wide. Tester spun round. Branston in there as well. That is not the start James Tester would have wanted to his X30 career here at Kimbolton. Now moves going on down into Willows. Look at Monty Breathwaite round the outside. Takes the lead of the race in superb style. But Jack Dan's trying to fight this one back. Peter Jurevich in there as well. But Jack Dan got to second place. CJ Bennett in there as well. He's up into third. A brilliant start by Bennett. We haven't spoken much about him. And Monty Breathwaite's on the defence. He's ran wide. We're going to run 3 wide into the final corner. Jack Dan takes the lead back in what has been an exhilarating first lap of the race. All the drivers fighting through now. Derek Morgan's in there as well. Of course, lost out in the KZ race. He's trying to find some momentum back. Jurevich piling into Hayden Eldridge as they came through the first couple of corners. CJ Bennett, as I said, still in there in 4th place. Hayden Eldridge up into 3rd. Monty Breathwaite, though, with the start of a century, got into the lead, but Jack Dan fights it back, leads the way. Good start to the final for Jack Dan as a couple of drivers go off at Derek's corner.
Yeah, Jack Dan starting off fairly well indeed. It's a fast, furious start to the race. Everyone seems to have got away fairly well. Driver under investigation a bit further down. Jack Dan. Yeah, that's 62 on the board, so there could be a question mark over the race leader. Got a bit tasty on the first lap, and maybe the marshals just deciding that might be worth a look after the race as Hayden Eldridge starts to put the pressure on. In second place, number 33 makes his way through, now clear, and setting off in pursuit of the race leader Jack Dan, who has been able to build a bit of a cushion here, leading by just under a second. So this could be an important part of the race here, with Eldridge now clear in second place. Monty Brathwaite and CJ Bennett would do well here. These three could work together and try and close up on the race leader. But Jack Dan looking comfortable so far. But there is the threat of an investigation here.
CJ Bennett down to, up to 3rd place, shall we say. Now, it was this time last month where it was Hayden Eldridge who ruined Jack Dan's opportunities of a first final win. Will it be the same again? We'll find out in the next few minutes. But the gap at the moment, still a second, which is, well, a substantial amount to close in. It's going to be a lot of work from Hayden Eldridge as they come through to Dan Weldon for another lap. Monty Breathwaite, though, with a good start, running wide, sparks flying as they went on to the runoff. So brilliant stuff here as it gets a lot darker earlier in the day. Jurevich making moves past Monty Breathwaite. Of course, had that lost momentum. Derek Morgan's trying to get involved as well. Breathwaite back down to the inside of Jurevich, running in wide. We'll get that move done. Morgan through as well. So Morgan, after his, quite eventful race, as we said, in the KZ category, trying to at least have somewhat of a good weekend to end off in the X30 categories. Josh Jones making it through on the lost momentum of Jurevich. And another driver trying to find his way through, Joe Castro. As Jurevich runs wide, he's onto the grass. That's not the best lap for number 57. As the rest of the pack can flying through, Derek Morgan. Now, against Monty Breathwaite on the inside. Good move from the right kart driver as they head down to the start-finish straight once again. The gap at the moment is opening between Jack Dan and Hayden Eldridge. Something has happened to Jack Dan. He has put the pedal all the way to the floor, and well, he's looking competitive so far.
Yeah, just looking out on the circuit now, it really is starting to get cooler out there. The track temperature, I would suspect, is dropping. We're getting into the later parts of the afternoon here. Sunlight's starting to drop. There are some rather threatening clouds in the air. Hopefully rain will not be a factor in this one. But as the track temperature drops, the grip might be starting to evade the drivers. But Jack Dan is coping with the changing conditions very well indeed, and leads now by 1.4 seconds from Hayden Eldridge in second place. CJ Bennett in third. Tristan Powell from Derek Morgan. Monty Brathwaite now into sixth. And it's Josh Jones, Hal Castro, Katie Ashman up to ninth place now from Daniel Bridgen, with Liv Jenkins and Jack Stewart just a little bit further behind on the edge of the top 10. So difficult conditions for the drivers here. Hayden Eldridge is starting to charge here, pulling away from the rest of the pack from CJ Bennett, but at the moment Jack Dan has the race under control. There's the 84 of Josh Jones, keeping the pressure on the number 19 of Monty Brathwaite. So they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Not quite close enough for Jones to go for the pass there. And those two chasing the number 48 of Derek Morgan, who's had a good race so far, making up 5 positions and now sitting in 5th place.
The gap exceeded another 10th that time around from Jack Dan to Hayden Eldridge. So Jack is definitely putting the laps in now. 2.5 minutes left to go, plus the additional lap. So it's going to be a real question from Hayden Eldridge to close it in. But Dan is doing all that he can do at the moment. Monty Brathwaite, there he is on your screens. In front of Josh Jones, of course. This is the battle for 7th and 6th place. Monty Brathwaite trying to chase down Derek Morgan as it is. Katie Ashman's there as well. Inside the top 10s, they're in 9th at the moment. CJ Bennett closing in on Hayden Eldridge. This would really help out Jack Dan if CJ could at least take an attempt at him. He had a little look, but just wasn't enough. Of course, Bennett being teammates with Tristan Powell, that would really help each other out. Drivers who have made up a bit of progress, a bit further down the field. Of course, Liv Jenkins up to 6th place. She started from 18th up to 12th at the moment. The only real loss we had was James Tester. Lost a lot of ground on that first lap. Starting to build up the places though, up to 13th for the moment. Having another look at the gap, 1.62 in a fastest lap from Jack Dan, 40.61. He is putting in the laps here.
Yeah, he's really starting to gel with this circuit. Looks like it is getting cooler out there. And the grip, you can see the drivers having to really fight the carts when they make their way into the corner. See Hayden Eldridge pushing hard, but losing about at least 1/10 of a second per lap on the race leader Dan, as the number 9 keeps the pressure on in 3rd place. CJ Bennett, Tristan Powell, Derek Morgan, Josh Jones, Monty Brathwaite still fighting for position. Here is the number 33 of Eldridge in 2nd position, not really able to close up on Dan. Let's have a look as they go over the line once again. Dan still lapping strongly, 1.5 seconds between the leading group of drivers. 1 minute to go, plus 1 lap remaining. So they will get a couple more laps in before the race draws to a close. So there'll be one more circulation. There'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this one. 48 seconds left on the clock. Jack Dan leading as the chasing pack make their way through Derek's corner. Number 48 there, Derek Morgan, who's had a solid race so far, staying ahead of Josh Jones, another driver who's made positions in the final as well. And they're just ahead of Monty Brathwaite as we go back to the 2nd place driver here, Hayden Eldridge, closely followed by CJ Bennett. Jack Dan already clear and over the line, 25 seconds to go. So 2 laps remaining, including the lap they have just started. And Jack Dan now leading the race by 1.6 seconds. Pulls away again slightly from Hayden Eldridge in 2nd place. And trying to get involved in this one is Tristan Powell, who has had a tricky start. He dropped from 2nd down to 4th. But Powell keeping the pressure on. There is the race leader, number 62, Jack Dan. And as you say, he is under investigation after an incident on the first lap. But all he can do is push as hard as he can. He has put some good solid laps together here though, as he comes round Kimbolton Corner for the penultimate time. Last lap board goes out for number 62, Jack Dan.
Very interesting to see as well. CJ Bennett set the identical lap time of Jack Dan that last time around as well. But the history of Jack Dan so far, it's been championship lead with 0 final wins. if he can hold on for half a lap, of course the man in second place was the man who struck him of victory last time out. It was pure heartbreak. Jack Dan was not happy. He came into this weekend, he had his eyes set on one thing, and the record and the history is going to be broken. Jack Dan is finally a victory here at Kimbolton. Round 10, you can see how much it means to him. That one means a lot to Jack Dan. Finally a victory here at Kimbolton, a long-deserved final victory. And it was Hayden Eldridge who rounded out the top two from CJ Bennett, who got onto the podium in his first, I'd say, outing here this year, from Tristan Powell and Derek Morgan. It was Josh Jones from Monty Breathwaite, from Joe Castro, Katie Ashman from Sam Braston, Daniel Bridgen, James Tester from Alex Wiley and Liv Jenkins. It was James Reynolds from Max Wright, Max Anderson from Bailey Brooker, Jack Stewart, Sebastian Dew, Jessica Fitchell, Oliver Pecula, Ed Peed from James Workman, Reese Barber and Kurt Jurovic was your only retiree. But that seals it now for Jack Dan, and what has been a very long year has now sort of lifted his weights a bit.
Yeah, so Jack Dan taking a well-deserved victory there, first of the season, to add to his consistent finishes so far. And now just 3 more races to go. We have the mini interfinal, race number 24 of 26 about to get underway. This is how they will line up. Otis Cleary on pole position from Josh Cook, Harry Radcliffe and Lucian Smith in 4th, Logan Rolfe and Ryan Townsend on row number 3, Austin Oman and Jensen Sale on row number 4. Row number 5 is Charlie Page from Riley Morrow, Teddy Murphy and Teddy Higgs on row 6, Dimitar Uzanov and Lewis Herbertson on row 7. Row 8 is Toby Wortley and Elliot Bork. Row number 9 is the number 87 of Isaac Garth from Adesius Hole, Seiki Komatsu, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Ryuma Komatsu and Edward Munns on row 11, Edison Burroughs and Finley Beals on row number 12. And looking a little bit further back, the final few drivers in the race being Jude Story, Preston Howard, LMA Bumford, Jake Hansford and George Wheeldon, as the drivers start to form, making their way down towards Kestrel Corner. One driver towards the front of the grid, I think, was spinning out on the formation lap.
This is going to be a hell of a race. I mean, anyone inside the top 10 has a good opportunity. So much experience and talent in this field. Of course, on your front row, starting from the pole spot, Otis Cleary, a Kimbolton expert, we can call him now. Of course, ran very high in the championship. Josh Cook, though, a world champion. Is it lights down the way we go? Yes, it is. Down into turn 1. Josh Cook on the outside, trying to get the overlap. Can't get it done. Otis Cleary going in, and a couple of drivers spinning. Only the one driver spinning off there. Townsend running really wide, but all the drivers manages far through. A couple of drivers spinning off a bit at the front of the field, but manages to keep it going.
That was the K-plate holder. Ryan Townsend got caught out in the willows, went off the circuit, so losing about 7 or 8 positions. So the race just a little bit tasty going through the first few corners. But a good start there at the front for Otis Cleary. Josh Cook on his tail in second place. Number 6 now moving up to 3rd place. Good start there for Austin Oman to move into 3rd position. But Otis Cleary, with a good steady first lap, stays in the front as they make their way through the end of the first lap. So it's Cleary that leads. Harry Radcliffe then second place. Josh Cook, Austin Oman. Riley Muller with a good start.
That was a mistake from the driver in second place, Harry Radcliffe. He had such a good opportunity to try and go at Otis Cleary. Just went in a bit too deep into turn 1. That runs him very wide. And Josh Cook now into second place. Now we know Josh Cook has the pace. Is he going to be strong enough to catch up to Otis Cleary? The gap at the moment is 0.3 of a second, which is very hard to close on a circuit like this. He's going to have to use a slipstream here.
One driver has had a very good start here at the front of the field is the 122 of Riley Morrow, who has made up 5 positions, now sitting in 5th place, battling there with Austin Oman. I think Oman's gone back through into 5th place now, but they're running very well indeed. And the number 53 of Lewis Herbertson, who's just at the back of this little gaggle of drivers at the front of the field. Herbertson breaking into the top 10 behind Teddy Murphy, as Ryan Townsend fighting back. He was shunted off and the Willows ran out of track. And Ryan Townsend, the K-plate holder, currently down in 18th position, and in a very competitive field. is struggling to get back with the leaders as we go back to the number 6. Oh, as Riley Murrow goes down the inside of the number 6 of Austin Oman, Lucian Smith. Those three drivers really fighting away, which is allowing the leaders to pull away now. Otis Cleary with a decent run. Oh, having a peek on the inside there. The number 6, can he make the move stick? Murrow goes for the switchback coming out to the corner, but it looks like Austin Oman has made the move stick as Riley Murrow drops to 6th place. Murrow having a peek on the inside though. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. So good driving there from Riley Murrow in that battle for around about 4th down to 6th place, but Otis Cleary looking strong at the front of the field.
This is going to get interesting. Oman now down the inside, and Munro gets that one done. That's a very solid move. And who is this coming through as well? That's like Charlie Page, who I haven't really spoken much about Charlie Page. A driver who's come on leaps and bounds this year, now heading off into the European stages. It's like Lucian Smith goes down the inside of one of the Sam Pollitt racing drivers. We head down to turn once again. Cook is closing that gap to Otis Cleary. It's now 0.3 of a second. It was about half a second before, so the times are coming down. Lucian Smith, as I said, into 3rd place now. He's got the fastest lap of the race, shall we say, 44.17. But look at this battle going on a bit further behind. Charlie Page in the battle with Jensen Sayre. We've got Lewis Herberson in there as well. He's battling for the championship as well. Dimitar Uzunov in there as well as they come through the Dan Weldon complex. Teddy Murphy's in there as well. Of course, the new driver to Sam Pollitt as well. So we're seeing a lot of big teams here playing up against some of the privateers as well. You know, Jensen Sayre, a sort of privateer running the team, as well as Charlie Page on his own as well. But a lot of drivers having a good shot at a battle for a podium here. For Page losing out to Dimitar. Looks like well, he's might have a look through. We've got so many talented drivers through the field.
Strong field here, and at the front of the field it's all starting to get a bit closer now because Lucian Smith in 3rd. The leaders now making their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Lucian Smith is now clear in 3rd, setting the fastest lap of the race, starting to close up on Josh Cook, who in turn is catching up with Otis Cleary. Here he is, the race leader. He's had things his own way so far, but with 3.5 minutes to go, Josh Cook is starting to ask some questions here in 2nd place. They make their way. We just saw Cook glancing over his shoulder just to see if he can go for a move here. He doesn't want to sacrifice that 2nd place, but he's just tagging onto the back of Otis Cleary. Lucian Smith in 3rd. Look out for the number 9 in 3rd place. He has set another fastest lap of the race. He's trying to get involved in this one. Josh Cook knows that the time might be now to start making a move on the race leader. I'm sure you'll sense that Lucian Smith is closing the gap here. Here they come through the Dan Weldon corner, and a nice line there from the 175. Josh Cook maintaining the pace on the inside line. Here they come down towards Kestrel corner. Inter Bolton, a prime overtaking spot here. Is there going to be enough in it? Not quite yet. It's going to go down towards the next corner, and Lucian Smith is looking threatening in 3rd place. Here they come down to the 1st corner. Is anyone going to go for it this time? Down the inside goes the 175. He's going to have to be brave to make the move there. Oh, and Lucian Smith says thank you very much and nips through into 2nd place. So Josh Cook with a neat move there to take the lead. But Lucian Smith looks like a real threat in this one.
Oh, that's going to be a late move from Lucian Smith. He had a go, but it wasn't going to be enough. Lucian Smith drops back to 2nd place. Now, I was going to try and work out, was it Josh Smith actually catching up, Josh Cook, shall we say, catching up to Otis Cleary, or was it Otis just making some mistakes? I would say, I think Otis had a really bad couple of laps there. Smith to the inside, oh, that's going to be very, very late. Now, 2 minutes left on the clock. He's got plenty of time to make this move. There's no point trying to make these silly moves now. He's still got plenty of time. But I think Lucian Smith knows that he is quite vulnerable to the man in 2nd. Oh, that's going to be close between Cook and Lucian Smith as he got the run going down into Kestrel corner. And of course, it's going to bring in drivers
elbows out here.
This is going to be very close between Otis Cleary. You've got Lucian Smith trying to find a way through Josh Cook, and if he can't make the move, then that's going to open up opportunities for Otis Cleary. And coming in as well, you've got Austin Oman, Harry Radcliffe, Riley Munro as well. They'll watch out for him as well. Riley Munro, who we haven't really counted out just yet. He's there in 6th place at the moment. He can be one to watch out for. The cutback move is coming from Lucian Smith.
This is going to be tight here. 1:19 to go. Full defensive here. This is going to bring in the chasing pack as Cook guards the inside line. And it looks like Smith might go for the switchback here and makes the move stick. So a nice little move there from Lucian Smith at exactly the right point. He just saw there in the gap there, Otis Cleary gesticulating, let's all work together here, because everyone's here now. Josh Cook, Lucian Smith now the new race leader. Josh Cook, Otis Cleary, Austin Amon, Harry Radcliffe, and Riley Murrow, number 122, has set the fastest lap of the race. There is Murrow, 122 at the back of this group. Any one of these 6 drivers could yet get involved. Looking at the clock now, we've got 42 seconds on the clock as they make their way down towards the final corner. So it's Josh Cook now losing the lead to Lucian Smith. Here they come down towards the final corner for what will be the penultimate time. Smith guarding the inside line, does it very well indeed. Bit of bumping there on the first corner as they are all so close, and still Cleary in third. Riley Murrow currently under investigation, the 6th place driver. But here he comes down the inside. Murrow trying to find a few places here. Now he moves into 5th position, and Lucian Smith holds on to the lead here as they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner for the penultimate time. But Lucian Smith just about has the advantage here. He's got to make sure he puts that kart in the right positions. He's confident enough to go for the lines into the last few corners as Cook has a peak on the inside. Nothing going here. Last lap board goes out for the Mini Inters, and this will be a crucial first corner as Smith guards the inside line. Cook tries to force the issue down the inside, but no. It looks like Lucian Smith holds on, but this race still wide open on the final lap.
Josh Cook is leaving no tables unturned. He's got to find a way through. He had a look into Derek's corner. That's not going to be enough. Lucian Smith, as you said, Kim Bolton expert here. He knows how to defend his line, but he's got to defend from a world champion in Rotax Racing. Otis Cleary up to 3rd place now, drops Radcliffe down to 4th. It's going to come down to the final corner of the race. What is Josh Cook going to do? Is he going to get the run? Is he going to get the cutback? The battle for 3rd still rages on, but Lucian Smith takes victory in superb style. Lucian Smith takes victory from Josh Cook and Otis Cleary in a drag race to the line that was separated by 900ths of a second between the top 2. It was Otis Cleary from Harry Radcliffe, Riley Munro from Austin Oman, it was Charlie Page from Jensen Sale, Dimitar Uzanov from Lewis Herberson, then it was Elliot Bork from Toby Wortley, Rian Townsend from Teddy Murphy, Teddy Higgs, Logan Rolfe, Odyssey Hall, Isaac Garth, Jack Fulbakama, Edward Munns rounds out your top 20. We had all the drivers finish the race, and a brilliant drive to the very end. 2 seconds separated to the top 8.
Here we go then with our penultimate race today. We go back to the Rotaxes now to round out this penultimate round of the championship here at Kimbolton. And we kick things off with the Rotax 177s. The Junior Rotax A final will round out the program shortly. But in the meantime, in association with Truecut, is the Rotax 177 final, which could be fairly wide open here. The starting grid will see the 139 of Reg Hayward just hidden from view on the dummy grid there. And 2nd place is the driver in that very distinctive coloured kart there on the outside, the number 37 of Nathan Chafer, who won the first heat earlier on. It'll be Jack Saunders from Sam Yaxley on row 2, Scott Smith and Scott Clee on the 3rd row of the grid, Ben Hitch and Liam Ferguson on row number 4. Then it'll be the number 45 of Jamie Tyler from 67, Adam Sadler, 78, Alex Jones, and 73, Ollie Goodyear on row number 6, Joshua Gollin and Rob Simpson on row 7, Elliot Kennedy and Chris Thomas on row number 8. The 9th row will be the number 40 of Sean Rudge from Daniel Walker, Dan Wright and Gavin Petty on row 10, Josh Howard, Will Milner on row 11, David German and Stavros Athanasopoulos on row number 12, Doug Jenner and Lucas Theo on row number 13, Steve Thompson and Colin Walker on row 14. Then it's Zen Jong Lim, David Williams, Andy Chunry, Gary Brumford, Johnny Kent and Mark Hennings rounding out this big group of drivers. Rotax 177 over the line as they charge the first corner. It is a run round though. The start has been called off. You'll see the green flag with the yellow chevron. So the starter not happy, the driver's not properly formed as they make their way through. So it does give them the advantage here of having another lap to get some more temperature into the tyres. The starters, I'm sure, though, won't stand for that for too long, you would say. We do need to get these last 2 races done rather promptly, you would say, with the daylight failing. There were some aggressive-looking clouds in the sky, but hopefully the rain will not be an issue here. But the track temperatures are dropping. It's getting colder out there, And in the last 2 races, we have seen some drivers really start to get to grips with the circuit as it gets more difficult out there.
Yeah, we've got plenty of drivers to watch out for. Liam Ferguson's in there as well. He's on the 4th row of the grid, so he's going to be someone to watch out for. A bit further down, Sean Rudge, another driver to watch out for. But Reg Hayward on his return back to Kim Bolton. Jack Saunders here as well. Let's see what they can do. Nathan Chafer, the old man. Let's go down into turn 1 then. Who will take it? On the outside goes David Chafer, but he's been ran wide. And Jack Saunders trying to take the lead of the race. No, Scott Smith's into the wall and another driver.
Difficult first lap here, just out of camera shot. One driver got sideways on the first corner and was collected by others. So whether they'll be able to resolve that was quite a shunt. There are karts on the track as the race goes on. And a good start there from Reg Hayward. It looks like Chafer may have dropped a few positions as they make their way down the straight for the first time. Just keep an eye on the marshal here to see what the action's going to be. It looks like I think the Battenberg flag's going to go out here. So there are karts on the first corner. Battenberg flag's been waved. The karts have to slow down here because they are stuck on the first corner. So that's the 128 or the 129, I think.
They've actually wedged themselves together.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
The karts. I think that might be the one that got sideways on the first corner, Andy Chenery. And is that Johnny Kent, I think, 2 drivers towards the back of the field. Elliot Kennedy and Gavin Petty caught up in that one as well. One driver got sideways on the first corner, and then the chasing melee had nowhere to go. There was a bit of a logjam into the first corner. So the Battenberg flags are out here to neutralise the race. The race is still going ahead here, so we've got Scott Smith leading the way. Scott Clee, who had a difficult second heat, has started well, now up to second place. Reg Hayward in 4th, Ben Hitch in 5th position, Nathan Chafer, the winner of the first heat, in 6th position from Adam Sadler, Jamie Tyler, Joshua Gollin and Ollie Goodyear. But the marshals struggling to get those karts off the circuit. They are wedged together and they've sustained a bit of damage, so I'm going to keep a close eye on the starter. Whether they're going to let them go this time, they'll do another lap because there are still marshals on the track. They're trying to slow these karts down into the first corner. And
Chafer's been given a warning flag, so I wonder what that might be for. I wonder if maybe he was caught up in that. Of course, Chafer's lost a bit of time, actually. I didn't have the best of starts there. Someone who gained a lot of time was, of course, Scott Smith, who is at the front of your field. Scott Clee up there as well. Both drivers made up 4 places at the start there. So, being on that 3rd or 4th row did seem to be the perfect strategy. Of course, trying to stay out of the melee. Sometimes it don't work. Sometimes it does work. Interesting to see what Jack Saunders does here. Because, of course, on his return to starting, he's had a couple of years out of it. He's only just really gotten back into it and running with the EM Improvements team.
I'm not sure what's going on here. There are still people on the straight here, so the Battenberg flags are still out. They're maintaining a fair pace out here, actually. They're expecting the green flag to go out. I don't think it will.
Right, we're going around once again now. I wonder, maybe barrier damage, it might be.
There's people stood on the track by that marshal point a moment ago where there's some sort of concern here. The race still going ahead. Now, this is potentially good news for Scott Smith. He can control the race. He is effectively the pace car. The Battenberg flags, you'll see those yellow flags with the diagonal black pattern on there, a bit like a Battenberg cake, hence the term. What it means is the race is neutralised. The drivers can't overtake each other. They need to reduce their speed, so they are still racing. The race is still going ahead. If a driver were to spin out on their own accord or have a mechanical trouble, they would drop out of the race, as it is still in progress. But what it does mean here is that Scott Smith controls the pace of the field. Now, he's anticipating a start here, so he's looking to run the clock down a bit. He's going to really slow them down here and try and get the breakaway when he leaves the Kim Bolton corner. He's anticipating. You can see him there just getting the settings right on the engine now, picking up the pace coming into Kim Bolton corner, anticipating the green flag, which goes out. Here we go, back under full race conditions, and Scott Smith immediately defending the inside line. Scott Clee in second, and Clee losing out there as Jack Saunders and Reg Hayward find their way through.
This is going to be some mega laps from Scott Smith because, he's got the whole pack behind him now. So any mistake he does, he's going to lose out big time, a lot more than what he would have done in the first couple of laps after that massive gap he got. Now he's starting to extend the gap once again. Watch out for Nathan Chafer.
Interesting here, Charlie. There's a warning flag for the race leader, 38 Scott Smith. So
obviously there are certain areas that you have to. You can't go before a certain area to feed power and to get back racing. I wonder if he actually went a bit too early with getting the race back together.
He was on the power coming out of Kestrel Corner. It was quite early. So whether he's just had a little bit of a a warning there. We know if nothing else happens to him here, there'll be no repercussion to number 30. Not like it's under investigation where they will potentially look at a penalty here, but he can't afford any kind of other misdemeanors as the race goes on. So he'll be looking to try and control the race from the front. 42.16 last time round with 3 minutes on the clock. He's just starting to break away from Jack Saunders and Reg Hayward, who both very neatly nipped under the inside of Scott Clee, who's certainly not giving this one up in 4th position. Nathan Chafer just on the edge of the top 5 there, looking to try and get involved in this one as well as Scott Clee nips down the inside and back into 3rd place.
That's a good move, that, from Scott Clee on the inside of Jack Saunders. Jack Saunders lost out big time this lap. He was in 2nd, now down to 4th. Reg Hayward now in 2nd place. Reg Hayward, the pace so far, 41.47, 3/10 faster than Scott Smith. Now, I'd definitely watch out for Reg Hayward in the next couple of laps. Of course, time is ticking down, and well, what was sort of a endurance race, you could call it, now is a full-on sprint, so any mistake will lose his drivers out. Jack Saunders now getting pressured from Nathan Chafer as they come into the final couple of corners. Into Kim Bolton corner, will Chafer go for the move? Yes, he does. He has momentum. He's going to carry on building it up. Now he's going to chase down Scott Clee. Jamie Tyler in there as well, having a good battle with Ben Hitch. And that's a bit further down. That's the battle for 7th at the moment. You can just see on your screens Jamie Tyler trying to make that move back, and he gets it done. Ben Hitch fighting him back. Number 42 now under a warning flag. That's a bit further down the field. That's Steve Thompson, who's trying to find his way through. Steve, who's had a quite unlucky couple of heats. He's made up 7th place at the moment. He's inside the top 20. But a big mover at the moment, David Williams, who now into a 19th.
Reg Hayward starting to put the pressure on Scott Smith in these closing stages. 1:29 on the clock, and round the final corner he goes. So Scott Smith continuing to lead the way, but Reg Hayward's found quite a bit of pace here over the last 2 laps, and immediately Smith goes defensive as he makes his way down towards the first corner into Stowe and heading towards the Willows. But Reg Hayward not really going for the pass so far, and immediately we saw Scott Smith defending that inside line. Again, he's defending going into Derek's corner. Scott Clee in 3rd, and Nathan Chafer, who's had a difficult race so far, has not really had the pace, but both Clee and Chafer seem to be coming good in the closing stages, and if these two start fighting, then I would say Scott Clee and Nathan Chafer could get involved. Ollie Goodyear, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, the 9th place driver with 41.41, as here we go, it's going to be 43 seconds on the clock now, so over the line they go. Scott Smith holds on to the lead. They should squeeze through before the last lap board goes out.
Scott Smith has decided to defend. He thinks that's his opportunity now. He closes right off Reg Hayward. Now, of course, Scott Smith is feeling the pressure now. He's going to have to sit on that white line now. The second you start defending with a gap like this, you're just going to have to sit there and try and hold off from some amazing talent here. Reg Hayward, Scott Clee, who's also a final winner here at the circuit. Nathan Chafer, who's also won his finals himself. A strong category and strong driver to watch out for as they head on. Now, will it be the last lap of the race? We'll have a little watch. We'll have a little look.
It will.
Yes, it is. Last lap of the race goes out. 1 lap of racing here. It's going to be a 1v1 now between Scott Smith, Reg Hayward, Scott Clee there. Watch out for Nathan Chafer as well. He could have an opportunity for a podium here. Scott Smith down into Derek's. He's going to sit on the defensive. Scott Smith, will he hold on to the position? Yes, he does. Reg Hayward, if he's going to have to do something, it's going to have to be in these final couple of corners. Reg Hayward's here to win this race. It could be a first final victory for Reg Hayward in the 177 class. He's won here before in juniors. Can he do it in the 177s into the final corner? It's going to be the cutback move. Is it going to be enough? No, it won't. Scott Smith is going to take victory here in 177s. A brilliant drive to the end. 500ths in front of Reg Hayward. It was Scott Clee from Nathan Chaffin and Jamie Tyler and Ben Hitch. It was Jack Saunders from Ollie Goodyear and Liam Ferguson. Adam Sadler rounding out your top 10 as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Joshua Gollin from Josh Howard, Alex Jones, Chris Thomas, Rob Simpson from Will Milner, David German, Daniel Walker, Sean Rudge, Lucas Theo, Steve Thompson, Dave Williams, Stavros from Dan Wright, Duke Jenner from Zizong Ling, from Colin Walker, Gary Bumford, Mark Hennings, and we lost Sam Yaxley, we lost Gavin Petty, Andy Chenery, Johnny Kent, and Elliot Kennedy didn't start the race. That was superb racing to the end.
Some great driving there to take the checkered flag, and a great way to round things off for the Rotax 177s. And now we have race number 26 out of 26. It's been a big day for the Rotax. The Junior Rotax A final is about to get underway. We'll have a look at how they line up. So it's going to be, just hidden from view, the number 5 of Harry Freeman, who sits on pole position. The K plate holder we can see in our shot there is Teddy Cooper, who will start in second position. Blake Southern and Ryan Rapini, who both look good in the first heat earlier on. They're handily placed third and fourth on the grid. And Stanley Williams in there as well. We'll bring that up in a moment. John Richardson showing as a non-starter, is that right?
He had a disqualification.
Oh, disqualification.
From the B final, so he won't actually be taking part. Jacob Aston takes the spot. It's Harry Freeman who will start from pole, then Teddy Cooper from Blake Southern. Then it was Ryan Rapini and Stanley Williams from Callum Sims, Hasnan Khan and Maximilian Braskoff. Rounds out your first 4 rows, and it was Zach Turner from Conor Large, Lewis Radcliffe and Max Wheatley from Toby Farman, Adam Turek, Sam Aston, George Phillips. Rounds out your first 8 rows. And then a bit further behind, in a big category full of talent, it was Hayden Fisher from Lloyd McVie, Alex Shepherd, George Cole, Lucy Wilden, Charlie Wolfit, Louis Marshall, Logan Hartshaw. Rounds out your 12 rows. Watch out for Charlie Wolfit. Watch out for Hayden Fisher as well. Very quick. And Logan Hartshaw, another front runner when it came to the heat races. Daniel Butcher from Izzy White's, Kevin Ivanov, another front runner from Sebastian Clark, Alfie Irvine, Oliver Barton, Noah Moulton, who won the B final. Will be joined by Miles Burton, who was in second place, and rounding out the final 2.
Reprieve there for Oscar Keane, of course, that solid third in the B final, the penultimate position on the grid. So Jacob Aston, the recipient of the misfortune for John Richardson, getting the final qualifying place as Harry Freeman leads them out to the final corner. Final race of the day is about to get underway. They charge into the first corner. Start looks good. 1 or 2 drivers onto the concrete there, and a little bit of banging into the first corner. As the K-plate goes wide. That's great news there for Harry Freeman. Taking lead, trouble further back. It's a dramatic start to the race. So Harry Freeman, perfect start for him because he got the line absolutely nailed into the first corner. Everyone else started tangling, pushing each other wide, and that's given him a very low advantage. Stanley Williams in trouble. 1 or 2 drivers spinning out over the first few corners. The pack already starting to spread out somewhat. Let's hope there's no implications here. I think the track will be cleared very quickly, but it's the number 5 of Harry Freeman. Brilliant start for him. Teddy Cooper was pushed wide on the first corner, so there will be a bit of a shuffle round here. So number 41 in second place now. That's a great start for Zach Turner. Conor Large up to third. Blake Southern drops to fourth, and Samuel Aston, good start for him, making up 10 positions up to 5th place.
This is a mega start from Harry Freeman. The perfect start that he wanted from the pole spot. Got a bit caught up when it came to that first corner. A couple of drivers having to run a bit wide. All got a bit packed up, especially when you're trying to get 34 carts through one bit of tarmac. Never is going to go well, but all the drivers managed to keep going. Besides Stanley Williams, who, well, Callum Sims' right-hand man, he's now lost. So a bit of teammate work won't be usable now. Ryan Rapini on the inside of one of the Aston brothers. That looks like Sam Aston, number 21. As they head down the start-finish straight once again. That was a perfect start from Sam Aston, actually, up 9 spots. Charlie Wolfit from 22nd on the grid. He's up to 7th at the moment. Logan Hartshaw up 11. He's up to 13th. Multiple drivers making big strides through the field as the rest of the pack come flying through as well. Of course, Adam Turek was a big loss. He dropped down to 24th, down 10 spots. Hasnan Khan, who started from 7th. He had a big loss on that one. So, I said the grid really moved about in that one. Has some guys had a great start.
Blake Southern looking threatening here in the early stages. Nips up to 3rd place now. Fastest lap of the race last time round for the number 100. He's had a steady start here. Now, you may just have seen him there pointing there to Conor Large. Let's work together and try and catch up with the leaders now. Southern knows he's got the pace, so he doesn't really want the 73 Conor Large to be trying to repass him here. Could do with dragging him and Ryan Rapini along. Ryan Rapini, incidentally, fastest lap of the race, only driver to break into the 41 so far, 41.99. So Ryan Rapini, who in particular looked good in the first heat today, there he is, just a little bit further behind there. Number 56 is still threatening with 21 Samuel Aston. Charlie Wolfit with a good start, making up 15 positions. He's still in there as well as having a peek down the inside. Rapini I think he's got visions of his own of trying to get at least a podium in this race. Harry Freeman, though, with the 0.8 of a second gap at the front of the field. And further back, a warning flag for Kevin Ivanoff, but nonetheless, he's had a good start, the rookie in this class, moving up to 15th place, a driver who we know in the cadets, you would say, making his junior Rotax debut and running well in the midfield with Izzy Wykes also on the charge up to 16th position. But just looking at Blake Southern and Ryan Rapini looking to get involved in this race, putting the pressure on Zach Turner. But Harry Freeman, I have to say here, Charlie, that incident on the first corner when they all pushed each other back, that has really benefited the number 5, and he's looking to make advantage here.
That's a mega move from Blake Southern into second place. Some driver we haven't spoke about, Zach Turner, who was up into third place. So in the investigation, as I said, Logan Hartshaw. But as you said, big moves through the field. Drivers making good strides, drivers losing that big time. But the question is, can Blake Southern close down Harry Freeman? Ryan Rapini seems to be on the charge at the moment. He's up to third place now. Ryan also with the fastest lap of the race. He's lapping 4/10 quicker than the pole man. He's
on quicker again, actually. Rapini last time round, 41.5. I think Ryan Rapini fancies this one. He can see the leader in front of him. He just needs to stay out of trouble on the next couple of laps. There's just under 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Harry Freeman has had a quiet race so far. Let's have a look at the gap when they cross the line. So Freeman leads, and the distance between first and second, not that much. Goes down to 0.6 of a second. Blake Southern and Ryan Rapini looking to try and get involved. Rapini trying to chase after his main rival in the first heat, Blake Southern, as they put the leader under pressure. Harry Freeman controlling the race so far, lapping well. He's another driver lapping into the 41s now. But Blake Southern, 100 in second place, the 56 in third. Ryan Rapini looking strong. There's the early pace setter, number 41, Zach Turner with Connor Large. And back to our leader, Harry Freeman, started on pole position, leads the way so far, had a brilliant start, getting the jump on the field early on, but Blake Southern and Ryan Rapini taking the fight to them. 3 minutes to go. Driver investigation further down in the midfield is the treble 7 of Hayden Fisher. Looking a little bit further down to see how some of our qualifiers have gone on. We see Oscar Keane making a few positions up, and Teddy Cooper, of course, the K-plate holder, got pushed out on the first corner, dropping down somewhat, you would say. Jacob Aston up to 26th place, one of the B final qualifiers. But Harry Freeman, the gap goes down to 0.3 of a second.
Look how close it is now.
Yeah, the top 3 drivers covered by 0.7 of a second with 2.5 minutes to go. The rest of the top 10 charging through the Dan Weldon corner. Leaders now making their way to the final corner as the K-plate holder goes down the inside of Charlie Wolfett. But it's a battle on to the first corner now between Blake Southern and Ryan Rapini.
Just off shot was Ryan Rapini, who made a move to second place. Both of these drivers are lapping 4/10 faster than Harry Freeman. Now, well, someone needs to tell Harry to defend like he's never defended before, because he has to hold off these guys. The second they get by, they're going to go. So he really needs to hold off. I do think Harry was quite relaxed at the start of that race. I think that might have lost him a bit of time, because you can never relax in a go-kart. That's 100%. Blake Southern now. I think he's just going to watch these two now. Ryan Rapini is going to go for the lead. Yes, he does. On the inside goes Ryan Rapini. Now he's blocked off the exit. There. That was very good from there, from Southern. Now Southern's going to have a look into turn 1. Freeman's trying to fight back on the inside. He's going to brake later, and he's going to get the move done. Southern's going to go for second place. Might even go for the lead. Might nearly be contact, but they managed to sneak their way through. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. This is when it's going to happen now.
That was a brilliant move there from Freeman to take the lead again. He slippery track, and not being able to get the grip into the corner, he had to be very precise into the first corner. Trouble it further down the field off shot, but the race goes on with some of the back markers dropping out of contention. But the race goes on here. The down again. Rapini likes that final corner. This is all starting to draw in. Zach Turner, Samuel Aston and Connor Large into the battle now as we go down to 53 seconds. There's still going to be a couple more laps to go. 4th, 5th and 6th are getting involved as the battle heats up here.
Ryan and Blake need to work together now. They can't keep doing this. They can't keep battling, because they're going to let Harry get away again. 40 seconds left on the clock, as you said. And, well, look at Harry Freeman. Look at the gap already. It's already been closed in. Ryan Rapini is the man who looks set to take this victory. He's just got to get the move done. It's all good to catch a driver. It's all another thing to overtake him. That's been the story all along. Can he make the move? No, he can't. Freeman defends. Now it's going to bring in Southern. It's going to bring in Turner. It's going to bring in Sam Aston as well. And Connor Large. 2 laps left in this race, and look at Ryan Rapini on the contrary, gets the move done. But Freeman's going to try and fight this one back, and he gets back on the inside.
That was the absolute extreme of track. He did have 2 wheels on the white line there, so Ryan Rapini stretching it to limit. Down the inside he goes, forces the issue down the inside into Derek's corner. Blake Southam trying to get involved in this one as well. 6 drivers fighting the win. This is a typical Rotax final here. Very close, very evenly matched. And Ryan Rapini, who's looked threatening in the early stage of the race, now leads the race with the last lap board about to go out. So this little section here could well be crucial. Needs to nail the Kimbolton corner. Gets out nice and smoothly. But Harry Freeman not giving this one up as they come down into the final corner. 1 more lap to go here at round number 10 here at Kimbolton. And Rapini leads them through the Stowe into the Willows. And Harry Freeman, who's led pretty much the entire race, not giving up in second place. And Rapini now, it's his turn to drive defensively as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Rapini nice and neatly through. Here they come to Dan Weldon corners. Here we are, Charlie. Harry Freeman teeing things up as they make their way down towards the finish line.
This has to be the best last sector that Freeman has ever done this weekend. He's got 2 corners to go. 1 more corner to go now. Will he try and get the cutback? Will he try and get the run? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Will Freeman take it?
Rapini over the line.
But Rapini takes it.
Yeah, Rapini's done it. He had confidence there.
300ths of a second between Rapini and Freeman. That was a superb drive.
And I'll tell you what, that was good driving there from Harry Freeman. He was unlucky not to get the checkered flag, but he knew that he wasn't going to outbrake Rapini into the final corner, so he sacrificed that corner, went for the switchback, and I tell you, that almost paid off for him there.
That was very, very close. Blake Sullivan rounded off a brilliant podium in 3rd from Zach Turner, who had a mega race from Sam Aston and Connor Large. Callum Sims and Teddy Cooper from Toby Farthing. Kevin Ivanoff rounds out your top 10, up 17 places from 27th on the grid. It was Logan Hartshaw from Lewis Radcliffe, Charlie Wolfett, George Cole, Adam Turek, George Phillips, Sebastian Clark, Miles Burton from the B final. He's up way to 18th, Florent V. And Izzy White round out your top 20. We lost Maximilian Braskoff. We also lost Stanley Williams at the start of the race. But that was an epic race to the very end. Rapini had the pace, but Freeman really put up a fight.
Yeah, it was fantastic there. He thought that Ryan Rapini, with the pace he had, may well have been able to take the lead and fight on for the victory. But certainly Harry Freeman was not going to give that victory up without a fight. So as round number 10, the penultimate round of the championship here, the Hunts Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton, draws to a close. All of the titles are to be decided next time out, and that will be in just a month's time, second Sunday of every month, as always. So that means the final round of the championship will be on December the 14th. It'll be streamed here on TNL Sports. So as we round things off, as always, a big word of thanks to all of the officials here at Kimbolton, to the track staff, the admin staff, lap scorers, everyone who's made a part, the stewards, and as always, our marshals who've been out in the cold all day today, the medical crews for all their support, and of course to all the production and camera guys at TNL for all their hard work. It's been a great day's racing. And have you got any final thoughts, Charlie?
What a day. I mean, the Rotax racing has definitely stood out for me, because that was absolutely superb. Brought drama, it brought action, but the racing was so good to the very end. And you know what, it showed, and the story's been all along, that it's all to catch up to someone, but to actually get past someone is a very difficult task, no matter who the driver is. As always, racecraft, very important indeed, and we have enjoyed some fantastic racing here at Kimbolton. One more round to go in December. It'll be here on TNL Sports. We thank you, and if you're watching the Sao Paulo Grand Prix later on today, we hope you enjoy the Formula One in considerably warmer climes, one would say. But from here at Kimbolton, we draw to a close, and we will see you in December. It's time to crown some champions.